Those so-called notable orthodox sects are too despicable. How could they take advantage of others' difficulties? Let me go out and slaughter them all. Third senior brother, don't be reckless and fall for their tricks. Fifth junior sister is right. We must not panic right now. Even if Master cannot fight, the four of us here can prevent too much trouble. But, the top 10 orthodox experts of the nascent divinity tribulation realm are all here. Besides, Master's condition. Be quiet, all of you. Can't you see Master is resting? Lu Zhou heard a fierce quarrel as he slowly opened his eyes. Confused memories stabbed into his mind like tens of millions of needles, while fragmented images were rapidly woven together. Where is this? What happened to me? Fragments of memory washed over him. Wait, what? I've become Ji Tiandao, the evil patriarch? Lu Zhou looked at everything in front of him in surprise. A gazebo, Golden Court Mountain, for Villainous disciples, and tens of thousands of orthodox cultivators at the foot of the mountain. Meanwhile, memories continued to flood his mind. In his life, Ji Tiandao had taken in 9 disciples, all great villains known for causing trouble in different regions. His eldest disciple, Yu Jinghai, had founded a sect after betraying him and was now the sect leader of the notorious Nether sect, known as the #1 evil sect of Great Yin. His second disciple, Yu Shanrong, excelled in swordsmanship and had become the fearsome sword devil, challenging experts everywhere and killing anyone at the slightest disagreement. His third, fourth, and fifth disciples often caused trouble, but fortunately, they did not leave Golden Court Mountain. His sixth disciple, Yi Tianxin, was the palace master of the derived Moon Palace, a leader supported by many female cultivators and nicknamed Jadeface Shura. His seventh disciple, Si Wuya, had an information network that spanned the entire world and was a thoughtful and scheming villain. He once initiated a war using the strategy of sowing discord, causing numerous casualties and untold suffering. His eighth disciple, Zhu Honggong, earned the title of Evil King only a few years after leaving the mountain. His ninth disciple, Xia Yuaner, was the most recent to join the sect and also his favorite, being the only disciple who still had some conscience. She remained on the mountain at all times. Unfortunately, Ji Tiandao had lived nearly 1,000 years, which was almost the limit of a cultivator's lifespan. As he aged, his control over his 9 disciples waned, as did his deterrent influence over them. Eventually, 5 of them betrayed him, posing a serious challenge to his authority. A month ago, the top 10 orthodox experts set a trap and jointly attacked the evil patriarch. Ji Tiandao fought against the 10 experts alone, and the battle ended in a draw. Now, the experts of the orthodox sects were at the foot of the mountain, preparing to launch an attack. Golden Court Mountain faced an unprecedented crisis. Lu Zhou did not know whether to laugh or cry. As he tried to get up, he sat back down and nearly fell to the ground. His body felt empty and weak. Master seems to be awake. Master. The 4 disciples, who had been waiting outside the gazebo, filed in and bowed to Lu Zhou. He glanced at the 4 of them and cleared his throat, remaining silent. The disciples in front of him were all evil villains, and the betrayal of the other 5 disciples was a wake-up call for him. How do you feel, Master? His third disciple, Duan Musheng, asked with concern. I'm fine, he replied. The faces of the 4 disciples lit up. Master, the experts of the orthodox sects are at the foot of the mountain now. I'm worried that it won't take them too long to break the defensive shield, said Mingshi, his 4th disciple. Lu Zhou forced himself to calm down. At this moment, he had no other choice but to fully accept Ji Tiandao's memory and body. Why don't I go out and ask eldest senior brother to come back and help? Considering his relationship with Master, he shouldn't sit by idly. He is now the sect leader of the Nether sect, with thousands of minions under him. Or maybe 7th junior brother, he's a witty man. Master, shut up. Lu Zhou interrupted them. Calm down, I can't panic. No matter what, I'm the master of these villains. I can't expose the fact that my cultivation base is gone. Otherwise, I will become a piece of meat on a chopping block, and these 4 disciples will kill me first before those orthodox cultivators outside do. Golden Court Mountain's shield is strong enough to hold on for some time. What are you panicking about? Lu Zhou rebuked. The 4 disciples blushed with shame, bowed their heads, and dared not speak another word. Old Third, what did you say just now? Lu Zhou asked in the same tone as Ji Tiandao. As an old freak who had lived for 1,000 years, Ji Tiandao's mental state far exceeded that of others. But Lu Zhou was a fast learner, and as their memories merged, as long as he imitated for a while without making mistakes, they would not notice anything unusual. Master, I'd like to ask eldest senior brother to come back and help, Duanmuxing said. When he cupped his hands and bowed his head, he stole a glance at Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou sighed, shaking his head. I was attacked by 10 experts and barely managed a draw. Do you think no one is behind this? Duanmuxing's expression changed slightly. Master, do you mean eldest senior brother set you up behind your back? Ji Tiandao had wandered the world for many years and had never had such an accident. As he grew older, his strength declined, and he became less of a deterrent. Even so, handling him was not easy. Only someone who knew everything about him could set such a perfect trap. The eldest disciple, Yu Xinghai, knew his master best, and Si Wuyao was skilled in calculation, so both were suspected. The 4th disciple, Mingshi, cursed these ungrateful bastards. They not only betrayed Golden Court Mountain but also dared to set up Master. If it weren't for the shield, I bet they would be besieging the mountain right now, too. Enough. At the shout, everyone fell silent instantly. Lu Zhou's voice was clearly displeased. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? You want me to die, don't you? Ah? The 4 disciples dropped to their knees immediately and said in unison, This disciple dares not. Lu Zhou glanced at them and snorted, You are all experts of the divine court realm. Perhaps, in just a few years, you will step into the nascent divinity tribulation realm like your eldest and second senior brothers. By then, can I, as your master, still control you? He who teaches me for a day is my father for life. We will never betray Master. The 4 disciples bowed. Lu Zhou took a deep breath. Although he was mentally prepared, he was still a little nervous when facing such a situation. Leave me. I have my own plan to drive back the enemies. I understand. The 4 disciples retreated obediently. Plan my ass, I just want to be quiet, that's all. Lu Zhou finally felt relieved and realized that at some point, his back had broken out in a cold sweat. I need to calm down. But how can I calm down with 4 ungrateful disciples who might jump and attack me at any moment, and thousands of so-called orthodox cultivators out there, Ji Tiandao, what sins have you committed that I have to clean up your mess? As if committing sins yourself is not enough, why did you cultivate so many villainous disciples? Damn you. You really deserve to die, What should I do now to handle internal and external troubles, plus an old body that can hardly move? Is there any dimension traveler who is unluckier than me? Ding. Task completed. Time taken, 1,000 years. Complete 9/9 of the task of inheriting and teaching. The merit system is officially activated. Eh? Lu Zhou's heart trembled. Here comes the cheat. He suddenly understood why Ji Tiandao had cultivated 9 villainous disciples. Unfortunately, his lifelong efforts were only to pave the way for others. It was 1,000 years of hard work. The system brought up the menu, and a pale blue interface appeared before Lu Zhou's eyes. Name, Ji Tiandao. Race, human. Cultivation base, 9th tier of body tempering. Merit points, -100,000. Can be used to exchange life force, lucky draw, etc. Remaining life, 3 days. Items, none. Cultivation techniques, none. Other functions, lucky draw, shopping mall. -100,000. Lu Zhou's eyes widened as he thought, seriously? Negative 100,000 merit points? I can accept being sent into the body of an old man, but what is this? And what's up with the remaining 3 days of life? Reassessing. Wrong information corrected. Ji Tiandao is now changed to Lu Zhou. Ding. A prerequisite task of the primary mission is triggered, drive back the enemies. Complete the prerequisite task and correct yourself, and the merit points will be zeroed. Detected that the host is too weak. A novice gift pack is awarded. Do you want to open it? The series of prompts made Lu Zhou nod in satisfaction. That was more like it. He could also understand the prerequisite task given by the system. After all, Ji Tiandao's life was filled with notorious deeds. But the system was fairly reasonable. It recognized this old body was too weak and offered him a novice gift pack. Open it. Ding. You've received 1x reversal card, which can give you some life force. You've received 3x peak form cards, which will give you 30 minutes of Ji Tiandao's peak form. You've received 5x critical block cards, which can block 5 fatal strikes for the host. These things are not bad. Lu Zhou looked at his personal menu again. Name, Lu Zhou. Race, human. Cultivation base, the 9th tier of body tempering. Merit points, minus 100,000, will be zeroed if the prerequisite task is completed. Remaining life, 2 days and 23 hours. Items, 3x Ji Tiandao peak form cards, 5x critical block cards, passive, 1x reversal card. Cultivation techniques, none. When he saw that his cultivation base was at the 9th tier of body tempering, Lu Zhou shook his head helplessly. Unfortunately, Ji Tiandao's cultivation base was gone. Apart from being old, his body was left with only the strength of body tempering. Ji Tiandao's peak form cards? System, does this mean Ji Tiandao's peak form during his strongest period? The system did not answer, it seemed that was the case. 3 cards, that was an hour and a half. Even with his strength and cultivation base in decline, Ji Tiandao could still draw with the top 10 experts, so it should not be difficult to beat them in his peak form. A reversal card that can give me some life force? This was exactly what he needed most now. Almost without hesitation, Lu Zhou took out the reversal card, which shattered and turned into specks of light with just a thought, swirling around him. In that moment, he shuddered. The life force from the surrounding grass and trees seemed to be drawn over, as streams of energy rolled and poured through the mountains. Soon, streams of energy rapidly converged from all over the mountains and plains. His skin changed. His hair changed. His eyesight became clearer. His life force was restoring. Lu Zhou glanced at the menu, the field of remaining life was slowly increasing. The effect of a reversal card that could reverse life was amazing. It took a while for the feeling to gradually settle down. Meanwhile, not long after the 4 disciples arrived at the foot of the mountain, they felt a strong movement on the mountaintop. What a strong energy wave! Old Third exclaimed. I knew Master had stronger skills he hadn't taught us. Since the betrayal, Master always holds back a trick or two when teaching us. But, when I was closest to Master just now, I clearly felt no energy fluctuation in his body. There are rumors in the cultivator world that Master was injured. Don't be fooled by appearances. Concealing energy fluctuations isn't difficult. Judging from Master's performance just now, everything should be under his control. Little junior sister, Master doted on you the most. Do you know what technique this is? The other 3 disciples looked at the 9th disciple. Ah? How would I know, Master is always so unfathomable. Little Yuaner mumbled. Just as the 4 of them were patrolling, they heard a voice from outside the shield, belonging to an orthodox cultivator. Listen up, villains of Golden Court Mountain. You are surrounded. Quickly come out and face your death. The voice echoed across the mountain. The 9th disciple looked up and saw a chariot flying across the sky. It's Zhou Jifeng, the eldest disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. It said he recently broke through to the Divine Court realm. He has just stepped into the divine court realm. In a one-on-one fight, he's not even worthy of being little junior sister's opponent. It's a pity there are many of them. Among the 9 great villains of Golden Court Mountain, Cai Yuaner, who joined the sect most recently, had the weakest cultivation base. She was currently at the Dao-controlling stage of the divine court realm. These people are not a concern, the real trouble is the top 10 experts. They all have the strength of the nascent divinity tribulation realm. With no chance of getting eldest senior brother's help, I only hope that Master really has a plan to drive back the enemies, said the third disciple, Duan Muxing, folding his arms over his chest. The fourth disciple, Mingshi, gave a sly smile and said, I know this is treacherous, but who can stop the 4 of us now if we want to flee? Duan Muxing, Zhao Yu, and little Yuaner all paused. After a long silence, Duan Muxing said, how can I leave when Master hasn't given me a weapon? The fifth disciple, Zhao Yu, parted her red lips slightly and chuckled, which is more important, your life or that broken weapon? The ninth disciple gave them a complicated look and couldn't help but say, senior brothers, senior sister, don't you want to fight alongside Master? How could you do this when Master worked so hard to teach us cultivation techniques? Senior sister Zhao Yu lifted a hand and said, little junior sister, you joined the sect the latest, so there are many things you don't know. Mingshi snorted lightly and said, although Master taught us cultivation techniques, he also tortured us, didn't he? But, we've become stronger because of that, right? Little Yuaner did not understand. You're too naive. Just look at the notoriety of Golden Court Mountain and the reputation of its 9 evil disciples. A crooked stick casts a crooked shadow, the disciples' character and behavior are expected to resemble their masters. In any case, this cannot be an excuse for betrayal, said little Yuaner stubbornly. The other 3 shook their heads and sighed. Their master was bad-tempered and moody at times, and he treated his disciples harshly. They were unaware of the reasons for the departure of their eldest and second senior brothers, and their master never mentioned it either. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou had been studying the system. After using the reversal card, he felt that his body had rejuvenated. Although it was still not as energetic as that of a young man, it was enough for him to move around. He rose to his feet, breathed deeply, and performed a set of simple exercises. After getting familiar with his new body, he sighed, it's still a little too old. In his previous life, no matter how much he worked overtime and stayed up late, he felt at most 30 years old. He was not used to being so old all of a sudden. Fortunately, his remaining life was restored to 313 days. Lu Zhou noticed that he could exchange cultivation techniques, weapons, and reversal cards in the shopping mall. This meant he could experience inverse growth. However, 313 days were far from enough. He wanted to return to a state where he could at least move normally. Looking so old felt truly unpleasant. Perhaps he could reverse to his youth? But he did not have many reversal cards at the moment. He could only consider that after resolving the immediate crisis. He feared that no other dimension traveler was stuck in such a situation. It's a pity that the gift items are too few. It seems that some ingenuity is needed to solve the immediate crisis. Lu Zhou kept pondering. A moment later, he slowly got up and walked out of the gazebo. The scorching sun was dazzling. Although Ji Tiandao's memories provided him with many references, seeing it with his own eyes, he was still amazed by the clear blue sky. Boom! There was an explosion, and the entire Golden Court Mountain shook. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. Were the cultivators already impatient to break the shield? Boom! He looked up at the invisible barrier. Golden Court Mountain was truly a treasured land. The powerful restriction, amplified exponentially by the terrain, made it extremely difficult for even experts of the nascent divinity tribulation realm to break through. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the blink of an eye, the 4 disciples appeared before him. They were taken aback when they saw Lu Zhou standing straight. Master! 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 Greetings, Master! The last to greet him was his 9th disciple, Cai Yuaner. Lu Zhou saw the smile on her comely face. Master, you seem to be getting younger, Yuan said with a smile. Come here. Scenes of Ji Tiandao doting on Ci Yuan flashed in Lu Zhou's mind. He hadn't expected the old villain to have a gentle side. He lifted a large, weathered hand and gently patted his ninth disciple on the forehead. You're still the nicest. Duan Muxing, who stood aside, said, Master, they are trying to break the shield. Please let me fight them. I will certainly slaughter them all. Lu Zhou's gaze met Duan Muxing's eyes. The intensity made Duan Muxing's heart tremble, and he swallowed, lowering his head, not daring to look at Lu Zhou directly again. I already have a plan to drive back the enemies. Come with me. Lu Zhou said faintly. Understood. Regaining some of his vitality, Lu Zhou's steps became more agile. His 4 disciples followed respectfully behind him as he walked toward the outside of Golden Court Mountain. Outside the mountain, thousands of cultivators lined up in dozens of small groups, some stood on flying swords, some on chariots, and some on the ground. Various banners waved in front of them, the Heavenly Sword Sect, the Duanlin branch of the Confucian School, the Primal Sect of the Tao League. Work harder, everyone. The shield won't last much longer. The villainous Patriarch of Golden Court Mountain must be seriously wounded, which is why he dares not come out now. If it were in the past, Golden Court Mountain would never have suffered such humiliation in silence. Indeed. He must be too scared to come out and face us. Let's continue to challenge them to a fight. A chariot drifted through the sky, and a voice rang out, Listen up, villains of Golden Court Mountain. You are surrounded. Come out quickly and face your death. The voice echoed, sounding mighty and greatly boosting the morale of the orthodox cultivators. Meanwhile, the top 10 experts of the nascent divinity tribulation realm each sat in a chariot, waiting with their eyes closed for the shield to break. The old villain is here. Be careful. Suddenly, the cultivators' expressions changed, and they quickly flew backward on their swords. Not daring to posture, they simply landed and stood among the crowd. At that moment, the top 10 experts opened their eyes. However, the eldest disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect, Zhou Jifeng, was very bold. He was the only one still floating, looking down from the sky, as if he were going to spearhead the attack. The cultivators' eyes were fixed on the entrance of Golden Court Mountain as a group of people walked over slowly, with Lu Zhou at the front and his 4 disciples following closely behind. They did not use any powerful divine abilities and just walked like ordinary people, but many cultivators dared not even breathe too loudly. The white-haired old man was none other than the well-known villainous Patriarch, the master of the 9 notorious evil disciples. As he approached the shield, Lu Zhou stopped, which made his 4th disciple, Mingshi, pause in surprise. Why doesn't he move on? Lu Zhou remained calm and collected. He knew it would arouse his villainous disciples' suspicion, but it did not matter. Once he drove back the enemies, they would naturally be brought to their heels. The sect leader of the Heavenly Sword Sect, Luo Changfeng, was the first to speak. It's only been a month, and the villainous Patriarch seems to be getting younger. His joke made the crowd burst into laughter. However, Lu Zhou paid no heed to it. You're a bold man, Luo Changfeng, he said indifferently. Stop pretending. You may be able to fool these few villainous disciples of yours, but you can't deceive us. It's meaningless to be pretentious. Surrender now, and the orthodox sects of the world will spare you, said Luo Changfeng. Floating in the sky, Zhou Jifeng suddenly said in a loud voice, The 4 of you should be the last 4 disciples of this old man, right? The 9th disciple, Yuan, rolled her eyes and said, Who else could we be? What an idiot. Zhou Jifeng glanced at the little girl. Anyway, he was not angry as he continued, This old villain has been badly hurt, and it hasn't been easy for him to pretend until now. Here's a chance for you to give up your evil ways and return to the good, kill him together with us from the orthodox sections. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Tens of thousands of cultivators roared, their voices shaking the sky and echoing throughout the entire Golden Court Mountain. They are so noisy. Master, please let me fight them. I can't wait to peel off the skin and break the bones of this arrogant boy. Mingshi bowed and said. Mingshi was a genuine expert at the Dao transforming stage of the Divine Court realm, stronger than those at the same level. Zhou Jifeng was no match for him at all. So, the latter swallowed hard, maneuvered his sword, and moved a few meters back. To fight in the vanguard against Golden Court Mountain, he must be tired of living. Lu Zhou raised a hand and said, "There's no need. How could these orthodox sects give you a chance to fight them one-on-one?" "You're right, Master." Mingshi nodded and said. With a charming smile, the fifth disciple, Zhao Yu, said sarcastically, "Handsome boy, your flying sword looks amazing. If you manage to stay alive after receiving a single slap from me, I'll let you kill me. What do you think about that?" "You. Jifeng, step back." "Yes." Luo Changfeng said, "Who doesn't know that all 9 villainous disciples of Golden Court Mountain are experts of the Divine Court realm and above? I'm afraid only villains like you would bully a junior." Lu Zhou did not speak but looked at them quietly. At that moment, Chang Jian of the Duanling branch said, "Today, the experts of the orthodox sects are joining hands to punish you. You villains have only yourselves to blame. Good and evil must have their reward in the end, so stop putting up meaningless resistance. I have my own judgment as to whether it is good or evil, right or wrong. Even if my disciple does something wrong, they can only be punished by me. It is not up to you to tell me what to do," Lu Zhou said faintly. Upon hearing that, Luo Changfeng and the others burst out laughing. "You are really good at joking, old thing. By the time you punish them, the whole world will be completely over. Yu Xinghai's nether sect is swallowing other sects everywhere, but have you punished him? Yu Shangrong robbed tens of thousands of precious items from the secondary capital of Great Yin. Have you punished him? Let me ask you again, was it Yu Shangrong who abducted the princess of the western regions who was to be married to Great Yin? Yes. Was it because of Si Wuya's incitement that 30,000 cultivators died in Rongbei? Yes. It is good that you admit it. To teach without severity is the teacher's laziness. What else do you have to say?" Over the years, his villainous disciples had indeed committed a great deal of evil. However, at this moment, these orthodox cultivators and he were adversaries with differing views. Lu Zhou glanced at Luo Changfeng and replied calmly, "And then? Don't you think the actions of your evil sky pavilion have been abhorred by both man and heaven?" Luo Changfeng shook his head. "Those who are not of our kin are bound to have different hearts. The people from the western regions are not our kin, nor are those from Rongbei, yet you pity them. Your motives are despicable. You." Luo Changfeng was infuriated by Lu Zhou's words. The other 9 experts also shook their heads, believing this old villain was beyond redemption. However, at that moment, the 4 disciples behind Lu Zhou looked somewhat surprised. Their master was not known for his eloquence and would often kill his opponents at the slightest disagreement. Yet, now he was actually reasoning with these orthodox cultivators, which was a rare sight for them. From the corner of his eye, Mingshi glanced at his master. Lu Zhou stood inside the shield, and his aura and demeanor remained unchanged. However, Ying could not help but feel a strange sense about him, though he could not quite put his finger on it. "Old villain, if you have the courage, you should step out of the shield." "It's pointless to keep up this pretense," Chang Jian said. "In that case, I will fight the 10 of you again," Lu Zhou replied. The top 10 experts were momentarily stunned, then burst out laughing. How could Ji Tiandao, who was already injured, possibly defeat them when he had failed to do so a month ago? "Old villain, we will see how long you can keep up this act," Luo Changfeng declared loudly. "Come out and fight me now." Lu Zhou looked at Luo Changfeng with a calm face. However, Mingshi Yin's eyebrows furrowed and then relaxed. Given master's temper, he would never do this. If he truly had the ability to fight 10 of them at once, he wouldn't have argued and reasoned with them. This only means one thing: Master is really injured. A hint of a smile touched the corner of Mingshi mouth. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lu Zhou walked out of the shield, standing in the wind and facing tens of thousands of cultivators. He had never seen such a grand scene in his life, and he would be lying if he said he wasn't nervous. Nonetheless, he had to stay calm. "Well, show me what you can do," said Lu Zhou. Swoosh! Luo Changfeng flashed into the air, and then his sword multiplied, spinning rapidly like an umbrella. This is the unique skill of the Heavenly Sword sect called the Flash of Heavenly Sword. It can attack over 100 times in a flash. Even a peak expert of the nascent divinity tribulation realm wouldn't dare to take it head-on, the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect exclaimed excitedly. This is sect leader's Flash of Heavenly Sword. The attack will show his true colors. Even if he can take it, it won't change anything. This old villain is courting his own death. The eyes of thousands of cultivators were all focused on Lu Zhou. The stronger experts were trying to sense his energy fluctuations, hoping to gauge his true strength. However, they found nothing, as if he were just an ordinary person. Luo Changfeng's flash of heavenly sword began to gather power, and beams of sword light soon converged. "Master." Little Yuaner looked worried. Meanwhile, the other 3 villainous disciples were not as nervous as she was. Instead, they watched with great interest. "Don't worry. Master isn't going to get himself killed for nothing," said Mingshi, the 4th disciple. Perhaps their master really had some trump cards. It was just as well to let these people test them out. Little Yuaner could easily understand her senior brothers' and sisters' intentions from their unconcealed expressions. But her master was facing the Heavenly Sword sect's strongest skill, which even a peak expert of the nascent divinity tribulation realm dared not take head-on. It was clearly Luo Changfeng's trap. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou looked calm, but he was extremely nervous inside. He kept staring at the items on the menu, the peak form experience card and the critical block card, while paying close attention to his surroundings. When necessary, he knew he must use the peak form experience card. Additionally, he realized that his 4 villainous disciples were growing suspicious. Ding! A side quest is triggered. The will of others is not ours to see. Make the villainous disciples show their true colors. ****. Lu Zhou's face flickered when he saw the quest. He was facing enemies from both the front and the rear. What a pitiful master he was. At that moment, Luo Changfeng's flash of heavenly sword finished gathering power. Die! Swoosh! 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 A whirlpool of sharp blades shot straight toward Lu Zhou, stirring up strong gusts of wind that blew at the thousands of cultivators, forcing them to narrow their eyes and shield their sight. "Duck, master!" Little Yuaner exclaimed, shocked. Duan Muxing, Mingshi, and Zhao Yu also watched with wide eyes, their faces filled with worry. Even if their master were not injured, it would still be difficult for him to withstand the attack head-on. Why would he do that? "You can't die right now, old thing." Duan Muxing cried out reflexively, exchanging a glance with Mingshi and Zhao Yu, their brows furrowed. If their master died, those cultivation techniques and weapons would disappear with him. Swoosh! Duan Muxing and Zhao Yu darted forward. As the hundreds of blades approached, the 3rd and 5th disciples created huge waves, one heading toward their master and the other toward Luo Changfeng's blades. "Oh?" Lu Zhou frowned slightly. They are indeed villainous disciples. Are they worried that I will take the treasures to my grave if I die? "Master, retreat." The gust of wind sent out by Duan Muxing with all his strength slightly deflected the blades, sending them toward the shield of Golden Court Mountain. Even so, the remaining energy still shook Lu Zhou, making him feel sick. He immediately turned around and feigned panic, running back into the shield. Zhao Yu's energy blast was meant to save her master, but as he stepped into the shield, it smashed against the protective barrier. Boom! Boom! The blast exploded on the invisible shield in midair like fireworks. Crack! Crack! In an instant, the shield of Golden Court Mountain cracked, lines spreading everywhere. It was unlikely to last much longer. Silence fell, and all sights were restored. Lu Zhou looked up slightly at the shield and sighed inwardly. The critical block card had not triggered, and he still had 5 left. In other words, no attack could harm him right now. However, the group of villainous disciples had ruined his plan. I knew this old villain was pretending. He ran really fast just now. I saw it too. What a shame. I didn't expect the formidable patriarch of villains to be reduced to this. This boosted the confidence of the tens of thousands of cultivators. Luo Changfeng flew forward, looking down from the sky, and said, "So, this is your trick? It has really opened my eyes." His attack had missed, but he was not bothered by it. To the people from the orthodox sects, it was meaningless for this group of villains to play any tricks. Luo Changfeng, you are so shameless. Do you want my master to stand unmoving like a practice target and let you hit him with a full power attack? Do you take us all for fools? Zhao Yu said sarcastically with a smile. Zhao Yu, I was trading blows with your master, but you suddenly interfered even when he didn't say anything. Haha. It seems that his status as the patriarch of villains is no longer as respected as before, Luo Changfeng said. I can't believe that a formidable patriarch of villains ended up needing the protection of his villainous disciples. This will be a strange piece of news for the world. Lu Zhou paid no heed to their trash talk, which was a waste of time and totally meaningless. Instead, he glanced at the peak form experience cards once again. He had 3 left, which would give him a total of 1.5 hours of peak time. In other words, once he used them, he had to fight and win the battle as quickly as possible. When Mingshi saw his master's expression, he cupped his fist and said, "Master, there's no need to waste your breath on them. With your might, as long as you hold back the top 10 experts, the rest are just underlings that the 4 of us can handle. Isn't that better?" Lu Zhou frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "Are you doubting my decision?" "No, this disciple dares not." Lu Zhou now had a deep understanding of pacifying the internal before resisting foreign aggression. If he did not pacify this group of villainous disciples, he would have a hard time later. The time of a peak form experience card was fixed, and once he used them all, he would fall into a crisis again. Duan Muxing. Yes, master? How dare you? Lu Zhou's voice grew louder. What? Who allowed you to interfere in my affairs? Duan Muxing's expression changed slightly. He hurried over and dropped to his knees, saying, "I know it was wrong, but I was worried about master's safety. The old fool Luo Changfeng is trying to trick master into falling into his trap. Master must not fall for his tricks." In fact, many things were already very clear, and all it took was for someone to tear away the thin layer of paper. For the past month, Ji Tiandao had been struggling and putting on airs. However, these disciples were no fools, and certain details had long made them suspicious. Lu Zhou was a dimension traveler, not Ji Tiandao, and no matter how hard he tried to imitate, he could not capture the essence of Ji Tiandao's speech. At this moment, the group of villainous disciples had already realized that their master was pretending. Since he was pretending, there was no need for them to continue acting. At that moment, Mingshi did not pretend to be afraid like Duan Muxing. With a treacherous smile, he said, "You've been acting very hard, master. I think it's enough." "Oh? Third senior brother, get up." Mingshi Yin's attitude changed. Meanwhile, the respectful look on Duan Muxing's face disappeared as he slowly rose to his feet. The 5th disciple, Zhao Yu, chuckled and said, "Give up, master. As long as you give us all your cultivation techniques and weapons, we will definitely take you away today, and you will always be our master." Little Yuaner's eyes grew wide as she said, "Senior brothers and sister, what are you doing?" Outside the shield, Luo Changfeng and the others laughed wildly when they saw the villains fighting among themselves. "You may escape an act of heaven, but never the evil of your own. This is karma." With such villainous disciples, you should have been mentally prepared for this. The 5 villainous disciples who betrayed you are the best examples. I think this old villain will not come to a good end even without us Orthodox sects fighting him. The top 10 experts looked at each other and laughed. Lu Zhou was not afraid of being laughed at. For him, none of this mattered as long as he could resolve the immediate crisis. He nodded, and his eyes moved from the faces of his 3rd, 4th, and 5th disciples, finally stopping on his 9th disciple. What about you, Yuaner? Master, little Yuaner hesitated. It doesn't matter. Just say what you have to say. I've lived long enough to see all kinds of storms. When your eldest and 2nd senior brothers left Golden Court Mountain, they were much more determined than you, Lu Zhou said in a faint voice. Little Yuaner went down on her knees. Master, this disciple dares not. Ding. You've completed the side quest. The will of others is not ours to see. The reward is the eye of truth, with a permanent effect. Lu Zhou paused. Suddenly, special labels appeared in his eyes over the few villainous disciples in front of him. Duan Muxing, Divine Court Realm. Loyalty 23%, declining. Mingshi, Divine Court Realm. Loyalty 15%, declining. Zhao Yu, Divine Court Realm. Loyalty 35%, declining. Ci Yuaner, Divine Court Realm. Loyalty 60%, increasing. Hint: when a disciple's loyalty is below 0%, they will betray the sect and become an enemy. When loyalty is more than 80%, the disciple will not betray, while over 90% is absolute loyalty. The decline in the first 3 disciples' loyalty was within his expectations, but Lu Zhou was slightly surprised that little Yuaner's loyalty was increasing. In this case, there is no need for me to continue pretending, Lu Zhou said deliberately. Yeah, I did get hurt, his disciples' eyes gleamed. Meanwhile, the cultivators outside the shield were eager to rush in and tear the old villain to pieces like a pack of savage wolves. Lu Zhou noticed that the loyalty of his first 3 disciples had decreased by 5%. However, his tone suddenly changed. But, this doesn't mean you can lift a finger against me. Lu Zhou crushed a Ji Tiandao's peak form experience card. Instantly, his dried-up meridians, Dan Tian, and Sea of Qi were filled to their maximum levels. With him at the center, a powerful blast rolled out in all directions. Ah! How is this possible? Duan Muxing, Mingshi, and Zhao Yu were thrown backward, each spitting out a mouthful of blood, while little Yuaner's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at her master. Waves of the powerful blast shattered the shield, which was already on the verge of collapsing. In the blink of an eye, the shield vanished. Tens of thousands of cultivators watched in astonishment, and the entire world fell silent. Wasn't he hurt? How can he still emit such powerful blasts? I clearly saw him running back into the shield in panic. I have a bad feeling. Stop saying that, I can feel my legs shaking. The top 10 experts also stared angrily at Lu Zhou, looking incredulous. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou took a deep breath and did not even glance at his 3 villainous disciples. The feeling of peak form was truly exhilarating. He felt as if everything was under his control, and everyone before him had become ants he could crush with just the flick of a finger. As soon as Duan Muxing and the other 2 disciples fell to the ground, they rolled over and knelt on both knees, saying in unison, "This disciple begs Master's pardon." Blood trickled from the corners of their mouths onto the backs of their hands. Their fingers trembled, and they dared not even breathe too loudly. Lu Zhou glared at them and lifted a hand. A powerful blast surged toward the 3 disciples like a massive wave. You have disobeyed me, and you will be punished. Asterisk bam. Bam. Bam, asterisk. 3 beams of golden light struck the 3 disciples, causing them to vomit blood again. I'll deal with you when I return. Lu Zhou did not look at them but glanced at the remaining time. He still had about 29 minutes. It had not taken him too long to teach the 3 disciples a lesson. Now, he had to deal with the tens of thousands of cultivators and the 10 experts of the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Staring at Luo Changfeng, who hovered midair, Lu Zhou said, "Let me see how much stronger you've become in the past month." Boom! He pushed off the ground with a foot and shot into the air like a missile, moving at lightning speed. As he ascended, he shouted, "Avatar, the 100 Tribulations in sight." An avatar over 100 feet tall and 20 feet wide appeared in the sky, enveloped in golden light. Beneath it, a golden lotus with 8 petals spun rapidly. At the sight, Luo Changfeng stepped back hastily, shock evident on his face. "Stop him." The other 9 experts flew into the air and summoned their avatars as well. 10 avatars joined together to form a wall, while the rest of the cultivators quickly retreated and hid behind them. Even so, many weaker cultivators were stunned and fell to the ground because they did not retreat in time, and some even died on the spot, blood gushing from their 7 orifices. Heavens! I can't believe he used his strongest move right away. This is one of Ji Tiandao's strongest moves, the 8-leaf avatar of 100 Tribulations Insight. Don't panic. Although his 100 Tribulations Insight is powerful, it consumes a lot of energy. As long as we can withstand this attack, he will be finished. This was also what the top 10 experts thought. Led by Luo Changfeng, the 10 avatars continuously resisted the corrosion of the 100 Tribulations Insight. Everything within 100 miles was illuminated by the bright light from the 11 avatars, while beasts and birds fled in panic for their lives. After using the peak form experience card, all of Ji Tiandao's major skills appeared in Lu Zhou's mind. The avatar of 100 Tribulations Insight was one of his strongest skills. But why did he use it right away? Because the experience card would disappear once the time was up. So, he might as well use it without hesitation. "Since you like to use a sword, I'll use a sword too." Lu Zhou lifted his right hand. A blazing white light appeared between his index and middle fingers, forming a dazzling sword. Then, energy swirled around the blade and converged into a sword beam. The imperfect divine intervention? Instinctively, Duan Muxing looked up, and his body trembled. After all, this move was one of the Divine One technique's strongest moves. The Divine One technique comprised sword and spear moves. Duan Muxing had always wanted to learn all the sword moves, but it was too bad that Ji Tiandao refused to teach him the last one. He never thought he would see this move on such an occasion. Duan Muxing was wrong, Mingshi was wrong, and Zhao Yu was wrong too. Their master could not only use his avatar of 100 Tribulations Insight with ease, but also the imperfect divine intervention. This move, of course, was one of his strongest skills. More terrifyingly, under the influence of the avatar, the power of the imperfect divine intervention was magnified. Luo Changfeng's eyes widened, and his lips trembled as he said, "Retreat." Retreat? If we don't retreat now, all 10 of us will certainly be seriously wounded. Not only is this old villain not injured, but he is stronger than ever. Luo Changfeng said reluctantly. How did this happen? Chang Jian of the Duanling branch was full of doubt. They didn't have such a hard time fighting Ji Tiandao a month ago, and they were sure that they had injured him during the battle. But now, it seemed that they were also wrong. Lu Zhou floated in front of his avatar, as if they had merged into one. Then, his imperfect divine intervention approached quietly, as if it had split the void. Swoosh! 10 avatars faded away simultaneously as the top 10 experts moved back in the sky. And when they retreated, it was the weaker cultivators hiding behind their avatars who suffered. In the next instant, the powerful sword beam fell from the sky, slashing through the crowd. The top 10 experts suddenly realized the seriousness of the problem. In the battle a month ago, Ji Tiandao had fought 10 of them alone using his avatar of 100 Tribulations Insight, without any other powerful moves. This time, however, the old villain kept using ultimate skills as if he were fighting desperately. What scared them even more was that he looked very relaxed. Indeed, he was very relaxed. Lu Zhou noticed an interesting phenomenon. The key to the peak experience card lay in the word peak. Whenever he used some energy, it would be instantly replenished to the maximum level. The effect truly lived up to its name, the peak form experience card. It was an amazing item. Lu Zhou decided to use them sparingly, as he only had 3 experience cards. Therefore, he had to finish the battle as quickly as possible. The imperfect divine intervention had slain hundreds of cultivators, terrifying the weaker ones. Since the peak form was unlimited, Lu Zhou wouldn't waste the opportunity. He began spending his energy without restraint, killing nearby cultivators. After a moment, he glanced around. All the nearby low-level cultivators had retreated. How could anyone else dare to stay when even the top 10 experts had retreated? The crowd of cultivators scattered and fled in a fan shape. Alone and without the ability to replicate himself, Lu Zhou couldn't catch them all. He frowned slightly and set his sights on the top 10 experts. Trying to flee? A pity you're too slow. Lu Zhou moved like a bolt of lightning, leaving residual shadows in midair. His villainous disciples were dumbfounded at the sight. Duan Mingshi looked frightened as he muttered, Master's mighty divine ability, soul chase. Third senior brother, what should we do now? Mingshi, usually a witty guy, was now out of ideas. His eyelids twitched with panic. How do I know? Zhao Yu suggested boldly, why don't we run away too? The 9th disciple quickly said, Senior brothers and sister, listen to me. Just stay put. Master has the mighty divine ability, so you can't run away from him. A deep sense of despair welled up in their hearts. The reason Soul Chase was a mighty divine ability was that it could catch up with the target in a very short time. Its only weakness was that it consumed a significant amount of energy. They were already surprised by the continuous use of ultimate skills by their master, and they did not expect he could still use such a powerful divine ability. The villainous disciples could not understand why their master let the enemies insult him at the foot of the mountain and allowed their eldest senior brother and the others to betray him, despite his great strength. Of course, they were not the only ones who could not understand it. You cannot catch old birds with chaff. It turns out Master had been acting all along and deliberately deceiving us. Could it be that Master is tired of playing the old routine and wants to change the pattern? The 3 disciples' minds were filled with various conjectures. However, instead of getting the right answer, they were horrified by their own guesses. The moment Soul Chase was used, the 100 Tribulations Insight Avatar and Lu Zhou disappeared together. Meanwhile, Luo Changfeng flew in the sky, looking back over his shoulder from time to time. The cultivators of the orthodox sects had fled in panic, like a herd of innocent sheep who had just seen a savage wolf. Eh? I've been waiting for you for a while. Why did you fly here only now? In front of him floated a familiar figure. Luo Changfeng halted abruptly and said, Old villain? He's so fast, cold sweat trickled down his back. Why is he chasing me instead of the others? He thought bitterly. As if reading his thoughts, Lu Zhou quipped, Where's your arrogance from just a while ago? You. Don't push me too hard. Luo Changfeng glared at him. What will you do if I push you too hard? Mustering his courage, Luo Changfeng continued, You've used a mighty divine ability of the nascent divinity tribulation realm 3 times in a row. If you continue, you will exhaust your energy. Do you think using Soul Chase is as simple as eating rice? The Avatar of 100 Tribulations Insight is also a mighty divine ability. Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Zhou appeared in front of him. In the blink of an eye, the familiar 100 Tribulations Insight Avatar also appeared behind him. Only a handful of cultivators in the cultivation world had 100 Tribulations Insight Avatars. A golden lotus was its unique symbol, and the number of leaves it had depended on the person's cultivation base. Ji Tiandao was the only one who had an 8-leaved golden lotus. Moreover, the 8 golden leaves showed signs of splitting again, indicating that the 8-leaf golden lotus would transform into a 9-leaf golden lotus, and then a 10-leaf, which was the unique symbol of the Thousand Realms whirling avatar. I only know ultimate skills, Lu Zhou's voice drifted over. Luo Changfeng forgot to resist. He had already used his avatar once. The difference between a 7-leaf and an 8-leaf 100 Tribulations insight was tremendous. Moreover, he had also used the flash of Heavenly Sword. To get this far, he had done his best. How could he resist the old villain who kept using ultimate skills? Stop. Luo Changfeng raised a hand. I'm sorry. I can't stop. What? The 100 Tribulations insight avatar crashed down like a great mountain. Boom. The earth trembled. It was as simple as killing an ant with a pinch, there was almost no resistance at all. In the blink of an eye, Luo Changfeng vanished into thin air, leaving nothing behind. Lu Zhou glanced at the remaining time. There was still some time left. There was no need to pursue others. Even if he caught up with them, he could only kill a few more. However, once the experience card's effect disappeared, he would be in a pretty bad situation. After this incident, Lu Zhou realized the value of the experience card. It could turn a bad situation around, so he must not waste it easily. Using the remaining time, he used the mighty divine ability again and returned to Golden Court Mountain. The orthodox cultivators had scattered and fled with their tails between their legs. Meanwhile, the top 9 experts fled in 9 different directions to maximize their chances of survival. They were not that stupid. When they saw the 100 Tribulations insight avatar appear on the horizon again, they knew something had happened to one of their companions. Nothing special happened for a long time after that. Ding! You've completed the prerequisite quest. The merit points are zeroed. The main quest is triggered, Tame the Villainous Disciples. He who teaches me for a day is my father for life. Those who betray their master are treacherous, and those who are disloyal are worse than pigs and dogs. Tame your disciples and increase their loyalty. Task number 1, increase CI Yuaner's loyalty to more than 80%. Task number 2, punish the 3 villainous disciples. This system is really too stingy. I've repelled tens of thousands of cultivators, and yet it didn't even reward me. It should at least give me a peak form experience card. How can it not give me anything? Tip number 1, the peak form experience card is a precious item provided due to the host's weak strength. Please use it carefully. Tip number 2, please try your best to improve your strength. The time for the peak form experience card is over. With that, Lu Zhou felt all the energy in his body disappear instantly. It felt really good to be so formidable, and he wondered how long it would take him to reach the same realm if he were to cultivate on his own. Cards were always cards, and they did not really represent his strength. Without strength, he could only beat ordinary people. He could beat no one with this old body. When he saw his 3 wounded disciples and little Yuaner kneeling at the entrance, Lu Zhou calmed himself down. He must be poised and not fussy like a young man. That was too childish. Experienced and prudent? Lu Zhou thought of the words, so he put his hands behind his back and walked over. As for whether he should behave like Ji Tiandao from the past, he didn't care anymore. He was already here, and there was no point in thinking too much. Lu Zhou stood in front of the 4 disciples, his eyes moving from Duanmuxing to Mingshi and finally to Zhao Yu. Little Yuaner. This made Duanmuxing and the other 2 shiver with fear. Master? Little Yuaner quickly responded. You may get up. Yes. Lu Zhou noticed that her loyalty had risen to 65%, while Duanmuxing, Mingshi, and Zhao Yu's loyalty stood at 30%, 20%, and 40% respectively, stopping their decline and beginning to rise. However, this level of loyalty was far from enough. Without saying more, he told his 9th disciple, I'm tired. Assist me. Let's go back. Secretly pleased, little Yuaner approached him with small steps and helped him up the mountain like an obedient servant girl. As a result, Duanmuxing and the other 2 disciples were left behind. Since the master had not said they could rise, they naturally did not dare to move. Moreover, all of them were still wounded from their master's slap and did not feel well. Old 4th, you've left me in a terrible situation. Duan Muxing said with a wan look. How can you blame me? It was only after careful analysis that I concluded Master was injured, Mingshi replied. Careful analysis? Then you must be very skilled at analyzing, Zhao Yu complained. If it hadn't been for her fourth senior brother's change of attitude, she would not have joined the rebellion. Who could have predicted this would happen? I had calculated everything but overlooked this one thing. What did you overlook? Perhaps, maybe, probably. Master is tired of the old routine and wants to try something new. Duan Muxing and Zhao Yu were speechless. Why don't we run away now? Zhao Yu whispered. Run away? How? Didn't you see Master display his mighty power? When Master pursued the top 10 experts just now, he used his avatar twice, imperfect divine intervention once, and soul chase once. Junior sister's suggestion is worth considering, Mingshi nodded slightly. Consider my ass. If Master really wanted to kill us, he would have. No matter what Mingshi said, Duan Muxing dared not believe him again. As the saying goes, a fall into the pit, a gain in your wit. Since the Master didn't harm them, it meant they still had a chance to live. If they really ran away, they would be like their eldest senior brother and the others. Lu Zhou slowly sat down inside the gazebo. Despite everything that had just happened, he did not feel short of breath at all. After his cultivation base was restored to the 9th tier of body tempering, he had no trouble ascending and descending the mountain. Although his disciples could sense something peculiar about his aura, they did not dare to doubt his cultivation base. Mingshi even concluded that he was playing a new routine with them. Little Yuan, how long have you been in the sect? Lu Zhou asked. I've been following Master for 5 years. 5 years, it took her only 5 years to reach the divine court realm. What kind of heaven-defying prodigies had Ji Tiandao taken in as disciples? Lu Zhou speculated that Ji Tiandao must have received some kind of help from the system before it was activated. Have you realized what you've done wrong? Lu Zhou said with mixed emotions. Little Yuaner dropped to her knees at once and murmured, Master. I was wrong, I should never have listened to the senior brothers. Master, you must believe me, I've always been very good and obedient. That's not what I'm referring to. Ah? At the end of last year, did you leave Golden Court Mountain without my permission and rob the cultivation books and records of 2 major sects? I'm sorry. Why did you do that? Lu Zhou searched his memory but found no motive for little Yuaner to do that. Little Yuaner stuck out her tongue and said, 4th senior brother said that people whose names are not on the black roll are not worthy of being disciples of Golden Court Mountain. So. I went. Black roll? Lu Zhou had no information about it either. It is a list prepared by the cultivation world, and the cultivators on the list are all evildoers. The senior brothers and sisters have all entered the top 30, and Master. Say it. Master, you are at the top of the list. Lu Zhou. When little Yuaner saw her master lost in thought, she did not dare to continue talking, but secretly observed. The change in the atmosphere made her afraid to even breathe too loudly. After a while, Lu Zhou said, Forget it. It is the fault of parents to feed and clothe their children without proper education, and it is the laziness of a teacher to educate students without being strict. I didn't teach you well. When she heard that, little Yuaner gave her master a complicated look. Although she had only joined the sect for a very short time, far shorter than the other senior brothers and sisters, she knew quite well about the old man in front of her. What was wrong with her master? Lu Zhou sensed her doubts and said, Yuaner, you are my favorite disciple. From now on, I want you to stop doing evil deeds. Can you do that? Yes, Master. Now get up. Yes. Little Yuaner was overjoyed at being forgiven. Hee. Master is the best. Let me massage your shoulders. She hopped behind Lu Zhou like a rabbit. Lu Zhou sighed inwardly. Although Ji Tiandao had cultivated 8 villainous disciples, at least one still had a conscience and was filial. If he had not arrived in time, he feared this youngest disciple would have soon turned evil as well. Peers could influence one's behavior, both positively and negatively. Although little Yuan'er was quick-witted and mischievous, her mind was simple and easily corrupted. Ding! You've completed a task. CI Yuan'er's loyalty has reached 80%. You are rewarded with 100 merit points. Lu Zhou glanced at little Yuan'er. Sure enough, her loyalty had reached 80%. He nodded with satisfaction and said, "Go get the other 3 here." Yes. Little Yuan'er ran down the mountain as quickly as a monkey. Lu Zhou felt slightly relieved. System, are there better ways to punish villainous disciples? In his previous life, he was an executive in a company. Although he did not have Ji Tiandao's 1,000 years of worldly experience, he had his own views on training subordinates. He believed the same principles applied to teaching disciples. The more they were pressured, the more likely they were to bounce back. At the end of the day, the reason these disciples were evil was all due to Ji Tiandao's teachings, so it was Ji Tiandao whom they hated. Since Lu Zhou had replaced Ji Tiandao, he had to follow this path as well. Still, the system did not respond. "Since you won't answer me, I'll do it my way," Lu Zhou said. After a while, Duan Muxing, Mingshi, and Zhao Yu ascended the mountain, entering the gazebo with their heads bowed and a bit frightened. They immediately fell to their knees. Meanwhile, little Yuan'er stood aside in silence. "Master, please spare my life. Master, please forgive me. Master, please spare my life." Their loyalty stood at 40%, 35%, and 42%, respectively. These numbers were still very low. At this level of loyalty, the slightest change could easily turn them against him. The gazebo was filled with silence. No one dared to speak since Lu Zhou had not said a word. At this moment, silence was more powerful than any words. The silence made the 3 disciples uneasy and sent chills down their spines. A quarter of an hour passed and Lu Zhou still did not speak. He only sighed or shook his head from time to time. Finally, the 5th disciple, Zhao Yu, could no longer endure the bizarre atmosphere. She threw herself to the ground, burst into tears, and cried out, "Master, I was wrong. I got confused in that moment. Ever since I joined the sect, I've never thought of betraying you. I beg for your forgiveness, Master." With someone taking the lead, Duan Muxing and Mingshi followed, begging for mercy. "Master, I've been in the sect for over 100 years. All these years, I've put in a lot of effort in everything I did. Considering how long I've followed Master, I beg for mercy and my life. Master, I joined the sect 60 years ago and have never once disobeyed you. It was only in my ignorance that I committed such grave disobedience. I beg for mercy and my life." Lu Zhou glanced at the 3 disciples as he slowly rose to his feet. His slap had left them suffering so much that they had trouble standing. Little Yuan'er, thoughtful as he was, ran over to help them until they steadied, then stepped aside. Lu Zhou stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Instead of looking at them, he walked to the edge of the gazebo and overlooked the mountains. A mist was rising in tendrils between the mountains, swirling in the air. Golden Court Mountain, without its shield, looked somewhat mysterious. "Old Third." "Yes, Master." Duan Muxing trembled as he bowed his head and answered. "What is your ranking on the black roll?" I'm at the 18th place. "And Old Fourth?" I'm not as good as senior brother. I'm at the 25th place." Zhao Yu didn't wait for her master to ask, "I'm lucky enough to be at the 28th place." "Lucky?" Lu Zhou's voice grew serious. "You are truly my amazing disciple. Since when has it become something to be proud of to have your name on the black roll? You've disgraced me." "I was wrong." Zhao Yu's heart trembled. Lu Zhou had just begun to lecture when he suddenly remembered what little Yuan'er had told him, that his name was at the top of the black roll. It seemed he had disgraced himself the most. For a moment, he felt embarrassed, but then he set it aside. Since you know you are wrong, you must change, Lu Zhou said faintly. Change? How? The three disciples looked at each other. They thought they were on the same path as their master, and their styles of doing things were also learned from him. No evil shall be done henceforth. Can you do that? Lu Zhou said, word by word. The trio paused, giving their master a somewhat incomprehensible look. Then, they replied in unison, this disciple will obey master's order. A heavy silence fell upon the gazebo once again. After some time, as Lu Zhou looked at the scenery in the distance, he sighed and said, one thing I've done wrong in my life is that I've only taught you how to cultivate, but not how to conduct yourselves. I was wrong, too, and because of that, I produced a bunch of treacherous disciples like you. Without commenting on what they had done in the cultivation world, just the fact that they disobeyed their master and harbored the intention of betraying the sect was enough to mark them as treacherous. The four disciples did not dare to make a sound. Who dared to say the master was wrong? Duanmusheng, Mingshi. Yes, master. Both disciples answered at the same time. The shield of Golden Court Mountain is broken now. Your punishment is to guard the mountain while the shield is being repaired, and you are not to leave without my permission. When the repair is done, I'll forgive you, said Lu Zhou faintly. It was equivalent to restricting their freedom. Repairing the shield was not a simple task, and it would take at least 8 to 10 years to be completed. It was a reasonable punishment, which was far better than killing them. Both men were overjoyed. This disciple will obey master's order. Lu Zhou's eyes fell on his fifth disciple. Zhao Yu. Yes, master? Your third and fourth senior brothers need to stay on the mountain, so I punish you to atone for your crimes down the mountain. Do you have any objection? Atone for her crimes? Zhao Yu threw herself to the ground and said in a low voice, this disciple will obey master's order and dare not to object. But, speak. What crimes must I atone for? Lu Zhou shook his head. These wicked disciples had followed Ji Tiandao for so many years that their view of life and values had been entirely corrupted by him, and they had lost their basic ability to judge right from wrong. Without speaking immediately, he turned and walked past them. Though he exuded no aura or energy, the three disciples still shivered. Yuaner, tell me, what is good and what is evil? Lu Zhou asked indifferently. Little Yuaner paused, then cupped her fist and said, helping people is good, and harming people is evil? It was an answer she came up with on the spot, and she never thought it was correct. Lu Zhou shook his head. What do you think, old third? With his head bowed, Duanmusheng said, doing charitable deeds is good, while killing, burning, and plundering are evil? Lu Zhou shook his head again. Old fourth. To serve the country and people is good, and to aid villains in their wrongdoings is evil, Mingshi answered. Lu Zhou still shook his head. Their answers were too superficial and not what he sought. The four disciples watched with puzzled expressions as their master continued to shake his head. With his hands clasped behind his back, Lu Zhou said, in life, one does not need to do good deeds or serve the country and its people to be considered virtuous. One can never please everyone. But, one should not harbor guilt in their heart. The four disciples looked up slightly at their master with complex expressions. They suddenly felt that their master was very different from before. A month ago, he was telling them to kill anyone they did not find pleasing to the eyes. But now, he was making such thoughtful remarks. It was hard for them not to be surprised. One should not have any guilt in the heart. I understand now. I'll definitely kill all those fanatics who insulted master, Zhao Yu gritted her teeth and said. It seemed he had said so much for nothing. Lu Zhou did not know whether to laugh or cry. Never mind. I think it's better for you to stay on the mountain and be punished together with the others. Lu Zhou shook his head. Zhao Yu froze, then said, this disciple will obey master's order. After all, these three disciples had followed Ji Tiandao for too long. Their view of life and values were deeply rooted, and could not be changed by just a few words. She was too murderous, and it would be a terribly bad idea to let her leave the mountain. At present, Lu Zhou's cultivation base was very weak, so the crisis was still there. Moreover, those villainous disciples who had betrayed the sect were all eyeing him. Lu Zhou glanced at them once again. Their loyalty had increased to 50%, 45%, and 52%, respectively. These three villainous disciples were really stubborn. The problem of good and evil could not be solved in a short time, but their loyalty must be increased to over 60%. It seemed that the punishment of making them stay on the mountain was not enough. Lu Zhou slowly turned around and walked back into the gazebo, then sat down cross-legged. From today on, no matter what you've done in the past, I can let bygones be bygones. But if you do it again, if you are unfaithful and commit treason, I won't spare you easily. This time even little Yuaner fell to her knees, and the four of them promised they wouldn't do it again. Sure enough, the loyalty of the three villainous disciples increased by 5%. After the warning, he offered them a reward, saying, "Since you have joined Golden Court Mountain and become my disciples, I will naturally protect you all." Their loyalty increased by another 10%, while little Yuaner's increased by 2%. Lu Zhou nodded in approval. The idea of protection had significantly improved their loyalty. The world was vast and full of wonders. Although there were many renowned orthodox sects, there were also many hypocritical and treacherous individuals. In this competitive and ruthless world, people were not afraid of true villains, but of fake good men. The cultivation world was grotesque and diverse, full of intrigues. Having a place to belong was a blessing in life. In fact, this was the same reason they had come to acknowledge him as their master. Ding! You've completed the task of punishing the three villainous disciples. You are rewarded with 100 points. Lu Zhou heard the system prompt. Leave, he said in a faint voice. Yes, master. The four disciples left the gazebo. Although they were uneasy, they felt more surprised and puzzled, especially the three villainous disciples. They had committed treason, yet their master only confined them to Golden Court Mountain, which was almost a favor. In the past, they would have been brutally beaten and seriously injured. When all his disciples had left, Lu Zhou breathed a sigh of relief and opened the personal menu. Name, Lu Zhou. Race, human. Cultivation base, 9th tier of body tempering. Avatar, none. Merit points, 200. Remaining life, 321 days. Items, Tiandao Peak Form Card X2, Critical Block Card, Passive, X5. Cultivation techniques, none. He was extremely weak. It wasn't until he experienced the peak form that Lu Zhou realized how frail this body was. When he saw he had 200 merit points, he exclaimed, "Lucky draw." Ding! Each lucky draw consumes 50 merit points. If the lucky draw fails, you will receive 1 luck point. That's a rip-off. He grumbled. Shopping mall. The interface in his eyes changed. The shopping mall was filled with various weapons and cultivation techniques. You can even buy avatars? Lu Zhou was speechless. An avatar was one of the strongest skills of cultivators. When cultivators reached a certain realm, they could condense their divine senses into massive avatars. The stronger the cultivator, the more powerful their avatar. Unfortunately, most of the items were marked in red and could not be purchased. An apprentice rank avatar, basic Taiji, costs 300 merit points. A 2 transformed powers avatar costs 1000 merit points. Lu Zhou noticed that the price for the highest level avatar, Myriad Supreme, was simply a row of question marks. After glancing through them, Lu Zhou felt as though he was going to faint. He could not even afford the cheapest apprentice rank avatar. They were all terribly expensive. Although an avatar was one of the most powerful skills of cultivators, it also represented the bottleneck of a cultivator. Often, many cultivators were trapped in a certain realm, sometimes for a lifetime, because the level of their avatars could not be improved. What does it mean by not showing the cost? Lu Zhou murmured curiously. The myriad supreme avatar existed only in legends. In today's cultivation world, even a formidable old villain like Ji Tiandao only had an 8-leaf 100 tribulations insight avatar. Yes, it did show signs of breaking through to a 9-leaf 100 tribulations insight, but it was still far from becoming a 1,000 realms whirling avatar. Well, I'd better not think so far ahead. I need to get my attitude right. Since his cultivation base had reduced to the 9th tier of body tempering, he had to adopt the mindset of a weakling. He could not aspire to what was beyond his reach. Let's try the lucky draw, Lu Zhou said. Ding. The lucky draw begins. Ding. The lucky draw costs 50 merit points. You've received a reversal card. Would you like to continue the lucky draw? Oh? Such a high winning rate? I can't believe it actually didn't just give me a thank you, please try again next time prompt. Lu Zhou was a little surprised. I still have 150 merit points. Well, I'd better keep the points until I have enough to buy an avatar to improve my cultivation level. According to the normal cultivation process, he should first break through the bottleneck of the body tempering realm and enter the mystic enlightening realm before he could master the use of an apprentice rank avatar. However, since he could buy avatars in the system, that meant there was no bottleneck. Show me the quests. Current main quest, Taming Villainous Disciples. He who teaches me for a day is my father for life, those who betray their master are treacherous, and those who are disloyal are worse than pigs and dogs. Tame your disciples and increase their loyalty. Side quest number 1, increase CIU honors loyalty, completed. Side quest number 2, punish the 3 villainous disciples, completed. Side quest number 3, taming Zhu Honggong, in progress. Side quest number 4, evil must be completely eradicated. Change the situation, in progress. When he saw that the quest interface had refreshed, Lu Zhou sighed. To tame the 8th disciple means I have to find him. With my current cultivation base, this is no different from digging my own grave, he said to himself. I must consider things carefully and not act too rashly. He thought of the 3 villainous disciples. Even if he did not ground them, it would be risky to keep them so close. After all, the truth would come to light sooner or later. Only little Yuaner was the most reliable. Her cultivation base was at the Divine Court realm, her loyalty was the highest, and she was the youngest. Thus, she was the most suitable disciple to keep beside him, and he could also teach her the ways of life, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. When he thought of that, Lu Zhou slowly got up and returned to the Evil Sky Pavilion. I still have a reversal card. I need to use it before anything else. The Evil Sky Pavilion was the residence of Ji Tiandao and his disciples on Golden Court Mountain, situated at the mountain's peak, a quiet and serene place. 3 days later, at the headquarters of the Tiger Ridge Gang. How is the investigation going? I sent men to Golden Court Mountain on a flying chariot. The battle there was intense, so our men didn't dare to get too close. However, some cultivators told them they saw an avatar with their own eyes. An avatar? What kind of avatar was it? The avatar was 100 feet tall and 20 feet wide, surrounded by golden light, and it had an 8-leaf golden lotus beneath it. Plop! Zhu Honggong fell from his throne. His powerful lord's demeanor vanished, his face turned extremely pale, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. The only person who could have an avatar that tall near Golden Court Mountain was his master. After 100 tribulations inside avatar was condensed, it grew 10 feet taller with each additional leaf it produced. Zhu Honggong shook all over. It really is master. What should I do? What should I do? Inside the Evil Sky Pavilion. Lu Zhou used the reversal card, restoring his remaining life to 613 days. After a few days of rest, he felt more energetic. This card only gives me 300 days of life, which isn't as good as the first one, Lu Zhou murmured to himself. He had become a little younger again. In appearance, he hadn't changed much, except for a few more strands of black hair and a more vigorous look. I still have 150 merit points, so few. Lu Zhou did not practice any of the messy cultivation techniques in his mind, including those he had taught his disciples. Instead, he planned to redeem new cultivation techniques from the shopping mall. He did not want to repeat Ji Tiandao's mistakes. While a man's good and evil should not be judged by others, Ji Tiandao's character and the way he treated others must have led to his downfall, even causing his disciples to rebel against him. The degree to which a person could do evil was intrinsically linked to the cultivation techniques they practiced. As he was deep in thought, a voice came from outside the door. "Master, little Yuaner wishes to see you. Come in." Little Yuaner pushed open the door and walked in with small steps. Seeing her master sitting cross-legged on the ground, she chuckled and said, "Master, you are getting younger again." Flattery, Lu Zhou raised a hand and gently knocked her on the head. "Master, you are really amazing." "Am I?" "You are the only one in today's world who can force back the top 10 experts on your own," Little Yuaner said admiringly. Lu Zhou did not say anything. He had done that with the experience card, so it was not worth mentioning. Little Yuaner blinked her big eyes and said, "Master, you told me before that we can kill anyone we want as long as we are strong enough. But, why didn't you kill the senior brothers and sister?" Lu Zhou's eyes fell on Little Yuaner. He did not expect this little girl to have such dangerous thoughts. "Yuaner." "Yes, master?" "You must forget all the truth and words I have told you before." "Oh, I will." Lu Zhou noticed a hesitant look on her face. Shaking his head, he said, "Just say what you have to say. I won't blame you." "Master, you once promised me something. Do I have to forget that too?" Little Yuaner mustered up the courage to ask. What had the old villain promised her? Lu Zhou quickly searched his memory but found no relevant information. It seemed that after he had taken over the old villain's body, much of the memory was lost. "What did I promise you?" Lu Zhou was puzzled. "Master, you said that if I could reach the divine court realm, you would give me the jade horsetail whisk." Although Lu Zhou did not remember the promise, he knew about the jade horsetail whisk. It was a heaven-grade treasure that could greatly enhance a cultivator's power. However, after Lu Zhou had taken over Ji Tiandao's body, all his items had vanished. How could he give it to her now? He also understood why the old villain had done this. The betrayal of his disciples had challenged his authority. If he did not weaken his disciples, everyone would eventually turn against him. It was a desperate measure. But, words spoken were like water spilled. "Of course, you have to forget that as well," Little Yuaner said, disappointed. Lu Zhou continued, "But, I will give you another heaven-grade treasure. Horsetail whisks are usually used by elderly cultivators, and it doesn't look nice when used by a little girl like you." Little Yuaner was overjoyed when she heard this and quickly bowed, saying, "Thank you, master." Lu Zhou nodded slightly and said, "I have a task for you." "I'm at your service, master." "There are still some orthodox cultivators secretly watching us around Golden Court Mountain. I want you to settle them. I'll complete the task. Go now." The moment she left Evil Sky Pavilion, she drifted down the mountain swiftly and gracefully, like a swallow. About 10 minutes later, Lu Zhou heard the system prompt, "You've killed a villain and received 10 merit points. You've killed a villain and received 10 merit points." Lu Zhou paused for a moment, then nodded with satisfaction. Disciples could complete quests, and the master could earn merit points from their accomplishments. It was very reasonable and very nice. Within an hour, Little Yuaner had actually killed a dozen bold cultivators. At that moment, Lu Zhou summoned the menu and glanced at it. The merit points had accumulated to 300. Shopping mall. Purchase an apprentice-rank Taiji avatar. Ding. You have received an apprentice-rank Taiji avatar. The moment he received the avatar, Lu Zhou felt a rush of spring water flow from his dried-up dantian, sending streams of power throughout his body. He had broken through. He had stepped into the mystic and lightning realm from the body-tempering realm. The body-tempering realm only trained tendons, bones, and skin, so those in this realm could not use energy like cultivators. However, once a person became a cultivator, their abilities were greatly multiplied. Sure enough, there is no bottleneck. Lu Zhou felt the changes in his body. After a short moment, the activities within him settled down. Name, Lu Zhou. Race, human. Cultivation base, mystic and lightning realm, heart aperture. Merit points, 0. Remaining life, 613 days. Items, Tiandao Peak Form Card X2, Critical Block Card, Passive, X5. A 2 Transformed Powers avatar cost 1000 merit points. It was a huge rip-off. It seemed that reaching the same height as Tiandao would not be as easy as he had imagined. Besides, there was no suitable cultivation technique he could practice for the time being. Should I practice the old cultivation techniques? In Lu Zhou's mind, there were indeed many cultivation methods and experiences related to Tiandao, as well as the techniques and pros and cons of his 9 disciples. However, those techniques were tailored for them and not suitable for him. As for Tiandao's own cultivation method, it seemed to have become stagnant due to his aging body. This meant he had to prolong his life before considering continuing with it. Before then, he would rather not practice any cultivation technique than risk a poor one. He could wait, after all. By now, his merit points seemed to have stopped increasing. Little Yuaner's cultivation base is at the Divine Court realm, so it is very easy for her to deal with these small fry. I need to give them more to do. Since the disciples could help him earn merit points, he had to make good use of them. Lu Zhou slowly stood up and stretched. As he was about to step out of the door, a shadow suddenly rushed toward him. Swoosh, like a bolt of lightning, the shadow broke in through the west side window of the pavilion, short sword glinting in hand. With Lu Zhou's current strength, he could tell at a glance that the attacker was an expert. A tremendous amount of energy surged from the sword's edge, aimed straight for his heart. Should I shout for help? Bam! The sword stabbed Lu Zhou's chest, but he was unharmed. A critical block card was finally triggered. It was also at this moment that Lu Zhou saw the attacker's face. The eldest disciple of Heavenly Sword Sect, Zhou Jifeng? Lu Zhou said in surprise. Zhou Jifeng never expected to be recognized at a glance. In his panic, he pulled back the sword and leaped backward before thrusting it again. Die. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. The mystic enlightenment realm was, after all, the most useless realm in the cultivation world. There was no way he could resist Zhou Jifeng, who had stepped into the Divine Court realm. He was just like meat on a chopping block. This Zhou Jifeng was clearly here for revenge. He was a bold fanatic who did not care for his own life. Bam! Another fatal blow was delivered, but the sword was deflected by Lu Zhou's strange block once again. Zhou Jifeng rolled backward in the air, feeling a numbness in his arm. How was that possible? The evil sky pavilion fell silent. Zhou Jifeng swallowed hard, his eyes wide and bloodshot. The sword in his hand trembled slightly, and he hesitated about whether to continue the attack. Do you want to continue? Lu Zhou's eyes gleamed like torches. Strength left Zhou Jifeng's legs, and he fell back on his buttocks. The gap between them was too vast, and he had completely given up any thought of attacking. You've overestimated yourself, Lu Zhou snorted and slowly turned around. Calm down. I can't let him see my weakness. You killed my master. I will avenge him even if it costs my life. Zhou Jifeng clenched the sword tightly. You are wasting your time. Zhou Jifeng rushed forward with his sword again, moving as fast as a gust of wind. An expert in the Divine Court realm was incomparable to any ordinary cultivator. At this critical moment. Master! A blue figure flashed in from outside. Meanwhile, Zhou Jifeng's heart trembled, and his movement slowed down. Bam! The blue figure unleashed a beam of energy, knocking him flying. As a result, Zhou Jifeng coughed up a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. How dare you sneak attack my master? Are you blind? Little Yuan'er landed, baring her teeth, with a menacing smile. Stand down, Yuan'er. Master, he attacked you. I want to slice him into pieces, to help you vent your anger. Zhou Jifeng's face turned pale. Indeed, the 9 disciples of Evil Sky Pavilion were all extremely fierce. What he knew about them came from rumors, which were often exaggerated. But seeing it with his own eyes today, he found the rumors were largely true, as even this cute-looking little girl was terrifying. Zhou Jifeng regretted coming here for revenge. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou appeared calm on the surface, but he sighed inwardly. This old body is really weak. In his prime, he wouldn't have even noticed someone like Zhou Jifeng. But just now, this guy nearly killed him. Fortunately, his little disciple arrived in time. Otherwise, his 5 critical defense cards would not have lasted long, and he would have had to waste another peak form experience card. Lu Zhou wasn't surprised that Zhou Jifeng, with his divine court realm cultivation, could sneak up the mountain, given that the shield was not yet repaired and his disciples were distracted. What he didn't expect was that the other would be so bold as to launch a sneak attack. His gaze now fell on Zhou Jifeng. Name, Zhou Jifeng. Race, human. Cultivation base, early Dao shaping stage of the divine court realm. Status, enemy, hostility level 85%. I killed your master, and it's reasonable for you to seek revenge. However, you've overestimated yourself, and this is no different from committing suicide. There's no point in doing so. Lu Zhou sat down slowly, searching his mind for memories related to the young man. It turned out that Ji Tiandao had indeed crossed paths with him in the past. You began to temper your body at 8 years old, entered the mystic enlightening realm at 9, the sense-condensing realm at 13, the Brahma Sea realm at 18, and the divine court realm at 20. This made you a rare genius even in the cultivation world. You could have waited a few more years before coming for revenge. Why must you come and get yourself killed now? Zhou Jifeng truly regretted it. He was a genius known throughout the Heavenly Sword sect. Meanwhile, little Yuan'er mumbled, Master, you call this a rare genius? When I was 10, I acknowledged you as my master, and I'm 15 this year, but I've already reached the divine court realm. Lu Zhou was speechless. When Zhou Jifeng heard this, the little bit of pride he had just now vanished instantly. Don't interrupt. Lu Zhou glared at her. Little Yuan'er stuck out her tongue and stepped to the side. Lu Zhou continued, Zhou Jifeng, do you know why I haven't killed you yet? Old villain, don't be hypocritical. Whether you want to kill or torture me, just do it now. Zhou Jifeng put on a brave face. Lu Zhou shook his head. You really think Luo Changfeng is a gentleman? What do you mean? Zhou Jifeng glared at him. What an ignorant young man. You weren't even born when I met Luo Changfeng. What are you trying to say? If I told you that the person who killed your father was Luo Changfeng, would you believe it? Ding. A hidden side quest is triggered, instigate Zhou Jifeng's defection. Hint, everything you do has the potential to trigger hidden quests. This system has quite unexpected features, Lu Zhou thought to himself. Fortunately, he was old now, and his skin was saggy and wrinkled, so nobody could see the change in his expression, unless it was obvious. When Zhou Jifeng heard this, he shouted furiously, Bullsh *T. Don't you try to sow discord, old villain. Everyone in the world knows that Si Wuya, the 7th disciple of Golden Court Mountain, is a despicable man skilled in scheming. A pity that such a mean trick is useless against me. Lu Zhou shook his head and said, what an ardent but ignorant youth. In this case, I will tell you everything. When I visited Yi province many years ago, I stopped at the Jiang family for a rest. Coincidentally, the young lady of the family was giving birth. The newborn boy had an extraordinary bone structure and remarkable talents. I intended to take him in as my disciple, so I gave his parents 3 days to consider. But, regardless of their decision, I had decided to bring the boy with me. However, the next day, the entire Jiang family was slaughtered. It was already too late when I arrived. Later, the entire cultivation world thought I was the one who slaughtered the Jiang family. I've killed countless people in my life, and one more murder or one less false charge would not change that fact. All the orthodox cultivators in the world thought I did it, but nobody knew it was actually done by Luo Chongfeng. Fighting back the pain, Zhou Jifeng sneered, "You can continue to make up the story." Lu Zhou knew that the other would not believe him, so he delivered a heavy dose. "You have a birthmark on your shoulder. When you were born, the inside of your body was wet and cold. It was I who helped you get rid of that, and it is also the reason why there is a constant stream of evil energy in your body. Your surname is Jiang, and you are the son of the Jiang family." Zhou Jifeng was taken aback. Few people knew he had a birthmark on his shoulder, so how did this old villain know? "Considering your youth, if I tell you the whole truth, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle the shock. Well, you may leave now." Sometimes, a retreat is the way to advance, and what happened next proved this right. Although Zhou Jifeng didn't believe it, he still said, "I don't believe what you said. Old villain, don't think such a despicable and mean trick will work on me. If you dare to slander my master again, I will chop you into pieces right now. Do you believe me?" Little Yuana raised her hand. Zhou Jifeng, he suddenly felt that the old villain wasn't as terrible as he had imagined, but this little girl was rather scary. As the saying goes, nice people are bullied, and the gentle horses are ridden. Lu Zhou suddenly realized that when dealing with someone like this, he couldn't be too gentle. So, he laughed and said, "Your master, Luo Chongfeng, massacred the entire Jiang family, raped your mother, and abducted you. 30 years ago, he broke through to the nascent divinity tribulation realm. This realm is divided into 3 major stages: Dao Primal, Chaotic Primal, and Dao Fusing. In the Dao Fusing stage, there is a way to advance." He had not yet finished when little Yuana interrupted, "Master, I know about this. With a powerful cultivation base, a Dao Fusing expert can devour another person's energy essence and cultivation base, fusing them as one. That is why the stage is called Dao Fusing. Am I right, Master?" Lu Zhou ignored her, and little Yuana immediately bowed her head, not daring to speak again. Zhou Jifeng frowned and kept shaking his head. Lu Zhou continued, "In the entire Heavenly Sword sect, only your cultivation path is exactly the same as Luo Chongfeng's. Do you still think there's nothing wrong with him?" He didn't need to say more. Although his words couldn't immediately change Zhou Jifeng's mind or make him believe, they at least sowed doubt, which was enough. He would verify the rest himself. "I know you don't believe it. When you return, go and ask your master's master." "Little Yuana, see him off," Lu Zhou said faintly. "Master, surely you're not letting him go just like this. He attacked you." Little Yuana pursed her lips. "Don't be presumptuous." Hearing this, little Yuana could only stomp her foot lightly. Then, she turned to Zhou Jifeng, snorted, and said, "You're a stupid pig. Does my master need to lie to you? Wouldn't it be better for him to just kill you? Fool." Zhou Jifeng. His mind was now in a mess, and he kept repeating, "I don't believe," instinctively. After little Yuana saw Zhou Jifeng off, Lu Zhou glanced at the quest menu. He knew the side quest wouldn't be completed immediately. But it was only a matter of time. If Zhou Jifeng were clever enough, he would investigate what had been said, unless he was mentally impaired. "Master, why didn't you kill him?" Little Yuana asked as soon as they returned to the Evil Sky Pavilion. Lu Zhou, however, shook his head in response. The desire for vengeance in this little girl's heart was too strong, much like her senior brothers and sisters, heavily influenced by Ji Tiandao. Lu Zhou stood up, clasped his hands behind his back, and said, "Killing is not the only way to solve a problem. But master, you just sent me down the mountain to kill many orthodox cultivators. They were sneaking around Golden Court Mountain and deserved to die." Little Yuana said angrily. Speechless, Lu Zhou rapped her on the head and said, "Don't argue with me." "Ouch. Did I say you can't kill?" Killing is not the only solution, but it is sometimes necessary. Oh. Little Yuan still didn't quite understand. Just then, Lu Zhou heard a system prompt, ding. Your disciples are doing evil, and your merit points will be deducted soon. Damn it. My merit points can be deducted. Though he tried to remain calm, he almost collapsed at the moment, cursing. Go and bring your senior brothers and sister here. Yes, master. With a frown, Lu Zhou asked, System, I have so few merit points. Why are you still deducting them? The system, of course, did not respond. It seemed to imply that while he could gain merit points from his disciples, he could also lose them when his disciples committed evil deeds. But, what exactly had they done to be considered evil? Before long, the three villainous disciples, Duanmuxing, Mingshi, and Zhao Yu, walked into Evil Sky Pavilion with their heads bowed, led by little Yuan, as if nothing had happened. Greetings, master, they said in unison. Tell me what you did just now, Lu Zhou asked, his face expressionless. Ah? Master, we've been doing what you asked us to do, patrolling around Golden Court Mountain. We didn't do anything else. Mingshi said with an innocent look. Lu Zhou said faintly, You should know my temper. I don't like anyone lying to me. When the trio heard this, their expressions changed slightly. The fourth disciple, Mingshi, said hastily, We found some hunters in the southern foothills. Golden Court Mountain is not a place for them to hunt. So, you attacked them? I'm sorry, master. I should have killed them all. Mingshi said. Lu Zhou was silent for a moment. Golden Court Mountain is famous in the cultivation world. How could those hunters not know that? It is very likely that they are spies sent by those so-called orthodox sections. Master, I'll go and kill them all now. Mingshi turned around and was about to leave when Lu Zhou, somewhat speechless, said, Hold on. Ah? The shield has not yet been fully repaired, so it is normal for someone to accidentally trespass our land. You just have to drive them away and only attack when you discover someone with ill intentions, Lu Zhou explained. The three villainous disciples looked at each other, thinking, Wait, this is not Master's usual routine. Shouldn't we kill those intruders and their families? This disciple will obey Master's order, they said. Their loyalty was 68%, 62%, and 65% respectively. After that, they went to the foothills together. As soon as they left the Evil Sky Pavilion, they felt the pressure in their hearts lift. The fifth disciple, Zhao Yu, smiled and played with her hair. Master has suddenly become so gentle that I'm not used to it. Senior brothers, do you feel that Master has become different from before? Mingshi, who boasted of being good at analysis, stroked his chin. Don't panic, don't blindly analyze, and learn from your mistakes. Maybe Master is trying a new routine. Yes, we just have to follow his orders and not ask too much, Duanmuxing said, not caring much and making his way down the mountain. Before long, Lu Zhou, who was resting in the Evil Sky Pavilion, heard a prompt. You have saved 15 innocent lives and are rewarded with 150 merit points. You have received the worship of 14 people and are rewarded with 14 merit points. You have received the devout worship of 1 person and are rewarded with 10 merit points. Hint number 1, devout worship has a 10x bonus, and ordinary worship does not have a bonus. Hint number 2, you will not receive merit points again from the same worship. Hint number 3, merit points will not be rewarded from worship that is deliberately planned. Lu Zhou opened his eyes instantly. What? I can get merit points from worship? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Whenever someone knelt and bowed to him, he would actually receive merit points. Little Yuan, where are you? Yes, master? Clad in blue, little Yuan darted in from outside. Inform your senior brothers and sister that they must treat innocent people kindly. Kindly? Little Yuan's face showed disbelief at the words coming from her master's mouth. Go now. I'll inform them right now. Filled with doubts, little Yuan went to the foot of the mountain. When she told the 3 villainous disciples what Lu Zhou had said, Zhao Yu stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Fourth senior brother, there's something wrong with Master's new routine. No matter how his taste has changed, he would never ask us to treat others kindly. Mingshi looked at little Yuan and asked, little junior sister, did Master really say that? Little Yuan nodded. Yes, those are Master's exact words, treat innocent people kindly. Finished. We're finished. Mingshi paced back and forth. Old Fourth, what do you mean by that? Duanmu Xing asked, frowning. Master has done all the evil things in his life, so if he really wants to try a new routine, he can only play with kindness. But, that doesn't necessarily mean we are finished, Zhao Yu said with a smile. The problem is that I don't know how to be kind at all. Mingshi felt like weeping but had no tears. Looking at her helpless senior brothers and sister, little Yuan cleared her throat. Aren't you thinking too much? Their eyes fell on her simultaneously. Since you are so close to Master, do you know any secrets we don't, little Yuan? Yes, tell us quickly. There's no secret, but Master did tell me one thing. What is it? Killing people is not the only way to solve a problem. The 3 disciples paused. I knew it wasn't that simple. Although Master has a mighty cultivation base, he would never say something so profound. Mingshi slapped his thigh. Meanwhile, at the Tiger Ridge Gang's headquarters. Chief, the Derived Moon Palace wrote back, what does the letter say? Zhu Honggong was overjoyed. The palace master of the Derived Moon Palace said that since the old villain of Golden Court Mountain could kill Luo Changfeng, the sect leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, with one move, it means his cultivation base has recovered. Therefore, he cannot help you. He also asks you to hide, as you are the weakest. Plop. Zhu Honggong fell to the ground. He felt a chill run down his back, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Why is this happening? How could Master be so powerful? Chief. Don't panic. Calm down. I'm still here. Why do you need to be so scared? Ding. You are rewarded with 50 merit points for taming Zhu Honggong. Lu Zhou was rather puzzled when he heard the prompt. Why am I rewarded with merit points related to Zhu Honggong when I have done nothing to him? He glanced at his personal menu. Name, Lu Zhou. Race, human. Cultivation base, Mystic Enlightening Realm, Heart Aperture. Merit points, 244. Remaining life, 610 days. Items, Tiandao Peak Form Card X2, Critical Block Card, Passive, X5. He was still extremely weak. Although he found a new way to accumulate merit points, the items costing at least 1,000 points seemed out of reach. The merit points he had were just a drop in the ocean. These points were barely enough for a few lucky draws, and nothing else. Lucky draw. Ding. This lucky draw costs 50 merit points. You have received a Whitzard. A Whitzard. Lu Zhou's cloudy old eyes widened in excitement. It was a heaven-defying prize. Ji Tiandao owned various cultivation techniques, weapons, and even such a rare mount. After all, he was an old villain who had lived for 1,000 years and had accumulated many things. But now, Lu Zhou had replaced Ji Tiandao and owned nothing. He was very poor. He never expected to get such a rare mount through a lucky draw. The world of Great Yen was full of strange and wonderful things. Those who couldn't catch demon beasts or wild beasts as mounts found ways to craft flying chariots or learn the art of flying swords to soar through the air. But none of these were as impressive as an actual mount. If it were in modern times, a Whitzard would be equivalent to the most luxurious car, symbolizing status. The higher the level of the wild beast a person controlled, the stronger they naturally were. Whitzard. Lu Zhou called out. At his voice, a beast with the body of a lion, 2 horns atop its head, and a goatee, bathed in auspicious light and stepping on clouds, flew over and landed in the courtyard of Evil Sky Pavilion. Lu Zhou froze for a moment as he stared at the shining Whitzard in the courtyard. Even though he had Ji Tiandao's memory, which made him extremely knowledgeable, he was still thrilled when he saw the Whitzard. He casually waved his hand. At the gesture, the Whitzard spun in the courtyard and disappeared, as if it had squeezed into the void. At the foot of the mountain, the three villainous disciples looked back over their shoulders at the evil sky pavilion on the mountaintop, their faces blank. Is there something wrong with my eyes? I seem to see a very strong auspicious energy. Your eyes are fine, because I sensed it too. It's a new routine. Master is deliberately concealing his evil aura. Just pretend you didn't see it. Yes, just pretend we didn't see it. Inside the evil sky pavilion, Lu Zhou felt a little lightheaded from his string of lucky draw wins. He had indeed decided to use the rest of his merit points on lucky draws. Lucky draw. Ding. This lucky draw costs 50 merit points. Thank you for trying, you have received 1 luck point. Lucky draw. Ding. This lucky draw costs 50 merit points. Thank you for trying, you have received 1 luck point. Just like that, he got 2 thank you for trying in a row. So, after giving me some sweets to get me addicted, you're not giving me anything now? Lu Zhou was speechless. Lucky draw. Ding. This lucky draw costs 50 merit points. Thank you for trying, you have received 1 luck point. He was left with 44 merit points, so he could not continue. Hence, he helplessly closed the lucky draw function. It is all a trap. However, he was not too disappointed or regretful. On the whole, the payoff was huge. With just 4 lucky draws, he had acquired a Whitzard, which was considered a great deal. Near the foot of Golden Court Mountain, 3 middle-aged men, riding tall horses, looked in the direction of the mountain. Ahead is the Golden Court Mountain, the lair of the old villain who holds sway in the cultivation world and keeps everyone at a fearful distance. Lord Steward, why did Lord Patriarch send you honor to Golden Court Mountain? This place has a bad reputation. Do you think this is what Lord Patriarch wanted? The old villain kills people without batting an eye. It was out of helplessness that Lord Patriarch offered you honor to become his disciple. I just hope the old villain will help our family through this disaster for you honor's sake. The steward, who led the group, shook his head helplessly. I hope so, too. It is said that the old villain repelled the top 10 experts alone a few days ago and even slew the sect leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, Luo Changfeng, with 1 move. If he is willing to help, the CI family will surely survive this disaster. The 3 men continued their ride. When they entered the mountain forest, a black figure suddenly floated up in the sky like a ghost and spoke in an eerie voice, "Who are you? How dare you trespass on Golden Court Mountain?" The 3 men immediately dismounted and fell to one knee, looking up at the sky. The CI family from the city of Anyang offers greetings to the experts of Evil Sky Pavilion. The steward swallowed as beads of cold sweat trickled down his cheeks. The CI family from the city of Anyang? Mingshi Yin's figure flashed from hundreds of meters away, leaving numerous afterimages behind. Meanwhile, Duan Muxing and Zhao Yu appeared out of nowhere, standing on either side of him. The 3 men widened their eyes, and their lips trembled. Seeing for oneself was 100 times better than hearing from others. It was said that every villain of Golden Court Mountain was terrible, and they found it to be true after seeing them with their own eyes. Old Fourth, the CI family of Anyang is little junior sister's family, said Duan Muxing. I know that. Fortunately, I'm smart. According to Master's new routine, we can't kill them now and have to treat them kindly. Besides, they are from little junior sister's family, said Mingshi Yin, nodding. Fourth senior brother has a point. That made the 3 men of the CI family exchange a puzzled look. Mingshi Yin smiled as he walked over and helped the steward up to his feet. Please get up. You don't have to be so courteous with us. Ah? The steward was confused by this. This must be a bait that hides the hook. The kindlier he treats me, the humbler I must behave. And hence, he said in a trembling voice, no, I do not deserve this. You are wrong. Since you are from the same family as little junior sister, you are one of us. There is no need to be so courteous among ourselves. Come, don't be so nervous. I really don't deserve this. While frowning, Mingshi kicked the steward, throwing him to the ground. Bam! You seem to prefer rough treatment, don't you? Go up the mountain now, and let master decide what should be done with you. Duan Muxing and Zhao Yu were stunned. Don't look at me like that. I can't help it. Master's new routine is really hard to get used to. In the Evil Sky Pavilion atop Golden Court Mountain. Master, representatives from the CI family of Anyang wish to see you. Which CI family? Little Yuaner's family. The memory of Ji Tiandao taking little Yuaner as his disciple in Anyang 5 years ago flashed through Lu Zhou's mind. He nodded slightly and said, bring them in. Yes, master. Before long, 3 disciples led the CI family representatives into the Evil Sky Pavilion. Little Yuaner had also returned upon hearing the news. The 3 men from the CI family had not expected such a smooth entry into the Evil Sky Pavilion. However, the easier it was, the more uneasy they felt. When they saw the elderly Lu Zhou, they trembled with fear and dared not show the slightest impoliteness. Greetings, my lord. The CI family steward knelt, and his 2 companions followed suit. Lu Zhou glanced at them and said faintly, I have a rule that those who join the Evil Sky Pavilion must sever all ties with their families and friends. Little Yuaner, do you remember this? I do remember. I will send them away right away, little Yuaner said hurriedly. The steward turned to look at little Yuaner. Sweat trickled down his cheeks as he said, young lady, it's me. Tianxin. Tianxin? Little Yuaner looked doubtfully at the middle-aged man in front of her. When she left her family, she was only 10 years old, and 5 years had passed, so her memory had faded slightly. Tianxin suddenly burst into tears and said, I've finally found you, young lady. The CI family and your parents are in trouble. Little Yuaner had left her family only 5 years ago. Over the years, she often thought of her parents and missed them deeply. Fortunately, the old villain doted on her and did not lead her completely to the evil side. However, Duan Muxing, Mingshi, and Zhao Yu felt differently. They disapproved of what they saw, thinking it was shameful for a man to cry like a child in front of so many people. So, Duan Muxing shouted in a deep voice, be quiet. This stopped Tianxin from crying and struck fear into his heart. He was so scared that he immediately bowed his head. The Evil Sky Pavilion is not a place for crying, Zhao Yu said with a smile. Little junior sister, if it weren't for his family connection to you, I would have sewn his mouth shut with my golden needle. Tianxin. Little Yuaner fell to her knees and said, Master. Lu Zhou's face remained calm, devoid of emotion. In the blink of an eye, Mingshi had an idea. He cupped his fist and said, Master, rules are made to be broken. As little junior sister's senior brothers and sister, her family is our family too. If we don't help our family in times of trouble, we'd be worse than pigs and dogs. I agree, Zhao Yu said. 4th junior brother has a point, and I think the same, Duan Muxing added. Little Yuaner was surprised to hear her senior brothers and sister supporting her. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou nodded slightly and said, there is some truth in what you say. He glanced at the 3 villainous disciples. Their loyalty had increased by another 5%, almost reaching 70%. However, it depends on the trouble. The Evil Sky Pavilion will not meddle in everything. Lu Zhou's eyes fell on Tianxin exactly. Master's mightiness is well known throughout the world. If it's only some trivial matters, I think we can just ignore them, said Mingshi. Zhao Yu rolled her eyes. This isn't being good at analysis, old 4th. You're just sailing with the wind. And you're good at flattery. Little Yuaner winked at Tianxin. At the sight of that, the steward said quickly, the CI family has always been well behaved in Anyang, and we only trade with common people. Over the years, we have lived in peace, and our business has supported the livelihood of more than 1,000 people in the family. A month ago, our trade caravan was robbed by a gang of mounted brigands while passing through a river valley. The CI family wanted no trouble, so we paid them some money. But the gang did not stop there. They rushed to Anyan the same night, robbed everything from us, and even kidnapped over 100 people as hostages. When she heard what happened to her family, little Yuan frowned slightly. The matter could be serious or minor. Zhao Yu laughed. It's only a gang of mounted brigands. Why don't you get help from the local authorities? Our family had thought so too, but as soon as the authorities heard about the mounted brigands of the river valley, they immediately drove him out. They dared not help us. Are those brigands really that strong? Zhao Yu scoffed. Tianxin said nervously, it's said that this gang of mounted brigands is backed by cultivators. No wonder. The whole story had become clear now, and everyone turned their eyes to Lu Zhou. According to Ji Tiandao's old ways, Evil Sky Pavilion would never interfere in such matters. But that was in the past. Moreover, this matter involved their little junior sister, whom their master doted on the most. Therefore, before their master even spoke, Mingshi stepped forward and said with conviction, Master, let me handle this. These mounted brigands have gone too far. How dare they kidnap little junior sister's family? I will ensure this is done right. Both Duan Muxing and Zhao Yu were rendered speechless. Old Fourth is really shameless, they thought. On the other hand, Tianxin was overjoyed, as if he were dreaming. It was much smoother than he had expected. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou was thinking. With his current strength, interfering in matters between cultivators would be like looking for trouble. However, he could let his disciples handle it and be rewarded with merit points, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Master, please allow me to atone for my crimes by doing good deeds. Little junior sister's family is in grave danger, and as her senior brother, I can't just stand by and do nothing. Yes, Master has ordered me to be grounded, but this is a special circumstance, and I hope Master can let me help them. Mingshi delivered his speech with the conviction of an orthodox cultivator, which left Duan Muxing and Zhao Yu's jaws dropping in surprise. When did Old Fourth's acting become so good? Lu Zhou looked at Mingshi and said faintly, ideally, little Yuan should handle this matter herself. But she is still young, and I'm afraid she might lose control. Since you, as her senior brother, have the heart to help her, I'll let you take care of it. I will certainly complete the task. Mingshi was overjoyed. You have 3 days. Ah? 3 days? Master, don't you think 3 days is a little bit too short? Mingshi tried to buy himself more time. While smiling, Zhao Yu said, Senior brother, you are a divine court expert. If it were me, 2 days would be more than enough. When did you become so lacking in confidence? Ugh. We grow from the same root, so why should you hurt me in such a rush? Do you think it's good to pull the rug from under my feet? Go now, Lu Zhou waved a hand. Yes, master. The reason Lu Zhou only gave him 3 days was that he did not want these disciples to be too unrestricted, lest they stay away for too long and cause too many troubles. As he thought about this, he opened the system's menu. Sure enough, there was an additional tab in the quest menu called Assign Tasks, and the first line clearly showed. Saving the CI family executor, Mingshi. Countdown timer, 2 days and 23 hours. At that moment, little Yuan fell to her knees and bowed deeply, saying, Thank you, Master. At the same time, Tianxin and his 2 companions also bowed and said, Thank you, my lord. Ding. You have received the devout worship of 3 people and are rewarded with 30 merit points. Hint, merit points will not be rewarded from worship that is deliberately planned ****. Little Yuan, send them down the mountain. Yes, master. She looked as if she had something to say. Lu Zhou read her expression and said, although your 4th senior brother loves the outside world, he always does things seriously and uses his mind wisely. He will solve the problem in less than a day. You don't have to worry. I understand now, master. On the other side, Duan Muxing and Zhao Yu froze simultaneously. Their master clearly knew that Mingshi would spend 2 days on his own affairs. Everything was under their master's control. Old Fifth. Yes, master? I want you to investigate the Heavenly Sword sect, especially its eldest disciple, Zhou Jifeng. You have 2 days. Zhao Yu beamed when she heard the order. Yes, master. I will definitely complete the task. Since he wanted to instigate Zhou Jifeng's defection, he naturally needed to keep a close watch on him. The next day, Golden Court Mountain was sweltering in August. Lu Zhou sought refuge in the gazebo to enjoy the cool air. Since he had no need to cultivate, his days became unbearably boring. He felt like an old man sitting under a large tree at the village entrance in his past life. His 3rd and 9th disciples stood guard outside like sentinels. After Zhou Jifeng's assassination attempt, they dared not be careless again. Though they believed Lu Zhou was strong enough to handle any assassin, it would be a dereliction of duty if they let any miscreants into Golden Court Mountain. Master, can 4th senior brother really help them? Little Yuaner asked hesitantly. Lu Zhou smiled faintly. Don't worry. Little junior sister, though old 4th is playful and sometimes unreliable, he always does his best to complete the tasks assigned to him. You don't need to worry. Duan Muxing reassured her. Well, I'm just afraid 4th senior brother might get distracted by play and forget the task. If he dares to forget, I, as his senior brother, will teach him a lesson before master does, Duan Muxing said earnestly. If only 7th senior brother were here. Little Yuaner muttered under her breath. Little junior sister, be careful what you say. Those who betrayed their sect were all rebellious and wicked. Mentioning a traitor in front of their master could invite a stern lecture. She realized her mistake and quickly stuck out her tongue. Lu Zhou simply shook his head. It's all right. Old 7th is indeed a rare talent. He is good at scheming but is also too fond of playing with people's hearts, always taking unnecessary pains to study insignificant problems. A clever man was always cunning, and such people were difficult to control and deal with. Senior sister's letter is here. Little Yuaner exclaimed, pointing at a carrier bird in the sky. This was no ordinary carrier bird, it was raised with spiritual energy on Golden Court Mountain and had already mutated. Some powerful carrier birds had become one of the tens of thousands of savage beasts in the Great Yen world. Among wild beasts, some, like swan geese and carrier fishes, could fly faster than carrier birds. The carrier bird shook off the letter, which fell into little Yuaner's hand. Master. Read it, said Lu Zhou. Yes, master. Little Yuaner unfolded the letter and began to read, Master, since the top 10 sects besieged Golden Court Mountain and Luo Changfeng died, the Heavenly Sword sect is in chaos, with everyone fighting to become the next sect leader. Zhou Jifeng did not succeed as sect leader after returning to the Heavenly Sword sect. Meanwhile, their former sect leader, Luo Xingkong, suddenly began cultivating in seclusion. I suspect he is likely to take this opportunity to break through the Dao-fusing stage of the nascent divinity tribulation realm. When I was spying on them at night, I found that Zhou Jifeng has begun to grow disloyal to his sect. After finishing, little Yuaner handed the letter to Lu Zhou. Shaking his head, Lu Zhou said, It's a bit too slow. Inform Zhao Yu to give him a push when necessary. Yes, master. Duan Muxing was puzzled. He cupped his fist and asked, Master, why are we helping Zhou Jifeng? He is only a cultivator who has just stepped into the divine court realm, and he is also our enemy. Lu Zhou did not answer his question. Since their loyalty was more than 80%, he had to be very careful with what he said. Seeing his master remain silent, Duan Muxing turned away in embarrassment and did not dare to ask any more questions. Ding. Mingshi has completed the task you assigned him. Ding. This task has rescued 105 members of the CI family, and you are rewarded with 1,050 merit points. Ding. You have received the devout worship of 105 people and are rewarded with 1,050 merit points. Ding. This task has slain 82 mounted brigands, and you are rewarded with 820 merit points. Lu Zhou was surprised when he heard the prompts. Could this be the right way to use the system? This single task alone had given him so many merit points. With a few balance points added, he now had a total of 2,904 merit points. Master, fourth senior brother's letter is here. Little Yuaner flew up into the sky as quickly as lightning. Read it. Master, I have rescued all the kidnapped members of the CI family and slain the mounted brigands. Additionally, I found that the cultivators behind these brigands seem to be related to Old 8th's Trigarage gang. I will look into this matter. The first half of the letter informed Lu Zhou that the task had been completed, while the last part was purely an excuse to give him 2 days to play. Lu Zhou was in a good mood, so he naturally did not quibble with the other. As they said, you cannot expect a horse to run fast when you don't let it graze. Master, fourth senior brother, said this has something to do with 8th senior brother. How could 8th senior brother do this? Little Yuaner was very angry. Old 8th is a divine court expert, so I don't think he would interfere with secular affairs. Most likely, the group of cultivators is using his name to do evil. Lu Zhou nodded and said, whether he is involved or not, let Old Fourth investigate. Since the master had reached a conclusion, the disciples naturally had no other opinions. In the afternoon, Lu Zhou did not receive a notification about the completion of Zhou Jifeng's quest, so he returned to Evil Sky Pavilion. He glanced at his merit points again to confirm the balance. Sure enough, he had 2,904 points. Shopping mall. I want to purchase a 2 transformed powers avatar. Ding. 1,000 merit points are deducted. You have received a 2 transformed powers avatar. The moment he received the avatar, Lu Zhou felt his cultivation base soar rapidly from the heart aperture stage to the mouth aperture stage of the mystic enlightenment realm. Of course, the benefit brought by the avatar was much more than that. He felt energy flowing endlessly like a river in his dantian and meridians. In the blink of an eye, he had advanced from the mouth aperture stage to the nose aperture stage, approaching the eye aperture stage. Of the 5 apertures of the mystic enlightenment realm, the heart, mouth, nose, eye, and ear, he had now broken through 4. Lu Zhou nodded with satisfaction as he sensed the energy within him. The rate at which he was progressing was likely unprecedented. I want to buy 2 reversal cards. Ding. 1,000 merit points are deducted. You have received 2 reversal cards. Use them now. A vortex suddenly appeared over Evil Sky Pavilion, sucking the surrounding life force and pouring it into Lu Zhou's old body. He was rejuvenated once again, and more dark hairs appeared on his head. The 2 cards had made him younger by 600 days. Perhaps because he had grown accustomed to the slow rhythms of his old body, he now felt refreshed and comfortable, though the change was not too obvious. No one on Earth could enjoy a reverse growth experience like this, which was probably what Lu Zhou felt right now. 2,000 merit points are gone in a flash. These points can't get me too many things, can they? Lucky draw. Ding. This lucky draw costs 50 merit points. Thank you for trying, you have received 1 luck point. Lucky draw. Ding. This lucky draw costs 50 merit points. Thank you for trying, you have received 1 luck point. He got thank you for trying 5 times in a row. Thus, Lu Zhou stopped trying his luck and glanced at his personal menu. Name, Lu Zhou. Race, human. Cultivation base, the eye aperture stage of the mystic enlightening realm. Avatar, 2 transformed powers. Merit points, 654. Remaining life, 1,209 days. Items, Tiandao Peak Form Card X2, Critical Block Card, Passive, X5, Whitzard. It seems the merit points gained from completing tasks are not as generous as I had imagined, Lu Zhou muttered. Lu Zhou glanced at the cultivation techniques and weapons in the shopping mall. The cheapest items still cost at least 1,000 merit points, so he decided not to spend his remaining points. He planned to have his disciples complete more tasks to prolong his life. Then, he would save up enough merit points to acquire a suitable cultivation technique or weapon. In his memory, this world was too dangerous. With his current cultivation base, leaving Golden Court Mountain would make it very difficult for him to protect himself. For now, he could only stay on the mountain. With this group of villainous disciples protecting him, he would not face any trouble. Of course, he also had to be wary of their potential betrayal. 5 disciples had already left, so he had to be extra cautious with the remaining 4. He was not afraid of them causing trouble, as he had peak form experience cards and critical block cards. Yuaner. Swoosh. In the quiet woods, little Yuaner appeared gracefully like a fairy, bowed, and said, "Yes, master? Bring me the 4 treasures of study from the evil sky pavilion." "Oh. Master, you never write. It was always me who wrote for you. Are you going to write today? When do I need a little girl like you to tell me what to do?" "I'll go right now." Little Yuaner lowered her head and stuck out her tongue. Before long, she brought the 4 treasures of the study and placed them before Lu Zhou. Then, she stood respectfully to the side like a maidservant, simply watching. She was curious to see what her master would do. Seeing that Lu Zhou did not chase her away, she grew bolder and stepped closer. "Master, let me grind the ink for you." Inspired, little Yuaner knelt beside the small tea table and carefully ground the ink. In his previous life, Lu Zhou was an art student. When he had free time, he enjoyed practicing calligraphy, and his work even won awards at school. So, writing was not difficult for him. He picked up a writing brush, dipped it in the ink, and wrote on a sheet of pure white paper. Yu Xinghai, Yu Shangrong, Duan Muxing, Mingshi Yin, Zhao Yu, Yi Tianxin, Si Wuya, Zhu Honggong, Si Yuaner. He listed them from top to bottom in the order he had taken them as disciples. These were the 9 evil disciples Ji Tiandao had taught, who had committed all kinds of atrocities and struck fear into the world. Lu Zhou stared at the list, lost in thought. He wondered how advanced the cultivation of the eldest disciple had become, given that even the youngest was a divine court expert. Was the eldest disciple stronger than Ji Tiandao? If so, with the murderous minds of Yu Xinghai and Yu Shangrong, how could they allow an old villain like Ji Tiandao to continue existing in this world? Moreover, Ji Tiandao should have known very well that each of his disciples was as ruthless as a tiger and as fierce as a wolf, and that they would certainly betray him one day. Had he kept some tricks and trump cards up his sleeve when he began teaching these disciples? Everything was worth pondering. Unfortunately, the most critical part of the memory was lost, leaving Lu Zhou unable to figure out the answers. Ji Tiandao, what life-saving items did you keep? As he thought, little Yuaner waved her hand in front of his face and said, with an admiring look, "Master, your writing is truly beautiful. Why did you write my name?" Lu Zhou sighed and said, "I'm reflecting." Reflecting? Self-reflection should be a daily practice. I've taught 9 disciples who do evil everywhere, causing widespread indignation and resentment. Perhaps I was wrong. While he said this, he thought, what have I done wrong? It was Ji Tiandao who was wrong. A crooked stick casts a crooked shadow, it could be seen from some subtle behaviors of these disciples. He would have felt deeply ashamed if he had disciples who wanted to kill at the slightest provocation. Then, why did Master want to take the 9 of us as disciples? And you've only taken 9 disciples. With your ability, you could open Evil Sky Pavilion and Golden Court Mountain and take tens of thousands of disciples. With so many disciples, no one would dare to disobey you, and those orthodox sects wouldn't dare to provoke us. With just one order from you, the many disciples would wipe out anyone who refuses to submit to us. Those who submit to us will thrive, and those who resist us will perish. Lu Zhou lifted his old hand and wanted to tap little Yuaner on the forehead. The little girl, not daring to avoid, hunched her shoulders and closed her eyes, waiting for the tap. However, the hand paused halfway and then gently rested on the top of her head, giving it a light stroke. Why do you keep thinking about killing people? Have you forgotten what I've told you? No, I dare not forget. Well, I've told you that killing people is not the only way to solve a problem. It's not that I want to deny you the right to kill, but you have to decide whether it is a necessary solution based on the situation. For example, do you have any reason to kill those unarmed ordinary people who have worked hard all their lives, stayed away from worldly affairs, and just want to live a peaceful life? Little Yuaner shook her head. Another example is the people of the CI family whom Old Fourth rescued. Do you think you would have had the chance to save them if those mounted brigands had killed them directly, just like what you and your senior brothers and sisters always do? Little Yuaner shook her head again. Yes, those mounted brigands deserved to die, but they were just looking for money. Killing people was not their aim. So, what are we looking for? Little Yuaner answered carefully, cultivation base? To transcend the nascent divinity tribulation realm, step into the highest realm, and gain enlightenment about immortality? Good, then cultivate hard. I kind of get it now. I'm glad to hear that. Little Yuaner nodded, her expression indicating she didn't fully understand. Then, as if she had suddenly thought of something, she said, Master, will you continue taking in disciples? Lu Zhou's eyes fell on the paper. Eh? He understood now. Little Yuaner, you asked me why I took the 9 of you as disciples just now. What do you think is the reason? Because we are amazingly gifted, and every one of us is a genius in cultivation, Little Yuaner said confidently. Lu Zhou shook his head and said, Look carefully at the paper. Do you see anything uncommon in the names? After staring at the names for a long time and failing to find anything unusual, she shook her head. Lu Zhou laughed but sneered at Ji Tiandao's shamelessness in his mind. The bright moon shines over the sea, from far away we share this moment together. Little Yuaner still looked puzzled, but when she heard the poem, she could not help clapping. It's a beautiful poem. As soon as she finished clapping, she seemed to realize something and turned to look at the 9 names on the paper again. Indeed, every character in the poem was found in the 9 disciples' names. This is why Master took us in as disciples? There seems to be one more character. Little Yuaner scratched her head, finding it slightly hard to believe. Lu Zhou also found it hard to believe that Ji Tiandao would be so particular. His 9th disciple was right, there was one additional character, sure. If Ji Tiandao really selected his disciples based on this poem, that meant his criteria for accepting disciples was not talent but name. However, in the memory Lu Zhou obtained, this world was not the same as his previous life. So, how did Ji Tiandao know about the poem? Could it be that Ji Tiandao was also a traveler from another dimension? Meanwhile, Mingshi was flying in the sky, looking down at the ground with an enjoyably smug look on his face. I finally managed to get out of Golden Court Mountain. I want to have some fun. As he zoomed over a little town called Tianxin, the people down below cried out in shock. A bunch of ignorant ants. Since I'm in a good mood today, I'll find myself a few beautiful girls and have some fun with them. He was about to swoop down when he remembered his master's words and hastily halted, murmuring, Never mind. Master likes to try new things now, and I have to follow him. Cough, cough. Well, I might as well be a good person and give you the gold, silver, and jewelry seized from those brigands. Mingshi untied his backpack and threw it toward the street in the town. Suddenly, banknotes, gold, silver, and jewelry rained down from the sky. Let me be generous just this once. Mingshi had thought of using the money to buy some girls, but since he had decided not to do that, there was no point in keeping it. Besides, he was not short of money anyway. The people in the street ran for cover, but when they saw what had fallen to the ground were gold, silver, and jewelry, they began to grab the items frantically. In the blink of an eye, all the money was gone. When the people saw the figure flash in the sky, they threw themselves to the ground and began bowing. A bodhisattva. A living bodhisattva. Thank you. Thank heaven. Ding. You have received the devout worship of 35 people and are rewarded with 350 merit points. Lu Zhou nodded slightly and murmured under his breath, they are not unteachable after all. Instead of seeking carnal pleasure, Mingshi continued flying west for half a day and landed in a wooded area outside the capital city of Yi province. This should be Tiger Ridge. He took out a map and studied it carefully before putting it away. It was a beautiful place, magnificent and tranquil, but thick with mist that hid dangerous things behind it. It seemed as if a scary beast might jump out from any corner. But it was nothing that divine court experts would fear, as no ordinary beasts could match them at this level. Old Eighth, your senior brother is here to visit you. As he said this, he drifted into the woods, moving like a ghost, each step taking him 100 feet away. Inside Tiger Ridge, the gang chief, Zhu Honggong, was sleeping soundly. Chief, a cultivator is asking to see you outside. Make him go away. He's disturbing my sleep. But, the man said. If he says anything more, castrate him and feed him to the beasts behind our base. At that moment, a burst of hearty laughter came from outside. The voice shook the whole base, echoing through the air, which could only be achieved with a very strong cultivation base. Zhu Honggong's eyes widened and his lips trembled. Is master here to kill me? Oh, heaven, at the thought, strength left his legs, and he slipped off his throne. Over the past few days, he had not been sleeping well, he was on edge all day long. Just now, he finally managed to get some good sleep, but this happened. Haha. Old Eighth, why are you so afraid? Mingshi drifted over from outside. Although some of these bandits in Tiger Ridge were cultivators, it was impossible for them to stop a mighty cultivator like him. Senior brother. Zhu Honggong patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. You scared me. I thought master was here to kill me. Oh, you still have the nerve to call me senior brother? Mingshi said. Zhu Honggong snorted and said, why are you here, senior brother? Have you decided to join me? I've told you that Golden Court Mountain is no place for us. As long as you join me, I'll make you the deputy chief of my gang. Don't give me that. Why? You want me to join you and stay in this shabby place? No way. Mingshi swaggered over. Several members of the gang wanted to stop him, but he glared at them, scaring them and making them hurriedly step back. Soon, he walked beside Zhu Honggong and snapped, get up. Hee hee. Please have a seat, senior brother. I'm here on a task to find out. Task? What task? Zhu Honggong was in a panic. Are you behind the kidnapping of the members of Anyang's CI family? Mingshi sat in the chair and looked askance at Zhu Honggong. What? No, it has nothing to do with me. Really? I swear it has nothing to do with me. The CI family is little junior sister's family. No matter how evil I am, I will never touch her family. Zhu Honggong held up 3 fingers. I've killed the whole gang of mounted brigands. They were backed by a cultivator of the sense-condensing realm, who mentioned your Tiger Ridge gang just before he died. Do you think I simply accused you for the fun of it? This made Zhu Honggong furrow his brows. Over the years since I founded the Tiger Ridge gang, I have offended many orthodox cultivators to gain a foothold. I suspect someone has framed me. That's not my concern. You have to come back with me to see master. At the mention of their master, Zhu Honggong's fat face trembled instantly, and he fell back on his buttocks. With a crying face, he grabbed Mingshi arm and said, please don't do this to me, 4th senior brother. Isn't master wounded? You can just turn a blind eye. Why should you be so serious? In any case, you will leave Golden Court Mountain sooner or later. Shut up. Mingshi glared at him and snapped, how dare a traitor like you say something so treacherous to my face? Get down on your knees. Plop. Zhu Honggong dropped to his knees obediently. Ding. You are rewarded with 200 merit points for taming Zhu Honggong. Please continue taming. Lu Zhou raised his head slightly, looked to the west, stroked his beard, and said, "This old fourth is interesting." Fourth senior brother, I was wrong. Zhu Honggong hurriedly bowed, not daring to say much. A while ago, Master defeated the top 10 nascent divinity tribulation experts of the cultivation world. I believe you have heard about it. How dare you show no respect for him? There was a hidden message in his words. In addition to warning Zhu Honggong, he also conveyed that their master's cultivation base had improved rather than declined, and that their days were numbered. Zhu Honggong took out a letter and handed it to Mingshi, saying, "Fourth senior brother, this is a letter from seventh senior brother. I believe what he said should give you some hints." Mingshi took the letter suspiciously and read it. When he was halfway through, his brows furrowed slightly. Zhu Honggong continued, "Seventh senior brother said that master's cultivation level is at the perfected stage of the nascent divinity realm, and that master had tried to break through to a higher realm several times 200 years ago, but failed. Also, when master was ambushed by the top 10 experts, someone witnessed him getting wounded by them. So, how did master recover his cultivation base? Does old seventh mean that master used some kind of secret drug?" Mingshi frowned. Exactly. Zhu Honggong stood up slowly, cleared his throat, and said, "Fourth senior brother, both you and I know eldest senior brother's cultivation base very well. He is not weaker than master. But why did he still dare not do anything to master after so many years?" Mingshi tossed the letter aside and said, "Nobody knows how many trump cards master has up his sleeve. So what? No matter how many trump cards he has, his life will come to an end one day. He will die sooner or later," said Zhu Honggong. "Hey, old eighth, what you just said is not an old seventh's letter. Who told you that? Could your pig brain have figured that out?" Mingshi looked at Zhu Honggong with surprise. "Fourth senior brother, it's wrong of you to insult me like that. I do have a brain." "Oh, forget it. Saying that you have a pig's brain is an insult to pigs." Mingshi snapped. "Who told you that? Sixth junior sister or second senior brother?" "I really figured it out myself," Zhu Honggong said, looking innocent. "Alright, forget it if you don't want to tell me. Look how scared you are." While smiling, Mingshi walked down the steps and said, "I have thought about the same thing mentioned in the letter. However, I'm different from you. I still respect master very much." "Zhu Honggong? Recently, master has been cultivating in seclusion on the mountain, so he probably won't leave the mountain. Stay in Tiger Ridge and don't cause trouble everywhere. Fortunately, master didn't order me to kill you." Overjoyed, Zhu Honggong bowed and said, "Thank you, fourth senior brother. Also, find out about those mounted brigands so I can answer to master. Senior brother has a point. I will definitely look into this matter." Mingshi walked away, leaving a trail of afterimages as each step took him 100 feet away. In just the blink of an eye, he disappeared, nowhere to be found. "Farewell, senior brother." As soon as Mingshi left Tiger Ridge, Zhu Honggong shuddered and wiped away the cold sweat from his face, his legs trembling uncontrollably. That was a close call. Seventh senior brother was right. Seeing this, one of his men cried out, "Are you all right, chief?" Aye. I'm fine. Don't panic, all of you. Calm down." Meanwhile, Lu Zhou sat cross-legged in the gazebo. After half a day of attempting to cultivate, he found that his disciples' cultivation techniques were useless for him. They failed to produce any energy at all. His meridians were too old, and his dantian and sea of qi lacked vitality, making it extremely difficult for him to gather energy. He shook his head helplessly. It seemed that the cultivation techniques and experiences of his disciples in his mind were not much use to him. Lu Zhou speculated that it was probably due to physical reasons. The present cultivation world was facing a difficult problem. As a cultivator aged, their meridians grew old, and the vitality of their dantian and sea of qi diminished, causing their strength to decline. This was the same issue Tianxin was facing, and it was the most likely problem. Due to his advancing age and declining strength, Tianxin gradually became less intimidating to his disciples, eventually leading to their betrayal. Well, it feels really awkward for a young man in his 20s to pretend to be as old and steady as a rock, Lu Zhou mused. But he had to do it. It would be strange if he acted like a child in his current appearance. It seems I need to accumulate more life force, Lu Zhou speculated. He believed that his current situation was due to longevity. Let's see how many merit points I still have. Lu Zhou called up the system panel. Name, Lu Zhou. Race, human. Cultivation base, the eye aperture stage of the mystic enlightening realm. Merit points, 1004. Remaining life, 1209 days. Items, Tianxin Peak Form Card X2, Critical Block Card, Passive, X5, Whitzard. He still had 1000 merit points, but they were too few. At the rate he was accumulating merit points, it would be quite difficult to return to his youth. He thought of the incident where Old Fourth had killed those mounted brigands and received the adoration of many, which had granted him a substantial number of reward points. These tasks all offered very lucrative merit points as rewards. You honor? Yes, Master? From today on, if anything major happens in the outside world, report it to me immediately, Lu Zhou said faintly. Little Yuan'er was puzzled. Master has always been indifferent to the world. Why the sudden interest in worldly affairs? Master, I stay on Golden Court Mountain all day and cannot know what is happening in the world. This is something that 7th senior brother excels at. His intelligence network covers the entire world and has information nodes in many places. That was a problem. Lu Zhou said, there is a station in Tianxin, the town nearest to Golden Court Mountain. Cultivators often stop there to rest and share information, and others will pay them for it. You can go there to find out what is happening in the world. Little Yuan'er beamed at the prospect of leaving Golden Court Mountain. She cupped her fist excitedly and said, Really, Master? Why are you so happy? Does staying on the mountain upset you? Lu Zhou glared at her. No, no. I just feel a little bored because I haven't been out for a long time, Little Yuan'er said. Then go now. Remember, you're not allowed to reveal who you are or kill people at will, Lu Zhou replied. What if someone bullies me? Little Yuan'er whispered. Lu Zhou knocked her on the head and said, Just go and do as I bid. Don't give me so many excuses. Ouch. Go now. How could little Yuan'er be bullied by others? Yes, Master, she said, flying away happily from Golden Court Mountain. Seeing her, Lu Zhou felt a bit envious, wondering when he could fly in the sky like that. The gazebo fell silent as he pondered what he should do next. Though Golden Court Mountain was the home of villains, it did not rule out the possibility of other assassins like Zhou Jifeng. Just then, his third disciple, Duanmu Xing, appeared beneath the gazebo steps. He bowed and said, Master, I've fixed 3 arrays. There are 5 more that need to be fixed. 5 more. Lu Zhou murmured. Originally, he had wanted the 3 of them to fix the arrays together. However, with 2 of them now out completing the tasks he had assigned, it was quite challenging for Duanmu Xing to fix them alone. After all, fixing an array required a tremendous amount of energy. Despite Duanmu Xing's profound cultivation, he alone could not sustain the constant absorption of 8 arrays. Master, at this rate, I'm afraid I can't finish the task of repairing all the arrays myself, Duanmu Xing said honestly, stealing a glance at his master's expression. Lu Zhou said in a deep voice, Are you not convinced that I made you fix the arrays as punishment? No, this disciple dares not. If you can't fix them in 1 year, spend 2 years or even 3 years to fix them. I won't spare you if you raise any objections again. Understood, Master. I was too lazy, please forgive me. I will continue fixing the arrays now. When Lu Zhou was facing the top 10 experts, they stood by and watched without helping. Now, he only asked them to repair the arrays, and yet they still complained to him. He knew very well that he couldn't be weak at such a critical time. Disciplining disciples was akin to managing subordinates in his previous life. After Duan Muxing left, Lu Zhou called up the system panel once again. Lucky draw. Ding. This lucky draw costs 50 merit points. Thank you for trying, you have received 1 luck point. Lucky draw. Ding. This lucky draw costs 50 merit points. Thank you for trying, you have received 1 luck point. He tried 10 times in a row, receiving the same "thank you for trying" prompt each time. As a result, he lost 500 merit points and accumulated 18 luck points. Frowning, he said, "System, can you have a little conscience? Don't you feel guilty about cheating me out of my merit points?" The system did not answer. Looking at the remaining 500 merit points, he gave up on trying his luck and opened the shopping mall. I want to purchase a reversal card. Ding. 500 merit points are deducted. You have received 1 reversal card. Now, he had spent almost all his merit points, leaving only 4 points remaining. Use it. Having used several reversal cards before, Lu Zhou had become rather calm and focused on the remaining life on the panel. Sure enough, it had increased to 1,509 days. If you spend all your money, you won't think about it anymore. So, the only thing left for me to do now is lie down and wait for death? Lu Zhou suddenly felt bored. It was hard to find anything to do with this old body. In his previous life, older people could still visit parks to play chess, card games, or walk their dogs. Ding. The side quest of instigating Zhou Jifeng's defection is completed. You are rewarded with 200 merit points. Ding. Zhou Jifeng's hostility level is zeroed, and his loyalty is at 10%. Ding. 2 elders are eliminated. You are rewarded with 200 merit points. Lu Zhou's eyes lit up. Zhao Yu has done a good job. Just as he was feeling pleased with the reward, a figure drifted up from the foot of the mountain. Lu Zhou glanced at the figure. It was Mingshi. Master, this disciple has completed the task and is now reporting back to you. Lu Zhou furrowed his brow when he saw Mingshi. His 4th disciple's loyalty had dropped to 58%. Clearly, there was a problem. Nevertheless, he kept a straight face, waiting for the cat to jump. Meanwhile, Mingshi continued, after killing those mounted brigands, I immediately sent a letter back with a bird. Then, I went to Tiger Ridge and met 8th junior brother. No, I met the traitor Zhu Honggong. And, I taught him a lesson. Having finished his report, he waited for Lu Zhou's response. When he saw that Lu Zhou's face was indifferent and he seemed to be deep in thought, he added, every word I said is true, and I dare not lie to Master. You have done a good job. Thank you, Master. But, the but made Mingshi nervous. His heart trembled in anticipation as he looked at his master. Lu Zhou continued, how is the investigation into the people who kidnapped your little junior sister's family? It's still in progress. Zhu Honggong claimed it has nothing to do with him. I thought about it carefully and felt that he really had no reason to do it. Besides, those people are little junior sister's family. Although he has betrayed Master, I don't think he would have done something so evil. Lu Zhou nodded. You have a point. What else? I've asked Zhu Honggong to look into it, and he's not going to stop until we get to the bottom of it. And? Ah? Surely that wasn't all you discussed when you went to see Old Eighth, was it? Mingshi Yin's heart skipped a beat. Does Master have spiritual eyes, through which he has seen and learned everything? How is that possible? His cultivation base was profound, and if anyone was spying on him, he would have detected it. Master, we really didn't talk about anything else. Mingshi knew he could admit to anything, but he must hide his rebellious thoughts at all costs. When he heard that, Lu Zhou knew Mingshi would not give up easily. He shook his head and said, forget it. Since you don't want to tell me, I won't force you. You've done a good job this time. Go help your 3rd senior brother fix the arrays. If I have any needs, I'll summon you. Yes, master. Mingshi looked to the left and then to the right but saw no signs of little Yuan. He was about to leave but stopped and asked, "Where is little junior sister?" "It's none of your business." "I understand, master." Lu Zhou picked up a book he found in Evil Sky Pavilion from the tea table and began reading it. He had nothing else to do. However, Mingshi did not leave right away. Lu Zhou glanced at him, reconfirming that his loyalty had indeed declined. This guy is harboring ill thoughts. Is he going to sneak attack me like Zhou Jifeng? But why should I be afraid when I have critical block cards and peak form experience cards? Mingshi, is there something else you need to say? The disciple walked back, went down on his knees, and cupped his fists as he said, "Master, I've cultivated the bluewood technique to the last level. But no matter how hard I try, I just can't comprehend the essence of the final level. I hope Master can give me some guidance. He is testing me." Lu Zhou knew that Ji Tiandao had deliberately not taught him all the scripts of the bluewood technique. If he gave the scripts to Mingshi now, it wouldn't take him long to break through with that talent of his. And in that moment, he would be in danger. With this thought, he cleared his throat and said, "Old Fourth, impatience is the biggest taboo for a cultivator. Every almighty expert has spent hundreds of years in boring meditation and enduring hardship. I remember your last breakthrough was just 60 years ago. Why are you in such a hurry to advance to a higher level? This. Moreover, when you approach a bottleneck, you must rely on your perception. Your perception is good, but you must not let impatience lead you astray." Mingshi bowed and said, "Master, thank you for enlightening me. I was foolish not to see that." Then, he lifted his head and continued, "Master, there is a fist style that I can't seem to use correctly. I hope Master can give me some guidance." "Ugh." Lu Zhou's eyes rested on Mingshi's face. He must have heard some slanderous words from Old Eighth and grown suspicious, so he has come back to test me. Lu Zhou had no tricks up his sleeve now and couldn't use the precious peak form experience card just to demonstrate a fist style to his disciple. But, if he refused, it would only deepen his disciple's suspicion. How was he going to guide Mingshi? He was only in the mystic and lightning realm, while his disciple was a divine chord expert. It was like asking a child to teach an adult. "Master?" Mingshi urged. Lu Zhou asked, "Which part can't you use correctly?" "I feel I can't bring out the strongest power of this fist style. It feels stuck somewhere when I use it." While nodding, Lu Zhou said, "Show me how you practice it outside the gazebo." "Yes, master." Mingshi rose to his feet slowly, his blue robe and long hair giving him an enchanting look. As he stood up straight, he lightly kicked the ground and flew out as swiftly as a swallow, leaving countless afterimages in the air. In the next instant, a gust of wind kicked up as he threw out his left fist, followed by his right. Blasts rolled out in all directions, and the whole sky filled with tremendous energy. After throwing a few punches, Mingshi floated in midair and said, "Master, this is the one." Lu Zhou stood unmoving like an old stone, his gaze fixed on Mingshi. "Do you dare to attack me?" he thought. Meanwhile, thousands of fists converged in the air and smashed toward a single target. Boom! A blast of energy hit a cliff wall, causing boulders to tumble down the mountain with a rain of crushed stones. It was a powerful punch. Mingshi descended and landed on the ground. Behind him, the rumble of the boulders took a while to quiet down. "Master, can you please tell me the flaw in my punch?" Honestly, Lu Zhou saw nothing. He couldn't keep up with Mingshi's speed at all with his current cultivation base. It was too fast, with hundreds of punches thrown out in just 1 second. What guidance could he give? Lu Zhou began to search his memory. The first style was indeed taught to Mingshi by Ji Tiandao, and similar to the cultivation technique, he did not teach the others the script of the last level. There was no problem with Mingshi's fist style. It was just that it was not backed by the last set of scripts, so its power was greatly reduced. Ultimately, it was a matter of choice. As the saying goes, when disciples master the knowledge, their master would lose his job. Lu Zhou thought for a moment and then said, "You have cultivated this fist style to perfection. I can see no problem." "Ah? Old Fourth." Lu Zhou walked over and raised his hand slightly, which made Mingshi panic. Plop. Mingshi dropped to his knees and said, I was wrong. I beg your pardon, master." Lu Zhou stroked his beard and sighed, "I have taught you how to cultivate, but I never taught you how to behave. You might be able to fool some kids with your little tricks, but how dare you use them on me? I was wrong. I dare not deceive master." Mingshi kowtowed as cold sweat trickled down his cheeks and a chill ran down his back. Master had seen it all. He thought that everything he had done with Zhu Honggong was known by Lu Zhou. Old Third. Lu Zhou infused some energy into his voice. As expected, Duan Muxing drifted over from nearby. "Greetings, master. Since you are here, stand in the open and watch. Do you think I don't know that you were hiding in a corner? Please forgive me, master." Duan Muxing dropped to his knees, guilt filling his heart. As he observed the two disciples trembling in fear, Lu Zhou realized that Ji Tiandao had planted seeds of terror in their hearts. After all, if they were ordinary villains, they would have risen to fight back. "It is good that you have come, Old Third. Your junior brother has some questions about his fist style. You will help him find the problem," said Lu Zhou. Ding. A side quest is triggered, Discipline Mingshi, executed by Duan Muxing. Duan Muxing nodded, cupped his fist, and said, "Yes, master. I will definitely help fourth junior brother find the problem." He stood up and stared at Mingshi, who looked miserable beside him. The latter felt like weeping, but he had no tears. Why does this happen to me? Could he refuse? Was there any room for refusal? He was no match for Duan Muxing at all. Master is getting more and more cunning. In the past, he always beat us himself, but this time, he has asked senior brother to do it. Old Fourth, let's go. Ugh, senior brother, please be gentle with me. Peace returned as the two men left the gazebo, where Lu Zhou sat cross-legged and continued to rest. Mingshi is finally becoming suspicious of me. At this rate, he will find excuses to fight with me sooner or later, and I'll be forced to waste a peak form experience card. Where there is a first time, there will be a second. The reason Ji Tiandao was able to reach a point where no one else could, in addition to his profound cultivation base, must be that he had obtained many trump cards from the system. That was what made his 9 disciples and the orthodox cultivators in the world fear him. Unfortunately, the only trump cards Lu Zhou had at the moment were 2 peak form experience cards and nothing else. I have to think of a way to solve this before it gets worse. In the afternoon, little Yuaner returned to Golden Court Mountain and came to the gazebo to report. Master. Lu Zhou nodded and gestured for her to sit opposite him. Little Yuaner sat down, cupped her fists, and said, Master, I spent half a day at Tongzi's station and gathered some information. Tell me. After Master repelled the top 10 experts, the top 10 sects are all adjusting themselves and are said to dare not take in any new disciples. Additionally, after Luo Chongfeng died, the Heavenly Sword sect plunged into internal strife, and their eldest disciple, Zhou Jifeng, left the sect. This was all expected by Lu Zhou. Anything else? The other sects are well behaved. However, that eldest senior brother and second senior brother, Ba, the sect leader of the Nether sect, kept sending people to gather news about Golden Court Mountain. Little Yuaner stuck out her tongue. The sect leader of the Nether sect seems to be extremely wary of Master. Lu Zhou snorted and said with a smile, I taught him many things, which made him into the fearful sect leader of the Nether sect and gave him a peak level, perfected cultivation base in the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Even so, he cannot touch me. Master is invincible. Little Yuaner nodded repeatedly, still feeling a lingering fear at the memory of her master defeating the enemies. When Lu Zhou said these words, he deliberately raised his voice so that Duan Muxing and Mingshi could hear. After all, these two disciples were most likely to grow suspicious of him. He needed to discipline them when necessary. "Stop currying favor with your senior brothers," Lu Zhou said. "Oh. What else have you heard?" Little Yuan began to give a detailed account of the news she had heard. For example, whose house had burned down, whose dog had gone missing, and so on. Lu Zhou frowned as he listened. "Yuan. Yes, master? You only need to tell me about events that are important or related to the cultivation world." "Oh." Little Yuan thought for a moment, then began talking again. This time, she shared major events that had happened recently, such as a sect in the cultivation world being wiped out, a country being annexed by others due to its weakness, and some experts being robbed and killed. It took her about 20 minutes to report everything. Lu Zhou couldn't help but be impressed by her memory. Despite her young age, she had an incredible memory and great potential. Fortunately, she hadn't turned completely to the dark side. Otherwise, Lu Zhou would have no one he could trust to help him. After listening to her report, Lu Zhou said, "Go get your senior brothers here." "Yes, master." Little Yuan walked down the steps. Ding. Side quest completed, discipline Mingshi. You are rewarded with 200 merit points. Disciplining disciples was a long-term, arduous task. Lu Zhou got up, clasped his hands behind his back, and looked at the scenery outside the gazebo. He did not know whether this dimensional travel was a blessing or a curse. If there were a tournament for the most miserable dimension traveler, he believed he would be the champion without a rival. Before long, little Yuan led Mingshi and Duan Muxing into the gazebo. "Master! Master!" Lu Zhou turned around and focused on the two disciples. He saw that Mingshi Yin's loyalty was still at 59%. Clearly, despite the discipline just now, he still had doubts about his master. Duan Muxing was slightly better, his loyalty was maintained at 65% and was relatively stable. Only little Yuan's loyalty had always been high, and Lu Zhou trusted her more. "The reason I called you here is that I need you to do a few things for me," Lu Zhou said. "Master, please tell us what you need, and we will devote ourselves entirely to completing the tasks," Duan Muxing bowed and said. "Zhou Jifeng has defected from the Heavenly Sword sect. You are responsible for tracking and investigating him. Given his current status and position, he should have no trouble joining a new sect. Report any news to me immediately." Old Fourth. "Present, Master? I'm giving you a rather special mission. In my life, I've committed many evils and taught 9 villainous disciples who shook the world. Because of that, I was reviled by the world. I want you to eliminate the scourge within our sect." "Eliminate the scourge?" Mingshi was taken aback. Hurriedly, he dropped to his knees and said, "Master, although my cultivation base is in the divine court realm, I'm far weaker than eldest senior brother Yu Xinghai and second senior brother Yu Shangrong. In fact, I'm no match for even junior sister Tianxin. She possesses the amorous hoop, a heaven-grade treasure, and has killed countless people. I fear she has already breached the nascent divinity tribulation realm." He was telling the truth. It was the weapons they possessed, combined with their formidable cultivation bases, that allowed these defected disciples to dominate the world, carve out their own territories, and become notorious villains known throughout the land. Duan Muxing, Mingshi, and Zhao Yu remained because Ji Tiandao did not provide them with weapons or complete cultivation techniques. Eldest disciple Yu Xinghai possessed the Jasper Saber, a heaven-grade treasure. At its peak, the saber could shatter the avatar of a nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivator. Second disciple Yu Shangrong possessed the longevity sword, another heaven-grade treasure. It was said that with each person the sword slew, it gained a wisp of energy, making it increasingly powerful. When he eventually merged with it, he could unravel the secret of immortality. Sixth disciple Yi Tianxin possessed the amorous hoop, also a heaven-grade treasure. She was Ji Tiandao's favorite disciple, before little Yuan joined the sect. When the third and fourth disciples received no treasures, Ji Tiandao showed favoritism and bestowed the hoop upon her. Today, Yi Tianxin is already the palace master of the derived moon palace. Mingshi is indeed too weak when compared with these three villainous disciples. Old Eight's cultivation base is only at the Dao controlling stage of the divine court realm, while you are at the Dao transforming stage. You will start with him, Lu Zhou said faintly. Ah? The divine court realm is divided into three stages, Dao shaping, Dao controlling, and Dao transforming, the last being the highest stage. His eighth disciple, Zhu Honggong, is only at the Dao controlling stage of the divine court realm and does not possess any heaven-grade treasure. Have you met Old Eighth recently? Lu Zhou asked. Yes, I did go to Tiger Ridge. But Old Eighth is so stupid that I suspect he was coaxed into defecting from the sect by seventh junior brother. He doesn't deserve to die. Silence descended upon the gaze booth. Lu Zhou did not speak immediately but turned his back to Mingshi. After a moment of silence, he slowly turned around and stared at the latter, his voice devoid of emotion. Come here. Moss Master, Mingshi shuddered. He had no choice but to stand up and walk toward Lu Zhou. As he walked, he grew more nervous, feeling strength leaving his legs until he finally stood before Lu Zhou. Look me in the eye. Master, Mingshi heart beat faster, and his face turned red. Your eyes are flickering, which shows you are very nervous. Also, I can sense a faint energy fluctuation from you. Are you afraid I will attack you? Plop. Mingshi fell to his knees. Please forgive me, Master. Master's cultivation base is unfathomable, and I know I am no match for you. The defensive gesture was just an instinctive, unintentional act. His forehead broke out in a cold sweat. He was truly frightened. When he saw Mingshi behavior, Lu Zhou couldn't help but sigh, feeling a mix of emotions in his heart. He knew that Ji Tiandao used only one method to teach his disciples in the past, brutal beating. As someone from the modern era, Lu Zhou understood very well the long-term consequences of such a method. The disciples' hearts would be filled with fear and hatred, and one day, when they had the strength to challenge their master, they might well kill him. Today's outcome was almost inevitable. Therefore, Lu Zhou wasn't too angry about the disciples' defection. I know what you're thinking. So, I'm giving you a chance now. He pointed at a piece of paper on the tea table and said, that paper contains the final script of the Bluewood technique. I'm giving it to you now. With it, your cultivation base will advance, and you might even reach the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Mingshi eyes widened as he stared incredulously at the paper, unsure whether to take it. According to Master's old way, if I take it, I'll at least have my hand broken. However, since Master repelled the top 10 experts, his temperament has changed significantly, and even his routine has changed. In other words, I can take it? Mingshi swallowed. Just as he was about to stand up, Lu Zhou picked up the paper and waved it, causing it to fall gently in front of him. Although his strength had not yet recovered, he could still control a piece of paper with ease. Mingshi was overjoyed when he saw the final script of the Bluewood technique. He hurriedly kowtowed and said, Thank you, Master. I will spare no effort to rid our sect of the scourge. His loyalty immediately increased by 10% to 69%. Lu Zhou nodded with satisfaction. Ding. You've disciplined Mingshi and are rewarded with 200 points. Lu Zhou knew that with Mingshi current strength and cultivation base, it would indeed be very difficult for him to complete the task of ridding the sect of the scourge. So, he did not force the issue. You may leave now. Mingshi took his leave obediently. Meanwhile, Duan Muxing and little Yuan looked at Lu Zhou with envious expressions. Both wished they could have a weapon, but with all of Ji Tiandao's items gone, it was impossible for Lu Zhou to fulfill their wishes at the moment. Therefore, he said, I hope you both perform your duties well and don't let me down. I understand, Master. Duan Muxing cupped his fist and bowed before leaving the gazebo. It was not until his figure disappeared that little Yuan pouted and murmured, "Master, I want to go on a mission too." "You're still young and lack experience. You will stay with me," Lu Zhou replied. He still needed her to protect him. "Master, isn't the task of spying on Zhou Jifeng assigned to senior sister Zhao Yu? Zhao Yu's methods are too unpredictable and not stable enough. She finished her task 2 days ago and hasn't returned since, nor can she do so." "Ah?" Little Yuan was shocked and said incredulously, "Is it possible that senior sister doesn't want to come back anymore?" There had been no news from Zhao Yu since her first letter, and Lu Zhou knew she was most likely not coming back. Like a few other disciples, she chose to leave the sect. Lu Zhou tried to figure out the reason for her defection but failed, as a significant part of Ji Tiandao's memory was lost. However, Mingshi had only left once, and his loyalty had dropped below the passing level, so Lu Zhou reckoned someone must have persuaded Zhao Yu to leave as well. Nonetheless, he stopped thinking about it after a moment. After all, disciplining and taming these disciples was not an overnight project. His priority now was to restore his life force and increase his cultivation base as quickly as possible. He didn't say anything, but little Yuan felt that her master was unfairly treated. She said angrily, "I can't believe senior sister Zhao Yu is also like that." Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "Just ignore her. Master, she betrayed you and the sect. How can we simply ignore her?" Little Yuan got angrier. Lu Zhou found her angry look rather cute and said, "In that case, you will also try to find out news about Zhao Yu at the station over the next few days." "I understand, Master. Leave me alone. You may cultivate on your own." "Yes." Thinking that Lu Zhou was sulking, little Yuan obediently left the gazebo. Meanwhile, Mingshi, who had received the final part of his cultivation technique, met Duanmu Xing at the foot of the mountain. "Old Fourth, you are really lucky this time," Duanmu Xing said with an envious look. "Master not only didn't blame you, but also gave you the final part of the bluewood technique." Folding his arms over his chest, Mingshi said, "I have no idea what Master was thinking. Maybe I really thought too much." "What do you mean?" "I've completed the task, so it's reasonable for Master to reward me. However, Old Seventh said that Master possesses a secret drug that can temporarily conceal his injury, so I thought of testing him." Mingshi did not hide this from his senior brother. Duanmu Xing's expression changed slightly when he heard this. "You really have the nerve." But it's too late to regret now. Among the fellow disciples who are still on Golden Court Mountain, you are the cleverest. I can't believe you would do such a stupid thing," Duanmu Xing said in a stern voice. "Even I could figure it out myself, without being told by Old Seventh. If Master were not wounded and his cultivation base were at its peak, why would he stay on the mountain?" Mingshi nodded repeatedly. With their master's temper, he would have gone out to finish the enemies if he were healthy and in his peak form. During the last fierce battle with the top 10 experts, he had used many ultimate skills and yet was perfectly fine. No ordinary cultivator would dare to waste energy like that. "Senior brother, I've always wanted the complete bluewood technique. With it, I believe it won't take me long to reach the perfected level of the divine court realm. Maybe I can even step into the nascent divinity tribulation realm, just like eldest senior brother and second senior brother. Now that I have finally got it, however, I feel somewhat lost. Ever since junior sister Tianxin left the sect, Master stopped teaching the final part of all the cultivation techniques and stopped giving out heaven-grade treasures. But this time, he made an exception for you. You're worried that Master has other thoughts, aren't you?" Duanmu Xing said. "Exactly. What do you think it is?" Mingshi asked. "My advice is to faithfully complete the tasks Master assigns us. Think about it, Master is wounded now and nearing the end of his life, so he won't harm us. Also, the top 10 sects have suffered heavy losses and won't dare to attack Golden Court Mountain rashly. I believe Golden Court Mountain will remain our protective shield for a long time to come." "That makes sense." Senior brother, you are truly wise, and your words have enlightened me. Mingshi bowed toward Duanmu Xing. If he left the sect with the cultivation technique, he would not only enrage his master but also face the pursuit of orthodox cultivators. At the moment, since they still lacked the courage to establish their own sect like their eldest senior brother, staying on Golden Court Mountain was their best choice. Ding! You are rewarded with 200 merit points for disciplining Mingshi. Mingshi loyalty increases by 5%. Duanmu Xing's loyalty increases by 5%. Sitting in the gazebo, Lu Zhou opened his eyes slightly and smiled, nodding. Ji Tiandao had not dared to give them the final part of their cultivation techniques, but Lu Zhou did, because his journey had just begun. The old villain was nearing the end of his life and needed to control his disciples with such methods. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou had no need for it. Name, Lu Zhou. Race, human. Cultivation base, the eye aperture stage of the mystic enlightening realm. Avatar, 2 transformed powers. Merit points, 1004. Remaining life, 1509 days. Items, Ji Tiandao Peak Form Card X2, Critical Block Card, Passive, X5. A 3 Condensing Flowers avatar costs 3000 merit points, but I only have 1000 points. It's far from enough. Should I wait a little longer? No, I can't afford to wait. My health is too poor, and I don't want to repeat Ji Tiandao's mistake. His cultivation base gradually declined because of old age. But, a reversal card costs 500 merit points, which is too expensive. Well, I think I'll try my luck first. Lucky draw. Ding. This lucky draw costs 50 merit points. Thank you for trying, you have received 1 luck point. Lucky draw. Ding. This lucky draw costs 50 merit points. Thank you for trying, you have received 1 luck point. He tried 5 times in a row and spent 250 merit points, only to receive a series of thank you for trying messages. Lu Zhou's brow furrowed slightly, and he said in a less than happy voice, System, you've given me 23 consecutive thank you for trying messages, including the 18 from before. Is there any problem with the probability of your lucky draw? Of course, the system didn't answer, and he barely restrained himself from swearing. I still have 754 merit points. I'll try 2 more times, and then use the balance to buy a reversal card. Lucky draw. Ding. This lucky draw costs 50 merit points. Thank you for trying. You have received 1 luck point. F***CK. Lu Zhou cursed in his mind. Lucky draw. Ding. This lucky draw costs 50 merit points. Thank you for trying. You have received 1 luck point. I'll try just 1 more time, and if it still gives me nothing, I'll stop. Lucky draw. Ding. This lucky draw costs 50 merit points. Thank you for trying. You have received 1 luck point. 1 more time. Ding. This lucky draw costs 50 merit points. Thank you for trying. You have received 1 luck point. In the blink of an eye, his merit points were almost gone. All he got was thank you for trying, while he accumulated a total of 33 luck points. I think I understand now. These are not luck points, but bad luck points, right? Looking at the merit points on the interface, which showed 104, Lu Zhou said, Fine, I admit defeat. But, since there was nothing he could do or buy with such few merit points. Lucky draw. Ding. This lucky draw costs 50 merit points and 33 luck points. You have received a cultivation technique, 3 scrolls of heaven writing, an avatar, 3 condensing flowers, and 10 reversal cards. Lu Zhou looked at the system panel in surprise, unable to believe he had won the prize when he least expected it. After a while, he calmed down and glanced at the items he won from the lucky draw. They were amazing. If he were to purchase them himself, a 3 condensing flowers avatar would cost him 3000 merit points, and 10 reversal cards would require 5,000 merit points. In addition, he also won a cultivation technique called the 3 Scrolls of Heaven Writing. He noticed that on the right side of the panel, under the field of cultivation techniques, the radio button in front of the 3 Scrolls of Heaven Writing was lit. At a thought, 3 scrolls unfolded one after another. The first one was called the Human Scroll of Heaven Writing. The Human Scroll is the prologue of Heaven Writing, also known as the Nether Book of 3 Lives. When one cultivates it to the highest level, one can comprehend the secret of life and death and master transmigration. Lu Zhou frowned slightly, as the contents that followed were messy, like meaningless symbols. He didn't understand any of them. He couldn't even comprehend the prologue, let alone the other 2 scrolls. He leafed through them and found that the system had simply dimmed the contents. Great, you live up to your name, the unreadable Heaven Writing. After that, Lu Zhou turned his attention to the 10 reversal cards. Given that each card could provide about 300 days of life force, he had just won nearly 10 years of life. It was truly a jackpot. I have to use them now. Soon, the 10 reversal cards began to disappear, one by one. Meanwhile, winds gusted, and clouds rolled wildly over the gazebo as a tremendous amount of energy gathered into a whirlwind and poured into Lu Zhou's body. Lu Zhou could clearly feel his life force being restored, and it was stronger and more abundant than what he had experienced before. Gradually, his sagging skin began to firm up, and his stiff limbs became more flexible than ever. The addition of 3,000 days of life seemed to have infused his body with tremendous vitality. For a long time, Lu Zhou immersed himself in the comfortable sensation. Ever since he had traveled to this world, he had not felt such a pleasant sense of youth. Even his white hair now had flecks of gray. He also noticed increased activity in his sea of qi and dantian, filled with the energy brought by the 3 condensing flowers avatar. Although this energy was far less than that brought by the peak form experience card, it was still much stronger than before. Moreover, the avatar had elevated his cultivation base to the qi refining and soul forming stage of the sense condensing realm. Name, Lu Zhou. Race, human. Cultivation base, qi refining and soul forming stage of the sense condensing realm. Merit points, 54. Avatar, 3 condensing flowers. Remaining life, 4,509 days. Items, Ji Tiandao Peak Form Card X2, Critical Block Card, Passive, X3, Whitzard. Cultivation Techniques, 3 Scrolls of Heaven Writing. Note, the cultivation of the Heaven Writing is not the same as any other cultivation techniques in the cultivation world. The host can enlighten extraordinary power while reading it. Enlighten? Is this how the Heaven Writing is cultivated? Although Lu Zhou could not cultivate any of the techniques in his memory, he had the experience and knowledge of cultivating them. Even then, this was the first time he had heard of such a cultivation method. In the Great Yen world, cultivators began their journey with the tempering of their bodies. They entered the body tempering realm, cultivated their tendons, bones, and skin, and progressed through 9 stages to the mystic enlightening realm. Then, they advanced through the 5 apertures of heart, mouth, nose, eye, and ear in the mystic enlightening realm, reaching the sense condensing realm. They broke through 3 stages to enter the Brahma Sea realm, and finally, opened 8 meridians to step into the divine court realm. A cultivator was considered a grand cultivator upon entering the divine court realm. There were only 3 levels of grand cultivators: the divine court realm, the nascent divinity tribulation realm, and the mysterious heaven saint realm. Throughout ancient times, cultivators who truly reached the mysterious heaven saint realm existed only in legends. No one had seen them. It was said that only by reaching this realm could a cultivator break free from the limit of lifespan and become immortal. Ji Tiandao was just 1 step away when he died in the gazebo. What a pity! Open the quest menu. Current main quest, Tame the Villainous Disciples. Side quest number 1, Discipline the 8th Disciple, Zhu Honggong. Side quest number 2, Investigate Zhou Jifeng. Executor, Duan Musheng. It seems that, at the moment, taming and disciplining villainous disciples and assigning tasks are the most important ways to obtain merit points, Lu Zhou murmured to himself. He was thinking about how he could obtain more merit points. Additionally, he could kill evil people, but no one would stand in front of him and let him kill them without a fight. Fortunately, he could still earn merit points from the tasks his disciples completed. Lu Zhou suddenly thought of his disciples. The eighth disciple, Zhu Honggong, is rather slow-witted, so he should be the easiest to tame. But why hasn't he shown any loyalty to me? Based on the information brought back by Mingshi, the eighth disciple had likely been influenced by the seventh. Old seventh was good at strategy, and if he wished to gain a foothold in the cultivation world, he should have already formed a solid connection with the eldest and second eldest disciples. Lu Zhou realized that taming and disciplining a single disciple at a time was far from enough. Only by increasing his own strength could he deter his treacherous disciples and the orthodox cultivators. However, his current cultivation base was still too weak. It's a bit tricky to resolve this situation, Lu Zhou shook his head. After all, Golden Court Mountain remained a major target for the world to attack. After some thought, he decided to study the heaven writing first and worry about the rest later. Over the next 2 days, he secluded himself in Evil Sky Pavilion to study the heaven writing, while little Yuaner waited outside for him to emerge from seclusion. Meanwhile, at the Derived Moon Palace, Tianxin, the palace master of the Derived Moon Palace, lay on a mat behind a screen of gauze, gently waving the feather fan in her hand. She had a curvy and slender body, fair skin, and a delicate face. It was hard to imagine that this palace master was Tianxin, who ranked 9th on the Black Roll and was the 6th disciple of the world's greatest old villain. She opened her eyes slightly and looked at a figure outside the screen, chuckling, "You should have left Golden Court Mountain long ago, senior sister." The figure was Zhao Yu, ranked 28th on the Black Roll and the 5th disciple of the great villain. "Well, I wasn't as lucky as you, junior sister. I thought I could get something from that old man, but I didn't expect him to be so stingy. Ever since you left the sect, he has never trusted us," said Zhao Yu. "I've already told you, senior sister. Though you joined the sect before me, there are things you don't see," Tianxin said with a smile. "I wonder how many treasures the old man hid. A pity they're about to be buried with him." Tianxin laughed in a clear, melodious voice before continuing, "I can give you an idea, senior sister." "Oh? What idea?" "The old man has always doted on little junior sister. You can use her to test his limits. 3rd and 4th senior brothers are showing signs of disloyalty, so he won't trust them completely. Only little junior sister can stay close and protect him. Yes, he has some secret drugs and trump cards, but those things can't compare to a living person." Zhao Yu was taken aback when she heard the idea. Honestly, she would never dare to threaten her master with their little junior sister. She feared that if provoked, he would use his trump cards to kill her, just like he did to Luo Changfeng. "Senior sister, you're afraid." "No, I'm not," Zhao Yu denied. "Yes, you are. Senior sister, do you remember how that old man treated us in the past? You must be cruel and not soft-hearted." Zhao Yu said, "I understand everything you say, but the problem is, even eldest senior brother wouldn't dare to do it. If I did this and angered the old man, it would mean my death. Senior sister, you've been on the mountain for too long, it has dulled your wits." Tianxin got out of the bed. The cold expression on her charming face gave her an unusual allure. "Who said you have to do it yourself?" "You." Zhao Yu's eyes widened as she watched her 6th junior sister walk out from behind the screen. "You are still afraid, senior sister." Tianxin smiled and said, "Look at eldest senior brother, 2nd senior brother, and me. Aren't we still alive and kicking? I admit that the old man does have trump cards, but he is very cautious and won't use them easily. Otherwise, do you think he would spare our lives? It also proves that his trump cards are limited. Besides, he is growing older, so his sea of qi is getting drier. When the time comes, he will be filled with hatred and use all his trump cards. It will be most dangerous to stay with him. That swayed Xiaoyu slightly, and she said, "You have a point there. So, the pressing matter at the moment is to use a trick to find out about his trump cards. In the worst case, if he knows that we are behind it, we can just avoid him." "Yes, we may be no match for him, but we can wait until he dies," said Yi Tianxin with a dangerous smile. It was safe to say that Yi Tianxin had not relied on her cultivation base alone to achieve her current status, but also on her cunning wisdom. No wonder even old 7th praised 6th junior sister for her cleverness when we were together on the mountain. Although Xiaoyu was her senior sister, there was a big gap between their cultivation bases, and Yi Tianxin had a heaven-grade weapon, the amorous hoop. As a result, she was weaker than her junior sister. "Senior sister, stay in Derived Moon Palace for the time being. When you make a decision, I'll definitely help you in every way possible." "All right. Sorry to trouble you, junior sister." After staying in seclusion for 2 days, Lu Zhou still did not come out on the 3rd day, nor on the 4th day. He almost scratched his scalp bloody from studying the human scroll of heaven writing. He could understand the summary on the title page, but the rest remained a mystery. To Lu Zhou, the difficulty of understanding these texts was 100 times more challenging than reading and comprehending classical Chinese texts for the college entrance exam. To achieve the mental acuity of others, one must know that the hearts of the people in the 3,000 worlds are as one. To attain the divine power of an unobstructed, pure heaven eye, one must understand that the so-called. Lu Zhou's brows furrowed slightly as he read on. He murmured to himself, "This is somewhat similar to Taoism among the many schools of thought on earth." In his previous life, Lu Zhou had not studied these things, he only knew they existed. Even if he had studied them, he might not have comprehended them, as most were too mysterious and somewhat abstract, akin to philosophy. At times, they sounded like nonsense that made sense no matter the context. Is this the extraordinary power of heaven writing? Lu Zhou scratched his head. "Master, you've been in seclusion for 4 days. 4th senior brother visited yesterday, but I didn't dare to disturb you, so I asked him to leave." Lu Zhou closed the heaven writing interface in the system when he heard this. Time had flown by. Reading the heaven writing was a tedious process, at least to him, yet he hadn't expected that 4 days had passed so quickly. Did 4th senior brother mention anything? No. He must have encountered problems while cultivating the final part of the bluewood technique. Lu Zhou slowly rose to his feet, touching his gray and white hair. His face was a bit more ruddy than before. The moment he walked out of the chamber, little Yuaner's eyes grew wide as she stared at him and said, "Ma master." His expression was calm, and he stood there with his hands clasped behind his back. He appeared 10 years younger. Although the change in his appearance was somewhat obvious, the dignified air of an old villain was still in his bones. "Master, you've grown younger." Little Yuaner exclaimed. Lu Zhou said faintly, "The reason I secluded myself is not only to improve my cultivation base, but also to rejuvenate this old body." "You've been working hard these days." "Hee hee. This is my duty as a disciple. I believe Master will definitely break through and become the first cultivator in the Great Yen realm to step into the mysterious Heaven Saint realm." Lu Zhou laughed and asked, "Has 3rd senior sent back any letters recently?" He had not heard any prompts from the system about the task he assigned to his disciple. With Duan Muxing's cultivation level, investigating Zhou Jifeng should not have been difficult. However, a few days had passed, and he had not heard any system prompts. Even so, Duan Muxing should have reported the progress through a letter. Why was there no news from him at all? "Senior brother did not send back any letters," little Yuaner replied. "This is strange." Lu Zhou stroked his beard as he walked slowly out of Evil Sky Pavilion. Outside, the sky was bright and clear, with the sun shining brilliantly. "Master, could 3rd senior brother be the same as senior sister Xiaoyu?" little Yuaner said, worried. "No, that's impossible." Lu Zhou lifted a hand to stop her. He knew Duan Muxing's loyalty was over 70%, much higher than Zhao Yu's. And if he deserted the sect, the system should have alerted him. However, he heard nothing from the system, which meant Duan Muxing had not deserted yet. Then why is he not reporting back? Lu Zhou pondered silently. Little Yuan said, Master, I also don't think third senior brother will betray the sect. He is an honest man and would not do such a treacherous thing. Lu Zhou said nothing. It was impossible to judge a man's heart by his appearance. Unless their loyalty reached 80% or higher, he would not trust them completely. After all, Zhao Yu's loyalty was 60%, and she still deserted the sect. In this world, it was extremely hard to predict one's mind. He had to remain vigilant at all times. Right then, little Yuan pointed at a figure flying overhead and said, Fourth senior brother is here. Mingshi swooped down toward them, moving as fast as a bolt of lightning. If he were at his peak, Lu Zhou wouldn't have found his speed surprising. But his current cultivation base was far from the divine court realm. He has almost completely comprehended the final part of the Bluewood technique. Lu Zhou envied the remarkable talents of these villainous disciples. Mingshi went into a steep dive. As he descended and saw Lu Zhou, whose aura had changed, his heart trembled. Is that Master? The change in Lu Zhou's appearance only slightly surprised Mingshi, but the aura frightened him immensely. Coupled with the seed of fear Ji Tiandao had planted in his heart, he felt a chill run down his spine. He hurriedly landed on the ground, dropped to one knee, cupped his fist, and said, Greetings, Master. You may rise. Yes, Master. I can see that you have almost completely comprehended the last part of the Bluewood technique. The cultivation technique you are practicing is a wood element technique, which has the ability to give you extra life force. Make good use of this advantage and don't neglect your practice, Lu Zhou said faintly. Thank you for the guidance, Master. I will remember it. His loyalty increased by 2%. Mingshi looked calm on the outside, but he was extremely shocked inside. Ever since Tianxin left Golden Court Mountain, Ji Tiandao had stopped guiding his disciples. He even gave little Yuan, whom he doted on the most, just a cultivation technique book and rarely spoke to her. Mingshi did not expect that, in a situation where almost everyone was deserting, his master would still be so generous as to provide guidance. That truly startled him. Master, when I was practicing the Bluewood technique, I flew over Anyang and heard a piece of news. Tell me. It seems that the people of the Ci family, which is also little junior sister's family, have been kidnapped by someone again, Mingshi reported. Ah? Little Yuan's eyes widened, and she frowned in anger. I volunteer to investigate this matter and will definitely find the culprit and eliminate them once and for all. Mingshi said with a cold and fierce look. When she heard that, little Yuan dropped to her knees and said, Master, let me handle it this time. After all, they were her family, so it was perfectly normal for her to be panicked. However, Lu Zhou did not agree to her request immediately. Mingshi was indeed more experienced in handling such matters, and his cultivation base was stronger. It would be safer to let him attend to this. Just then, a carrier pigeon flew over. Yuan. Little Yuan flew into the sky as swiftly as a swallow and caught the pigeon. Master, a letter from third senior brother. Read it. Master, when I went to the Heavenly Sword sect to investigate, I found their sect leader position was temporarily vacant, and Zhou Jifeng had left the sect. After further investigation, I discovered he had joined the righteous sect. The sect leader of the righteous sect, Zhang Yuanshan, appointed him as one of the 4 elders, making him the youngest elder of the sect. Due to Zhang Yuanshan's profound cultivation base, I didn't go deep into the righteous sect. However, from the information I gathered, Zhang Yuanshan publicly insulted Master several times and declared to the cultivation world that his sect was at odds with Golden Court Mountain. At that, little Yuan stopped reading and glanced at Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou's face remained calm, as if he were not surprised at all. Too many people in this world hate me, and adding one more will not change that. He took it lightly. If he could solve the crisis of being besieged by the top 10 experts, a righteous sect was nothing to be concerned about. When I was investigating at Bamboo Mountain, the headquarters of the righteous sect, I fought a fierce battle with their second elder, Feng, and won. Pity I failed to kill that devious guy. Little Yuan paused, furrowed her brows, and continued, as soon as I adjust my condition, I plan to visit the righteous sect at night and assassinate Zhang Yuanshan to help Master vent the anger. After finishing, little Yuan cupped her fist toward Lu Zhou and said, Master, Feng is a divine court expert. I reckon third senior brother must have been wounded by him. Mingshi was also somewhat surprised and said, third senior brother is risking his life. Under Zhang Yuanshan, Feng was the strongest expert of the righteous sect. His cultivation base was at the perfected stage of the divine court realm, just one step away from the nascent divinity tribulation realm. When Tiandao was jointly attacked by the top 10 experts, Feng led hundreds of cultivators to attack Tiandao's disciples. Duan Muxing had always hated this man. However, planning to assassinate Zhang Yuanshan was a dangerous overreach for Duan Muxing. Stroking his beard, Lu Zhou said, Old Third looks like a simple guy, but he is courageous, wise, and has his own ideas. The sect leader of the righteous sect, Zhang Yuanshan, stepped into the nascent divinity tribulation realm hundreds of years ago. Although your third senior brother is a divine court expert, he is one realm weaker than Zhang Yuanshan. If he really carried out the assassination, he would be digging his own grave. Then why did senior brother mention it? Asked little Yuan. Mingshi said, Zhao Yu has just deserted. I understand now. Third senior brother is using this to show his loyalty. Hee hee. Master, you're right. It seems I'm a much simpler guy than him. Oh. Little Yuan did not fully understand. It was clear that Duan Muxing's understanding of Lu Zhou was still based on Tiandao's image. If Tiandao were still here, he would undoubtedly make Duan Muxing take risks and visit the righteous sect at night. However, even if he really went, Duan Muxing would definitely prioritize his safety and pretend to be injured. This way, the rift between the master and disciple would grow larger, eventually forming a vicious cycle. After a moment's consideration, Lu Zhou said, Old Fourth, I was going to have you fix the arrays of Golden Court Mountain, as the shield can stop experts of the nascent divinity tribulation realm. But now, Old Third has this task, and I want you to help him. After this is over, stay on the mountain and focus on your cultivation. I will give you all heaven-grade treasures. If the shield were still not repaired, the eldest and second disciples would most likely incite orthodox sects to attack Golden Court Mountain again. Just those orthodox experts would be enough to give Lu Zhou a headache. Mingshi was overjoyed and hurriedly knelt down, saying, Yes, Master. I understand, Master. If he could get a heaven-grade treasure, he would be more than willing to stay on the mountain for 5 years or even 10 years, not to mention just 3 years. Many cultivators had failed to obtain a heaven-grade treasure until their death. His eldest senior brother, Yu Xinghai, owned the Jasper Saber and had used it to lop off the heads of tens of thousands of cultivators, making a name for himself. It was said that the difference between a cultivator with and without a heaven-grade treasure was like that between a grandfather and a grandson, where the former could easily teach the latter a hard lesson. For many years, Tiandao had been extremely cautious about giving out heaven-grade treasures, and Mingshi did not expect that he would promise to reward them with such treasures at this critical moment. How could he not be excited? His loyalty increased by 5% instantly. Master, what about little junior sister's family? This matter is not simple. I'll make a decision after discussing it with little Yuan. I understand. I'm leaving now to support third senior brother. Once we complete the task, we will return to Golden Court Mountain at once to repair the shield. Go now. Mingshi turned and left. At the same time, Lu Zhou saw the task appear in the task menu. Master, why do you seem to take that Zhou Jifeng seriously? There's nothing special about him, little Yuan asked curiously. The reason I spared his life when he tried to assassinate me is that I want him to uncover the Heavenly Sword Sect's true colors, so that he can become a great threat to them when he grows stronger. Even if he chooses not to submit to Golden Court Mountain, he will be at odds with the Heavenly Sword Sect sooner or later. I just want to make sure he's still alive. Little Yuan smiled and said, Master, you used to finish your enemies by killing them directly, but now I know how to use my brain, is that what you're trying to say? Little Yuan stuck out her tongue and didn't dare to continue. Lu Zhou laughed. Well, I'm not blaming you. By doing so, he was achieving two goals. The first was to discipline his wayward disciples with a mix of rewards and punishments, bringing them over to his side. The second was to preserve the strength of Golden Court Mountain. Although his disciples were evil, the mountain's power would greatly diminish without them. Without weapons, they would be like toothless tigers. As for dealing with the top 10 sects, that was far too early to consider at the moment. Master, are you going to let me handle the matter of the CI family? Lu Zhou said in a faint voice, this matter is not as simple as it seems. The reason I didn't let your fourth senior brother handle it is that I'm worried he might solve it too hastily and crudely. He learned this from the way Mingshi had handled the previous kidnapping. The fourth disciple almost mirrored Ji Tiandao's approach. He killed all the mounted brigands, rescued the people, and that was it. He wasn't even serious about uncovering the mastermind behind the incident. Master, please help my family. Little Yuan knelt and pleaded. Apart from Little Yuan, Lu Zhou had no one else he could rely on at Golden Court Mountain. So, he said, I will go to Anyang myself. What? Master, you want to handle this yourself? Little Yuan was taken aback. The master had not left Golden Court Mountain for a very long time. Although no one had said anything, everyone vaguely guessed it was due to physical reasons. She did not expect that he would leave the mountain because of the CI family. As a result, Little Yuan's loyalty increased by 5%. This matter must not be leaked out. Also, leave a letter to inform your senior brothers that they must keep it a secret. If there's anything else, I will send them letters with carrier pigeons. I understand, Master. By doing this, Lu Zhou could not only send orders to his disciples over long distances, but also keep himself safe. As long as he tidied up his appearance a bit, no one would recognize or believe that he was the old villain of Golden Court Mountain. Besides, with Little Yuan following him, he would be much safer than staying on the mountain. Whitzard. At the call, a sheet of auspicious light illuminated the sky, and then a magnificent mount appeared, wheeling in the air for a moment before slowly descending. Master, you have changed your mount? Little Yuan blurted out. Lu Zhou said calmly, come on up. Ah? I dare not ride on Master's mount. It's fine. You can sit in front of me. We can arrive at Anyang in less than 2 hours. The flying speed of a divine court expert was fast, but it was still much slower than a flying mount. Moreover, flying took energy for a cultivator. To outpace a flying mount, one would have to use a divine ability like Soul Chase. However, these divine abilities typically consumed more energy, making them unsuitable for travel. Little Yuan jumped onto Whitzard with apprehension but was immediately amazed by its soft feathers and seemingly glowing horns. There were many kinds of mounts. Ordinary fierce beasts tended to be slow and were better suited for pulling goods. Superior mounts, however, usually existed only in rich and powerful families, along with epic and legendary mounts. For most cultivators, capturing and taming a legendary mount like Whitzard was already considered an astonishing achievement, let alone riding one. In the cultivation world, there was a saying, if you don't own a legendary mount at birth, you won't have one for the rest of your life. Of course, it was just a joke about the difficulty of obtaining legendary mounts. Sit tight. Lu Zhou lifted his right arm and placed it around Little Yuan's shoulders. Whitzard gave a loud cry, echoing throughout the Golden Court Mountain, scattering birds and wild beasts. Then, it leaped into the air and flew toward Anyang, stepping on auspicious clouds. 2 hours later, Lu Zhou controlled Whitzard to descend slowly over a forest near the outskirts of Anyang. Little Yuan was shocked and could not calm down for a long time after landing. "We have arrived," Lu Zhou said, glancing at the city and jumping off Whitzard. He was now able to move around freely. "Little Yuan," he called when he saw her still sitting in a daze. His words finally woke her. "Moss Master." Then, she jumped off the Whitzard and said, "I didn't mean it, but the Whitzard is too beautiful." Beautiful? It seemed that girls all over the world viewed things from the same angle. "Yes, I've never seen such a beautiful mount before. We have arrived. I need to put away the mount before it attracts unwanted attention. Also, your attire and aura are special, so you need to change slightly." Although little Yuan was not as famous as her senior brothers and sisters in the cultivation world, she was known to some. Since they were going to investigate the kidnapping of the CI family, she would naturally have to hide her identity. "I understand, Master." She immediately concealed her aura, just like her master. After that, they walked to a nearby farmhouse and changed into the clothing of common people. That made them look like a pair of grandfather and granddaughter. "Hee hee. Master, you look more like a farmer now." Little Yuan covered her mouth with her hand and laughed. "It doesn't matter," Lu Zhou waved and said. "From now on, you and I will be a pair of grandfather and grandchild." "I understand, Master." "What?" "Ugh, Grandpa." Little Yuan felt awkward calling her master Grandpa, but it didn't take long for her to become playful and keep calling him that. Lu Zhou was somewhat speechless at first. After all, he was only 28 years old in his previous life, and he felt rather embarrassed to be called a grandpa. But, he soon got used to it and gradually felt nothing. "Luckily, I have a system to make me look younger. Otherwise, I would rather not travel to this dimension." After entering the city, Lu Zhou and little Yuan glanced around. The streets of Anyang were quite lively, packed with jugglers, storytellers, and stalls selling all kinds of things. "I didn't expect Anyang to be so prosperous," Lu Zhou praised. "Hee hee. Grandpa, this is so much fun." Little Yuan hopped through the crowd and grabbed a stick of sugar-coated haws from a stall before hopping away. "Hey, little girl, you haven't paid me," the vendor cried as he rushed toward her. Little Yuan turned around and snarled, "Go away. It's your blessing that I'm trying your haws. If you make another sound, I'll rip your mouth apart." The vendor was frightened. He had never seen such a fierce little girl before. "Yuan. Ah? Grandpa." In the blink of an eye, little Yuan transformed into a gentle girl. "Pay him." "But Grandpa, he's so mean." "I listened to you and never beat him for that," little Yuan pouted, as if she had been wronged. Lu Zhou shook his head. He reckoned that these villainous disciples must be used to robbing things from others, so they didn't even know the basic principles of treating and dealing with others anymore. "Well, I'll have to teach them slowly. If everyone robs things like you, who would want to make sugar-coated haws again?" "Oh." Little Yuan had no choice but to pay the vendor. Ding. You have disciplined little Yuan and are rewarded with 100 merit points. As they continued down the street, they saw a group of young people crowded ahead. Lu Zhou pointed at them and said, "Go and have a look." "Right away, Grandpa." Little Yuan loved crowds, so she hopped over promptly. However, it was too crowded for her to squeeze through, so she stomped her foot angrily, crushing the ground and making a hole. "Get out of the way." Scared by her fierce attitude, the men on both sides took a step back. A body tempering expert. She kicked a hole in the ground. She must be at least a 5th-tier body tempering expert. Heavens, she's just a little girl. Why is she so strong? The crowd parted in the middle, giving her a way through. Lu Zhou shook his head lightly when he saw this. It seemed that little Yuan's temper was far more violent than when she was on the mountain. No wonder the group of mischievous disciples always wanted to leave Golden Court Mountain to carry out tasks, as it was freer and more comfortable to go out than to stay on the mountain. As the crowd parted, little Yuan saw what had attracted so many people. There was a table with 3 men sitting behind it, each with a saber hanging from his waist. The bearded man in the middle glanced at little Yuan, nodded approvingly, and said, "Not bad. Little girl, have you come here to join our sect as well?" "What? You have an amazing foundation, and the kick just now shows that your cultivation base is at least the 5th tier of the body tempering realm. Well, register yourself. From today on, you will be a member of the Azure Dragon Association's Anyang division," the man said. "When did I say I want to join your stinking dragon association?" Little Yuan was puzzled. "You are bold, little girl. How dare you insult the Azure Dragon Association?" Little Yuan swaggered up, lifted one foot, and stepped on the table, crushing it in an instant. "What is the Azure Dragon Association? What are you doing here? Tell me now, Grandpa is waiting. Who is this wild girl? You're here to cause trouble, aren't you? How could you not know about the Azure Dragon Association?" The man was about to attack when Lu Zhou walked over and said, "Stop." His voice was not loud, but it was infused with a bit of energy, making it clearly audible to the man. "Interesting. Old man, you're a 7th or 8th tier body tempering expert, aren't you?" The man looked at Lu Zhou curiously. Lu Zhou paid him no mind and said, "Yuan, have the Azure Dragon Association in Anyang assist with the investigation." Little Yuan's eyes lit up. "I understand, Grandpa." Then, she turned around, her smile replaced by a fierce look, and said, "All of you, come over here." "Huh. I bet this wild girl doesn't know that the Azure Dragon Association is backed by the Nether sect." "What? The Nether sect?" That gave little Yuan pause, and she turned to look at her master. The sect leader of the Nether sect was her eldest senior brother. So, she kept nervously glancing at her master, afraid he would get angry. "Are you afraid now?" Lu Zhou frowned slightly, then turned to look at the man and asked, "You said the Azure Dragon Association is backed by the Nether sect?" "Exactly. Old man, you seem like a good fit. Join us and be a cook. You'll eat and drink well, and the Azure Dragon Association will protect you." The Nether sect was considered the largest sect in today's cultivation world, with tens of thousands of members. It had become the terror of Orthodox sects and a common enemy of all Orthodox cultivators. It was unexpected that such an object of hatred would show no fear and openly recruit new members. "Is this your granddaughter, old man?" "Well, her potential is much greater than yours, and she is beautiful. But I can talk to our chief and let both of you join us together," the man said with a sly smile. "Master is not talking. I think he's angry now. Master said that we can't simply kill people, but he didn't say we can't hit them." With that thought, little Yuan bolted over, raised her leg, and kicked the man in the chest. The man flew backward like a football, spewing a mouthful of blood as he crashed through 3 stalls and skidded about 10 meters before stopping. The kick had nearly killed him. The nearby common people were stunned and quickly moved backward in fear. Does she have no respect for the law? Unfortunately, if little Yuan knew anything about laws, she wouldn't be little Yuan. "Who gave you the right to call my grandpa an old man?" Little Yuan put down her leg and said angrily. "How dare you attack us?" one of the 2 remaining members of the Azure Dragon Association exclaimed. "I not only dare to attack you, but also dare to kill you," she replied. As she spoke, a faint ripple of energy emanated from her body. The 2 men exchanged a look and blurted out, "A mystic and lightning expert." A body tempering expert was strong only in physique, but a mystic and lightning expert had begun to open the 5 apertures and could pour primordial chi into them to produce energy. Only after reaching the mystic and lightning realm could a person be considered a real cultivator. Plop! Both men dropped to their knees simultaneously and cried out, "Please spare our lives, my lady." Little Yuan shook her head and snorted, "Why should I?" She was about to raise her fist when Lu Zhou walked over and said, "You've done a good job, Yuan." The compliment made little Yuan laugh happily, and she said, "Hee hee. I was angry at them for calling you an old man, so I thought I should teach them a lesson. Lu Zhou looked at the two men and glanced around. In reality, he was not concerned about their life and death, but about the unwanted attention their deaths might attract. Where are the headquarters of the Azure Dragon Association's branch? He asked. 3 miles north of Anyang's River. I've just arrived in Anyang, so I'm not familiar with the people and places here. Go back and tell your chief that I will call on him personally tomorrow. I will. Now get out of my sight. Hearing that, both men stood up, helped their wounded companion, and fled the scene. Master, it is very thoughtful of you to ask them where their headquarters are, so we can destroy them all in one go, little Yuan said in a low voice. Lu Zhou smiled and lightly knocked her on the forehead. What nonsense are you talking about? I just want to use them to investigate the kidnapping of the CI family. Ouch. I'm sorry, Master. Do you still remember where your home is? Lu Zhou asked. I only remember that there are 2 stone lions at the front door. My father likes to practice with sabers and spears, while my mother likes embroidery best. No, my mom likes me best, said little Yuan. Of Ji Tiandao's disciples, some he took from their parents by force, while others were sent to him voluntarily by their parents. Lu Zhou only remembered that little Yuan was very young when her parents sent her to Golden Court Mountain, and he did not know the reason why they wanted to send her there. Why would any parent want to send their child into a wolf den? The CI family was not hard to find. There were not many wealthy families with the surname CI, and since Anyang was not a large city, they found it after asking around. When they arrived at the entrance, little Yuan was so excited that she kept jumping over the heads of the 2 stone lions like a rabbit. Master, these are the lions I told you about. They're exactly the same as in my memory. Now that you're home, don't be so playful. Come down. Oh. At that moment, Lu Zhou noticed that a side quest to investigate the kidnapping had appeared in the quest menu. The doors creaked as they slowly swung open, revealing a middle-aged man dressed like a steward, who looked at them quizzically. Who are you looking for? Where are my father and mother? Little Yuan peered through the door, eager to see her parents. The steward frowned. Who are you, little girl? Your parents are not here. Pack. Little Yuan slapped the man across the face. You asked for it. Now get out of my grandpa's way. The steward covered his cheek with one hand and trembled all over. Lu Zhou didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but at the same time, he felt there was nothing wrong with how she handled the situation. Sometimes, too much attention to etiquette could greatly affect efficiency. Like the most filial granddaughter, little Yuan helped Lu Zhou into the mansion. The mansion was empty. They saw no servants or maids, and even the tables, chairs, and other furniture were taken away. The whole interior looked rather sad and desolate. It looks like your 4th senior brother's news is true, Lu Zhou said faintly. Little Yuan pointed at the steward and said angrily, You, come here. Ah? Where are my father and mother? The question put a blank expression on the steward's face. Little Yuan had grown up, and she looked very different from when she was little. So, the steward could not recognize her. Lu Zhou asked, What's your name? I am Wang Fugue, the steward of the CI family, the man stammered, still holding his cheek with one hand. Where is Cian? I thought he was the steward? They were all kidnapped, Wang Fugue replied. This is Ci Yuan, the young lady of the Ci family, Lu Zhou pointed at little Yuan. Ah? Wang Fugue swallowed and looked little Yuan up and down. After a brief moment, his eyes lit up, and he dropped to his knees, kowtowing. Young miss. You have finally come back. I'm Wang Fugue. Wang Fugue? Little Yuan scratched her head. Let's talk inside. In the main hall of the mansion. After listening to Wang Fugue's explanation of the incident, Lu Zhou and little Yuan learned that most of the Ci family members had been kidnapped by a gang called Lakeside Gang. No one knew the gang's background, who ordered them to do it, or where they were located. Because the CI family had been kidnapped twice in a row, nobody dared to work for them anymore. As a result, the remaining servants and maids had all fled, taking the family's valuable possessions with them. Wang Fugue was the last person left in the mansion. "Why didn't you report this to the local authorities?" Lu Zhou asked. "I did, but they couldn't find any traces. All the members of the CI family were kidnapped, except those who were outside on tasks. I was lucky to have escaped because I was in the privy," Wang Fugue replied. "Then why didn't you run away?" Little Yuan'er asked. "The CI family had treated me well. I will live and die as a member of the CI family," Wang Fugue responded. Lu Zhou smiled. "You are very loyal to the family. Fortunately, Yuan'er didn't kill you." Wang Fugue felt a sharp pain in his face, but said, somewhat embarrassed, "I deserve to be slapped by young Mississippi. You must keep Yuan'er's return a secret." "I will investigate the kidnapping and rescue them," Lu Zhou said. "Ah?" Although Lu Zhou had become much younger, he still looked old and frail. Apart from his imposing manner, he appeared like an old man who could be knocked over with a slap. Wang Fugue only knew that little Yuan'er had been sent away by her father, but he did not know where she had been sent, for what purpose, or that her master was the infamous old villain. "Leave us now." Wang Fugue dared not question Lu Zhou. Even though Lu Zhou looked like an old man, he could tell that he was respected by little Yuan'er. So, he nodded and took his leave. "Yuan'er." "Yes, master?" "Go to the Azure Dragon Association tomorrow morning and ask them to find out more about the so-called Lakeside gang." "I understand, master." "Remember, don't reveal your identity." "I understand, master." As soon as he assigned the task, Lu Zhou heard the system prompt. Ding. "The task of supporting Duanmuxing is completed. You are rewarded with 200 merit points." Mingshi had completed the supporting task and should have gone to fix the shield. Lu Zhou frowned slightly as he watched the task's update in the system. When he left Golden Court Mountain, he had tasked them both with repairing the shield together, but the system only showed Mingshi. There was only one possibility: Duanmuxing was injured. Meanwhile, at Golden Court Mountain, Mingshi, with Duanmuxing lying in bed, looked puzzled at little Yuan'er's letter. "I can't believe master left the mountain. What is he thinking?" Duanmuxing coughed and said, "Perhaps he has stayed on the mountain for too long and wants to go out for a walk, but he doesn't want to be recognized." "That does make sense. Master has been acting so out of character lately that I can't figure out what he thinks," Mingshi sighed. In the past, with his absolute strength, Master didn't need to use his brain. After all tricks are meaningless struggles in the face of absolute power. Perhaps. "The task of repairing the shield will have to be done by you, junior brother. My injury won't heal in 3 to 5 months." "No way." Mingshi said sulkily, "You better not go too far with this act. You and I were both beaten from childhood to adulthood, and we've suffered injuries worse than this." "You're really clever, junior brother," said Duanmuxing with an embarrassed smile. 10 days. "If you're still lying in bed after 10 days, I'll stop fixing the shield." "When master returns, you'll be taught a lesson," said Mingshi, folding his arms over his chest. "I don't need 10 days. 7 days are more than enough. Junior brother, you may leave me now. I need to heal myself. It's not appropriate for 2 single men to stay in the same room." "Bah." Mingshi turned and left his senior brother. It was already night, and the moon hung high in the sky. Mingshi looked up at the night sky and murmured to himself, "What exactly are you thinking, master? Wait, is that a letter?" He leaped up into the sky and caught a carrier bird. After reading the letter, he furrowed his brow slightly and said in surprise, "How did master know that third senior brother is injured?" He glanced around and spread his divine sense to cover the void for hundreds of meters around him. Apart from some birds perched on tree branches, he sensed no other creatures or people. Mingshi felt uneasy and nervous, and he had a feeling that his master was watching him from a nearby corner. So, he went down on his knees and said, "Master, I didn't mean to be rude to you. Rest assured, I'll certainly work hard to fix the shield and take good care of Golden Court Mountain." The surroundings were quiet and dark, so he rose to his feet and breathed a sigh of relief. "Don't panic. As long as I follow Master's way, I'll be fine." Ding. You have disciplined Mingshi and are rewarded with 100 merit points. Mingshi Yin's loyalty increased by 2%. Lu Zhou sat cross-legged in a room, reading the human scroll of heaven writing. He had become accustomed to the inexplicable system prompts. No matter the cause of the increase, it was pleasant news. To gain the power to see into the future, we should know that we cannot speak of it. The power to hear everything, so that we may listen to voices across all realms. The power of speech, which can change the world with words and free the common people from suffering. Lu Zhou closed the interface of the heaven writing. The human scroll contained only readable content on those pages, the rest were still unrecognizable symbols. I remember when I first read the human scroll, only the title page was readable. Now, I can read 2 more pages. Is it because both my lifespan and cultivation base have improved? The purpose of cultivating heaven writing was to enhance his cultivation base, but he could only read its content after improving his cultivation base. It seemed somewhat paradoxical. Are you deliberately making things difficult for me? Lu Zhou felt the energy within him. Since entering the sense-condensing realm, he had absorbed a lot of energy with his avatar's help. However, in the face of a divine court expert, he was still as weak as an ant. The night was long, and it seemed he had nothing else to do but read. The idea of a lucky draw flashed in his mind, but he immediately shook his head. It's an addictive game. I should wait until I have more merit points. The next morning, at the Azure Dragon Association's headquarters, near the Gu River. You mean the person who wounded you is a little girl who looks like she's only 15 or 16 years old, and she was accompanied by an old man in his 70s or 80s? Asked the chief, Lu Jingfeng. The 2 men kneeling in the hall drew long faces and did not dare to speak. Lu Jingfeng paced back and forth. A moment later, he said, an early-stage mystic enlightening cultivator and a 7th or 8th tier body tempering cultivator. What gave them the courage to provoke the Azure Dragon Association? I don't know, Chief. We were recruiting disciples in Anyang Street when the wild girl suddenly appeared and wounded Officer Jiang. Her grandfather even said, he said. What did he say? He said he will call on you personally today. Lu Jingfeng snorted, and his face looked puzzled and dismissive. What puzzled him was why a mere mystic enlightening cultivator had the courage to challenge them. He didn't think the Azure Dragon Association needed to deal with such a trivial matter. However, if he ignored it, how would they recruit disciples again? He needed to regain dignity. Bring 20 brothers with you and find the girl who wounded Officer Jiang today. I understand. The 2 men were getting up to their feet when a man rushed into the hall, cupping his fists and said, Chief, a girl wishes to see you. Tell her to go away. She said her patience is limited, and as long as she still obeys her grandfather's order, she asked you to do as she said. When he finished, the man looked up and peeked at the chief. Do as she said sounded like what a senior would tell a junior. Bam! Bam! Suddenly, several men crashed through doors and windows, and shrieks and screams could be heard from outside. Lu Jingfeng was already in a bad mood, and he was confused by the scene. What's happening? Go and have a look. Lu Jingfeng led his men out of the inner hall. Across the courtyard, little Yuaner stood on the roof in her blue clothes, twisting her hair with one finger and pointing with another at the cultivators of the Azure Dragon Association below. I told you my patience is limited. I've been good enough to not beat you, and yet you made me wait outside? How dare you? She's so strong. Her cultivation base must be at least at the Brahma Sea realm. What should we do? The chief is here. The crowd parted. Lu Jingfeng looked up at little Yuaner and frowned slightly. Chief, that's her. She's the one who wounded Officer Jiang. With his hands clasped behind his back, Lu Jingfeng said, she's an expert. No wonder. Little Yuaner's eyes fell on Lu Jingfeng, and she asked, are you the head of this Azure Dragon Association? Huh, the head? Young lady, you should understand that there is always someone better than you. Don't think you are invincible just because you are a Brahma Sea expert, Lu Jingfeng said angrily. Since she was a child, little Yuaner had seldom left Golden Court Mountain, so she knew little about how to deal with others. She had no sense of humility or discretion, all she knew was to quickly complete the task assigned by her master. What are you talking about? I'm asking you, are you the head of the gang? Little Yuaner furrowed her brow. I am the chief of the Azure Dragon Association's Anyang branch, Lu Jingfeng. Are you in charge of everything? Of course, I am. Good. I have a task for you. In the courtyard, everyone looked up warily at little Yuaner. Lu Jingfeng was somewhat annoyed. He was trying to figure out what gave the little girl the courage to offend the Azure Dragon Association, but in the end, it was just a waste of time. That's enough. Take her down. He waved his hand, and archers began to release arrows at little Yuaner. You are a naughty head. As she said this, she lightly stamped her foot. An energy ring rippled out from the bottom of her foot. In the blink of an eye, the buildings beneath her collapsed and crumbled, while waves of energy shot out in all directions. You have opened the 8 meridians of the Brahma Sea realm. Lu Jingfeng's eyes grew wide. The Brahma Sea realm is divided into 8 meridians. A cultivator is considered to have officially entered the realm only after opening the conception and governor meridians and reaching the highest level by opening the other 6 meridians. When all 8 meridians are open, the cultivator can use the energy within to launch attacks. With all 8 meridians open, the cultivator is invincible below the Divine Court realm. Of course, no matter how powerful the Azure Dragon Association's Anyang branch might be, it would not have a Divine Court expert. Waves of energy pressed down with mighty force, swift and fierce. The surrounding buildings began to crack and show signs of collapse, while the gang members were thrown back by the impact. Lu Jingfeng, also a Brahma Sea expert, lifted both arms to block the terrible attack. However, the waves were too strong, and he was repeatedly pushed back until his back slammed into a pillar, cracking it. She's so strong. Wait. Lu Jingfeng swallowed the blood that was about to rush out of his mouth and stared with wide eyes at little Yuaner, who was slowly descending in front of him with both hands clasped behind her back, appearing as if nothing had happened. What do you want me to wait for? I didn't expect you to be a Brahma Sea expert with all 8 meridians open. Please forgive my lack of recognition and show mercy. We can talk. Little Yuaner hopped in front of him, gazed at him with her big eyes, and said, I have a task for you. What is it, young miss? I want you to help me investigate the Lakeside gang. The Lakeside gang? Lu Jingfeng looked puzzled. He had never heard of the name before. They are behind the kidnapping of the CI family. You have 3 days to find them for me. When Lu Jingfeng heard it was about the CI family, his face grew serious. The Lakeside gang kidnapped the CI family? This is not something the Azure Dragon Association can be involved in. Say that again? Ugh. My lady, I will certainly find this Lakeside gang in 3 days. Good. Little Yuaner turned around, took a few steps, and glanced at the gang members sprawled on the ground. Are you the one who shot me with arrows just now? No, 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 no. Yes, it was you. Little Yuaner's figure flickered, leaving an afterimage. In the next instant, she was beside the man, lifting one leg and stomping it on the marble floor next to his face. A perfect footprint appeared on the smooth, hard surface of the marble. The man shrieked, peed his pants, and trembled violently. He was clearly terrified. She was not a little girl, but a little devil. Haha. What a coward. Little Yuaner made a face. Then, she turned to Lu Jingfeng and smiled. Be obedient. If you don't do as I said, I will decimate your entire Azure Dragon Association. After saying that, she spread her arms, leaped into the air, and drifted toward the rooftop, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Dead silence fell over the courtyard. Lu Jingfeng slumped to the ground, wiped the sweat from his face, and muttered, "Why didn't I know there is such a young expert in Anyang?" He found it strange when he glanced at the gang members lying on the ground around him. If it were any other gang that came to attack them, these gang members would have died by now. However, the little girl only wounded them and gave him a task, which he found rather peculiar. The Lakeside gang. Is there such a gang in Anyang? The more he thought about it, the stranger it seemed, and the more puzzled he became. Ding! You have completed the task of mobilizing the Azure Dragon Association and are rewarded with 200 merit points. Lu Zhou had just finished a cup of tea and came to the center of the courtyard to take a walk. The CI family still looked the same. Ji Tiandao met little Yuaner when he first came to Anyang, and that was when he wanted to take her as his disciple. However, her parents rejected him. Later, for some unknown reasons, her parents sent her to Golden Court Mountain on their own. What enemies has the CI family had over the years? Lu Zhou asked. Wang Fugue, who was standing respectfully nearby, bowed slightly and said, "The family has never had any enemies." Not even 5 years ago? 5 years ago? Wang Fugue searched his memory. Then, as if he suddenly thought of something, he said, "You mean the Murong family? Tell me about this family." Lu Zhou walked to a stone block and sat down. 5 years ago, the Murong family and the CI family were like water and fire. At that time, both families had properties and businesses in the 3 major southern provinces of Great Yin. Master focused all his efforts on his businesses, which made him a wealthy man. Later, the CI family and the Murong family became sworn enemies. In the world of Great Yin, cultivators should not meddle with secular affairs, but there are always people who would do anything for profit. Master and his lady were often attacked by assassins. Was the Murong family behind the assassinations? Everyone knew they did it, but we had no actual proof, so the authorities ignored the cases. Now, Lu Zhou understood. It was to protect little Yuaner that the CI family had sent her to Ji Tiandao. Could the Murong family be responsible for this kidnapping as well? Lu Zhou asked. Wang Fugue paused for a moment and said, "I dare not jump to a conclusion. The cultivation base of a cultivator who can kidnap an entire family would not be lower than the Formeridian stage of the Brahma Sea realm. Are there any cultivators in the Murong family? Not on the surface. As for whether there are any hiding in the dark, I do not know." Lu Zhou nodded. Just then, little Yuaner drifted over the roof and jumped into the courtyard. Lu Zhou said in a slightly reproachful tone, "Why did you climb over the roof when there's a front door you can use?" "Grandpa, if I use the front door, I'd have to knock and wait for someone to open it. Climbing over the roof is more convenient. Don't do this again." "Oh." Little Yuaner replied, seeming a little unhappy. Ding. You have disciplined little Yuaner and are rewarded with 100 merit points. How are things going? Lu Zhou asked. They're very obedient and said they'll find the Lakeside gang for us, little Yuaner said excitedly. Oh? Did you beat them? No. The chief was very friendly. He said, "My lady, I will certainly find the Lakeside gang in 3 days. Don't look at me like that, Grandpa. I swear I'm telling the truth, and those are his words," little Yuaner mumbled. Lu Zhou knew she must have beaten them, but he didn't plan to reproach her. He just wanted to see if she would tell him the truth. Well, I'll have to teach her slowly. Rome wasn't built in a day. 3 days passed in a flash. Lu Zhou sat quietly in the courtyard, waiting for the results of the Azure Dragon Association's investigation. Wang Fugue poured him a cup of tea and asked gingerly, "Old mister, why is young miss going to the Azure Dragon Association alone?" "I'm worried about her safety." Lu Zhou glanced at him and said, "If I were you, I'd be more concerned about the safety of the gang members." Ugh. Wang Fugui looked puzzled. He wasn't a cultivator, so even though he knew there were different levels of cultivators, he couldn't tell who was stronger. Over the past few days, I've heard that the members of the Azure Dragon Association are searching for the Lakeside gang everywhere, causing quite a stir in Anyang, Wang Fugui said. Lu Zhou smiled but didn't say a word. He understood Wang Fugui's worry. After all, the Azure Dragon Association was backed by the Nether sect, led by Yu Jinghai, an expert ranked second on the Black Roll. Just the name alone was enough to strike terror into one's heart. However, ding! An evil man is killed. You are rewarded with 10 merit points. Ding! An evil man is killed. You are rewarded with 10 merit points. Ding! An evil man is killed. You are rewarded with 10 merit points. Lu Zhou sighed. Little Yuaner finally lost her patience. It took almost an hour for the system prompts to stop. He looked at the system panel. Name, Lu Zhou. Race, human. Cultivation base, the Qi refining and soul forming stage of the sense condensing realm. Merit points, 1254. Avatar, 3 condensing flowers. Remaining life, 4505 days. Items, G Tiandao Peak Form Card X2, Critical Block Card, Passive, X3, Whitzard Cultivation Technique, 3 Scrolls of Heaven Writing. Merit points had accumulated to over 1,000. After deducting the rewards from disciplining disciples and completing tasks, little Yuaner had killed at least 50 evil men. Lu Zhou did not expect her to handle matters so well as soon as she entered the world. After all, she was still young and lacked discretion in her actions. Over the past few days, he had learned from Wang Fugui that the Azure Dragon Association had committed many evil deeds, and the common people had suffered greatly under them. The authorities turned a blind eye because the association was backed by the Nether sect, making it a significant scourge in Anyang. They deserved their fate, and Lu Zhou did not pity them. Fugui, I want you to find out if there have been any unusual activities in the Murong family recently. I'll go right now. Hold on. Is there anything else, old mister? Take this token. No one will dare to stop you if you show it to them. Go now. I understand. All the items Ji Tiandao had obtained through the system were gone, but the goods he had plundered while he held sway in the world remained. This royal token was one of them. As for the rest, which were not convenient to bring along, Lu Zhou left them in Evil Sky Pavilion. In the afternoon, Lu Zhou was resting with his eyes closed when little Yuaner jumped off the roof and came in front of him, greeting him with a playful smile, Master. Lu Zhou frowned slightly and said, Kneel down. Plop. Little Yuaner dropped to her knees immediately, and the smile on her face vanished. I was wrong, Master. I shouldn't have killed them. I don't blame you for that. Ah? I told you that this is your home, and you have to come in through the front door. Have you forgotten that? Or did you take my words as a mere gust of wind? I'm sorry, Master. I was in a rush and I forgot. I promise I won't do it again, little Yuaner said, bowing her head. If he forgave her every time she made a mistake and said that, she would not remember and improve. So, Lu Zhou pointed to a block of stone beside them and said, lie face down. Ah? You have a pure nature, which is a good thing, but you can't be so wild and disregarding of rules. Since your parents are away, I'll teach you on their behalf. Little Yuaner obediently went to the block of stone and lay down. Lu Zhou knew he could not relent at this moment. So, he lifted a hand and produced a weak wave of energy, which he threw at her buttocks. Pack. Hee hee. It doesn't hurt at all. How dare you play tricks on me? Lu Zhou said angrily. Remove your protective energy. Have mercy, Master. I will not do it again, I promise. Little Yuaner pleaded. Remove it. Without the protective energy, little Yuaner was just an ordinary girl. Being free wasn't wrong, but she couldn't act without rules. Lu Zhou could turn a blind eye when she was on the mountain, but if she continued to act that way in Anyang, she might attract unwanted attention and spread news of their presence to the other villainous disciples. He had to punish her appropriately and make her remember not to repeat her mistakes. Pack. It hurts, master. The second stroke was firm. Although Lu Zhou was only in the sense-condensing realm, he could muster enough strength to hit an ordinary girl. Pack. 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 He hit her 3 more times in quick succession. In his memory, little Yuaner was the only disciple Ji Tiandao had never beaten. The other disciples, from the eldest to the 8th, had all been beaten and even seriously injured from a young age, but Ji Tiandao always saved their lives and healed them with medicines. After the punishment, little Yuaner was full of grievances and almost in tears. In front of others, she was a formidable and terrible little devil, but in front of Lu Zhou, she was just a child who hadn't yet grown up. Her parents hadn't been with her since she was little, and her senior brothers and sisters could only give her so much love, which couldn't replace her parents. Master was the only person she could rely on. Now, her most respected master had beaten her. How could she not be filled with grievances? You may get up, said Lu Zhou, hands clasped behind his back. Master, it really hurts. Good, I want you to feel that. I've told you to forget everything I taught you in the past and remember what I tell you now. I will, master. Little Yuaner pursed her lips. Ding. You have sternly disciplined the 9th disciple, little Yuaner. You are rewarded with 300 merit points. Lu Zhou watched her loyalty while disciplining her and noticed it didn't decrease. This meant that as long as he didn't do something to disappoint her, her loyalty wouldn't drop if it was over 80%. Little Yuaner was easy to guide, but the other 8 disciples. He shook his head, knowing there was still a long way to go. Despite her grievances, little Yuaner, after getting up, pursed her lips and said, the Azure Dragon Association said there was no Lakeside gang. It was just a temporary gang formed by a group of cultivators. Temporary? Yes. They lied and even invited helpers from E province to kill me. I was seized by anger, so I beat them. Beat? Ugh. I killed them, little Yuaner corrected hurriedly. They had invited some mighty experts. If I didn't fight back, I wouldn't be able to see you again, master. That's enough. Who dares to bully you if they are not divine court experts? Lu Zhou rebuked her softly. Little Yuaner didn't dare to speak again. Lu Zhou checked the time. Wang Fugue should have returned by now, but he hadn't. After a moment's thought, he said, Wang Fugue hasn't returned. Come with me. I understand. They left the CI family and walked down the street toward the Murong family. At the derived moon palace. Zhao Yu looked agitated and restless, pacing back and forth. You needn't worry so much, senior sister. Now that things have come to this stage, there's no point in regretting it. We have to see this through. Yi Tianxin walked out from behind the screen with a smile. Junior sister Tianxin, you don't understand. If we had done this a month ago, I wouldn't be so worried. The old man has always been short-tempered and selfish. But recently, his approach has changed. What changes? It's hard to explain. I just feel that his methods are gentler, and he's not as quick to anger. Zhao Yu thought back to the scenes after Lu Zhou drove away the top 10 experts. Yi Tianxin chuckled and said, your fear of him has reached a new level. You've survived his torment for so many years and finally left him. You shouldn't be so afraid now. Those words made Zhao Yu recall the painful years she had endured, and she sighed. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Do you think he will take the bait? Given that old man's suspicious nature, I doubt it. But little junior sister might fall for it. She has a simple nature and has only been away from home for 5 years. If she hears about it, she will definitely return to Anyang. All we need to do is capture her. Once that old man leaves Golden Court Mountain, he will lose the protection of 3rd and 4th senior brothers and the shield. I will have countless ways to exhaust his trump cards. How do you plan to exhaust his trump cards? There are many orthodox sects and cultivators who have suffered at his hands. What will they do if I spread the word about him? Especially the Heavenly Sword sect. Luo Changfeng was killed by that old thing. What if they are all afraid of him? Zhao Yu had witnessed the scene when the top 10 experts and tens of thousands of cultivators fled in the face of her master. She could never forget it for the rest of her life. Perhaps Ji Tiandao was the only person in the world who could make tens of thousands of cultivators flee in terror like that. I've informed the top 10 orthodox sects that the old thing has a secret drug. The top 9 experts are no fools. When they figure it out, they will attack him sooner or later. Just as she finished, one of her subordinates came in and said, "Master, we have just received a letter from Anyang. The Azure Dragon Association was destroyed, and an Imperial Army token was seen in the city." The Azure Dragon Association is destroyed? Who did that? Yi Tianxin furrowed her brow slightly. We don't know. But, judging from the traces of the fight left at the scene, the attacker should be a cultivator who has opened all 8 meridians of the Brahma Sea realm, Zhao Yu said from the side. Could it be Little Yuaner? Little junior sister is a divine court expert. Given her character, it's possible for her to kill everyone, but she wouldn't conceal her cultivation base, Yi Tianxin analyzed. What if that old man left Golden Court Mountain with her? Zhao Yu asked again. Yi Tianxin shook her head. It's unlikely. But to be on the safe side, I'll send someone to the CI family to investigate. Someone, yes, master. Take these portraits and hide in the CI family. Report back immediately if you see them. I understand. Yi Tianxin waved a hand, and the 2 portraits hanging on the screen flew over to the man. One was Ji Tiandao, with white hair and an old face, and the other was the cute-looking little Yuaner in blue clothes. After giving the order, she said again, as for the token of the Imperial Army, this token can be used to mobilize the Imperial Army and has always been in the hands of the Great Yan's Emperor. It has a unique dragon carving to show the world. How did it appear in Anyang? Zhao Yu said curiously. It doesn't matter. Although the Imperial Army will obey the token, it's not so easy to mobilize. There are only 2 possibilities: someone has faked it, or the Emperor is here, but dressed as a commoner. However, Great Yan has been plagued by wars in recent years, so the Emperor wouldn't do something so risky. That makes sense. A smile touched Yi Tianxin's lips as she said, "Don't worry, senior sister, everything is under my control." Meanwhile, Lu Zhou and Little Yuaner arrived outside the Murong family. Little Yuaner, you're being too high profile, and I'm afraid you've attracted the attention of others. From now on, you will do as I say. I understand, master. What would you do if the masterminds behind the kidnapping are your senior brothers and sisters? Lu Zhou had a feeling that even if it weren't done by them, it must have something to do with them. It can't be them. They have treated me very kindly, and they wouldn't have the heart to kidnap my father and mother, Little Yuaner said, twisting her hair with a finger. Lu Zhou shook his head, thinking, she's still too naive. Let's go in. He walked up the steps. I'll knock on the door for you, master, just kick it open. Little Yuaner? Bam. The door was kicked open. Hearing the noise, guards poured out like bees. When they saw the intruders were just an old man and a little girl, one of them growled, "How dare you kick the door of the Murong family? Take them down." Lu Zhou glanced at the guards and waved a hand. Not understanding the gesture, Little Yuaner asked, "Retreat?" Beat them. I like this. After being beaten by her master, Little Yuaner had been feeling down and depressed, with no way to vent. Feeling overjoyed, the little girl immediately jumped into the crowd, like a wolf leaping into a herd of sheep. She kicked and punched at every man, moving as fast as a bolt of lightning. Before the guards could keep up with her movements, they were all knocked flying, and none could manage a counterattack. In just a brief moment, the fight had ended. Little Yuaner clapped her hands with satisfaction and said, "Grandpa, they're too weak." Lu Zhou was speechless. What was there to be proud of when a divine court expert bullied a bunch of guards at the early stage of body tempering realm? The guards were in a miserable state. All of them lay on the ground with bloody noses and swollen faces, moaning painfully and struggling to get up. The commotion immediately drew the attention of others in the residence. Before long, the head of the family, Moronghai, strode over with several cultivators. When he saw what had happened, he glared at Lu Zhou and asked, "Who are you?" Lu Zhou replied in a faint voice, "Is Wang Fugue here? He forged the token of the Imperial Army, so I've arrested him and sent him to the authorities." Lu Zhou frowned slightly. No one had dared to speak to him like that on Golden Court Mountain. "Yuan, make him talk properly." "I understand." Little Yuan chuckled as she flexed her fists and said, "Hey, you better talk properly. And who is this insolent girl? Didn't your parents teach you manners?" Before Moronghai could finish, little Yuan had disappeared from where she stood, leaving numerous afterimages in the air as she approached him and those around him. In the blink of an eye, she had knocked them all to the ground. An 8 Meridians Brahma Sea expert. Moronghai slumped to the ground, looking at little Yuan with a ghastly expression, while the others clutched their chests, unable to move. "Oh? You seem tougher than the others." Little Yuan was very curious and was about to hit him again. "No. Stop. Please stop." Moronghai kept waving his hands while pleading. "Somebody, release the man. Wang Fugue is fine, he's fine." Soon, Wang Fugue was brought over, his face bruised and his hands bound behind his back. As the saying goes, when one beats a dog, one must answer to its master. Little Yuan's nostrils flared immediately at the sight. "Grandpa. Do as you like," he said. Little Yuan cracked her knuckles and bared her teeth. "Who beat Fugue?" A hush fell over the crowd, no one dared to answer her. Who would dare to admit it at this moment, especially after she had shown her formidable strength? The cultivators of the Morong family were as helpless as ordinary people before her. "You did it," little Yuan pointed at Moronghai. "No. Not me." Moronghai waved his hands repeatedly. How could Wang Fugue, a mere servant, be worthy of being tortured by him, the head of a great family? "Yes, it was you." In a blink, little Yuan was in front of Moronghai, lifting her fist and throwing it at his face. Bam! 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 Lu Zhou looked away. After a few shrieks, Moronghai's face was swollen and bloody. "Why did you do this to me? I have no grievances or enmity with you," he sobbed. Lu Zhou asked, "Do you know about the kidnapping of the CI family?" The crowd fell silent. "Don't be in a hurry to answer," Lu Zhou added. Then, he turned to little Yuan and said, "If I feel that he is lying to me, little Yuan, I want you to break his leg for me." "All right, Grandpa." Little Yuan became extremely excited at the thought of beating someone. Moronghai grew distressed. "What should I answer? Can anyone tell me?" The rest of the people could not help but take a step backward. "Yes, I know about it," he nodded and said. "Who did it?" "I only know that they are backed by formidable cultivators. Although my family and the CI family are sworn enemies, we lack the ability to kidnap hundreds of people from their residence in just one night," said Moronghai. "Formidable cultivators?" Moronghai glanced at Wang Fugue. He guessed that this old man should have a very good relationship with the CI family, so he said, "Old sir, listen to me, don't provoke these people." "Do you know them?" Shaking his head, Moronghai said, "Not really. I just know that this group of cultivators is related to Golden Court Mountain." "Do you know about Golden Court Mountain?" "No." "Tell me about it." He hasn't heard of the Golden Court Mountain. And judging from his aura and manner, he should be a hermit, a cultivator who has shut himself off from the world, Moronghai thought. There is a villainous patriarch living on the Golden Court Mountain. He has 9 disciples, each a notorious villain. It is very likely that the group of cultivators is related to some villains from the Golden Court Mountain. They kill people without a second thought and commit all kinds of evil deeds. Old sir, I can tell that you are a kind man, but you must not provoke them. How could he flatter master like that? Little Yuan couldn't help but laugh, but when she saw her master's solemn expression, she quickly lowered her voice. Afraid he might scold her, she turned around and covered her mouth. Moronghai looked embarrassed and puzzled, unable to understand what was so funny about such a serious topic. You can just ignore her and continue, Lu Zhou said calmly. Moronghai, interrupted by little Yuan, wasn't sure how to resume his sobbing voice, so he continued in his normal tone, this Lakeside gang is indeed a non-existent gang. 2 days before they kidnapped the CI family, they were surveying in Anyang with about 30 people. How did you know that? Since they had faked a gang, it meant they didn't want others to know their true identities, so how did the Morong family find out what they were doing? This gave Moronghai a momentary pause, and an embarrassed look crept onto his face. Tell me. Actually, some of them are from my family. You are so shameless. Little Yuan said angrily. Lu Zhou lifted a hand. Good. You have answered well. Please have mercy, old mister. I promise I will no longer oppose the CI family from now on, Moronghai said, bowing. Lu Zhou slowly turned his back to him. Last question. Can you track down the hostages? Moronghai's expression changed when he heard this. He really wants to provoke this group of people. This? Well? Yes, I can. Moronghai bowed his head and answered honestly. A cultivation seal was a crude tracking method that more advanced cultivators wouldn't use. Since the Lakeside gang was backed by some so-called powerful cultivators, they wouldn't be so naive as to overlook such a simple trick. In other words, the information was leaked on purpose. When the mounted brigands kidnapped the CI family, all they wanted was money. But what did the Lakeside gang want? We should go back now, Lu Zhou said. Let me help you, Grandpa. Little Yuan hopped over to him. After taking 2 steps, Lu Zhou stopped and pointed at Moronghai. Bring him with us, and don't forget the imperial token. Moronghai was struck dumb. He wanted to kneel and beg for mercy, but Lu Zhou turned away from him, shattering his hope. Weak as he was, he did not dare to fight back, so he just followed timidly, walking dejectedly beside Wang Fugui. Grandpa, I found the imperial token. Put it away. This is a beautiful dragon carving. Little Yuan turned the token over and over in her hand. Lu Zhou smiled. It's a unique dragon carving on the imperial token, the only symbol that distinguishes a real one from a fake. Put it away now, lest it attracts unwanted attention. Plop. Moronghai collapsed to the ground, his legs weak, his forehead covered in sweat, and his hands shaking. Little Yuan looked back over her shoulder and asked, in confusion, what's wrong with you? That token, it's a real one? Of course, it is. Little Yuan shoved the token into her pocket and trotted toward Lu Zhou. Then she heard Wang Fugui's voice calling out from behind her, Get up, Moronghai, you're sitting in a puddle of your own urine. Halfway down the street, Lu Zhou suddenly stopped and said, Yuan, send a letter to your senior brothers. Tell them to keep an eye out for unidentified cultivators approaching Golden Court Mountain. Yes, master. Little Yuan nodded. Tomorrow morning, I'll bring Moronghai to rescue your family. Thank you, Grandpa. By the time they returned to the CI family's residence, night had fallen. As usual, Lu Zhou opened the system interface and looked at his merit points. Lucky draw. Ding. This lucky draw costs 50 merit points. You have received 3 reversal cards. Are reversal cards so cheap? Lu Zhou had a sudden feeling that he had been ripped off by the system. When he purchased them from the shop, a reversal card had cost him 500 merit points. Now, he got 3 for just 50 merit points. If this wasn't a rip-off, what was it? Lucky draw. Ding. This lucky draw costs 50 merit points. You have received 5 critical block cards. Lucky draw. Ding. This lucky draw costs 50 merit points. Thank you for trying, you have received 1 luck point. Lucky draw. Ding. This lucky draw costs 50 merit points. Thank you for trying, you have received 1 luck point. Lu Zhou shook his head. This game is too addictive. I just can't stop. No, I have to control myself. I have to stop now. If he tried 10 times and failed to win even a reversal card, then he was losing. Use them. He used the 3 reversal cards. Afterward, he looked at the system interface and saw that his remaining life had increased to 5,507 days. Oh? 3 cards have given me 1,000 days of life. Lu Zhou remembered that the first reversal card had given him 310 days, and the subsequent ones about 300 days each. He was surprised that each of these 3 cards had given him 333 days. Interesting. He felt his bodily functions had significantly strengthened. Although his cultivation base was still weak, his physical strength had improved. He also noticed that his vision had enhanced, as the light filtering through the windows seemed to dance like ripples on the ocean's surface. Ugh! He rubbed his eyes, and everything returned to normal. What was that? Could it be the extraordinary power of the heaven writing? If so, how can I use it? The system said the method to cultivate the heaven writing differs from other techniques, meaning all existing experience and insights are useless. I guess I'll have to find my own way. Thus, he opened the heaven writing interface and continued studying it. The next morning, Lu Zhou, Little Yuaner, Moronghai, and Wang Fugue gathered in the courtyard. Grandpa, you're getting younger again. Chatterbox. That seemed to be the only flattering word the little girl knew. Clasping his hands behind his back, Lu Zhou said, "Lead the way, Moronghai." Moronghai nodded and performed an incantation gesture. Streams of weak energy swirled around his arms, before spreading out and vanishing into the void. About 10 miles to the north. Only 10 miles away? Clearly, the group of cultivators did not fear that someone might come to rescue the hostages. If this is related to those villainous disciples, it might not be appropriate to let Yuaner go. Should we wait a little longer? What are you thinking about, Grandpa? Nothing. Let's go. All right. Wang Fugue was not a cultivator, so he was left behind to wait at the residence. 10 miles to the north of Anyang, at a place called Blue Sun Mountain. This should be it, Moronghai said, pointing at the mountain ahead. The 3 of them looked up from the foot of the mountain. This is Blue Sun Mountain. The seal has led us here, so the cultivators of the Lakeside gang should be hiding in the mountain. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said. Yuaner, it's time to rescue your family. I understand. A sly smile crossed the little girl's lips as she walked toward the mountain step by step. At such a young age, she has opened all 8 meridians of the Brahma Sea realm. She's really a rare genius. Moronghai was still amazed by her cultivation base. Right then, strange cultivators rushed out of the woods, flew up, and hovered in the air on their swords, as if they had been waiting there for a long time. Swoosh! Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, dozens of cultivators appeared before them. We've been waiting for you for a long time. The dozens of cultivators looked down at them from midair. Seeing that the situation was unfavorable, Moronghai took a step back. His eyes grew as wide as a cow's, and he stammered, "Oh old mister, they are all 8 meridian Brahma Sea experts. This. Asterisk, I told you this was a trap. Look what you brought us into now, asterisk." I know, Lu Zhou nodded. Ugh, Moronghai felt like crying. Asterisk, we are about to die, and that's all you can say? You know, asterisk. Moronghai's family ran businesses for the common people. Though he was a fish in water in the business world, he was just an ant in the face of these cultivators. They belonged to 2 completely different worlds. What else could he do but be afraid? Yes, he had opened 5 apertures of the mystic enlightening realm, but with such a cultivation base, he did not even have the qualification to stand in front of Brahma Sea experts. "Old mister, I think we should run away now," he suggested. He knew little Yuaner was an 8 Meridian Brahma Sea expert, so if she could hold back these cultivators for a while, they might have a chance to escape. However, Lu Zhou's expression was calm, as if he had not heard Muronghai's words, focusing all his attention on the scene. Crazy, he must be crazy. Meanwhile, little Yuaner showed no fear. Instead, she looked up at the cultivators, rested one hand on her hip, and pointed at them with the other, counting, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What is she counting? The group of cultivators frowned. The leader of the group said in an angry voice, "We never kill nameless people. Tell us your name." 12 Brahma Sea cultivators, little Yuaner said, smiling after she had finished counting. The leader paused for a moment, as if he could not believe that he was being ignored by a little girl. Right then, a cultivator beside him whispered, "That senior asks us to kill whoever comes to rescue the hostages." While nodding, the leader responded, "We are paid to solve problems. It's rare for someone to achieve such a strong cultivation base at your young age, but too bad you got involved with the CI family." The 11 cultivators behind him moved forward, surrounding little Yuaner in the blink of an eye. "Who paid you to do this?" Lu Zhou's husky voice rang out. "Who are you, old man?" The leader glanced at Lu Zhou and Muronghai. When he saw that one was in the sense-condensing realm, while the other was in the mystic and lightning realm, he shook his head. Lu Zhou also shook his head. He realized that in this world, reasons and rules were ultimately determined by those with the stronger power. "Yuaner." He gestured at little Yuaner. The girl gave him a knowing smile, spread her arms, and lightly kicked the ground, leaving a pit behind as she leaped into the air. "Ah?" Muronghai was completely struck dumb, perfectly demonstrating the look of someone who had never seen the world. Meanwhile, the 12 Brahma Sea cultivators were taken aback by little Yuaner's aura. "Kill her." As soon as the leader gave the order, little Yuaner's laughter echoed through the mountain, and then she disappeared from where she stood. The 7 stars cloud-treading steps. It was the essential part of the movement technique Ji Tiandao gave her, allowing her to tread in the air, moving as stealthily as a shadow and as fast as a bolt of lightning. For a moment, she was everywhere in the sky, dazzling all the cultivators. Bam! 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 One Brahma Sea cultivator after another was kicked from the air, not just falling but forcefully thrown to the ground. Bam! 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 Muronghai was dumbfounded, thinking, is an 8 Meridians Brahma Sea cultivator really that strong? Ding! An evil man is killed. You are rewarded with 10 merit points. Ding! An evil man is killed. You are rewarded with 10 merit points. In just a few breaths, little Yuaner had kicked 11 cultivators to the ground. Each was thrown into the earth with a cracked head, a face covered in blood, and a lost life. The last cultivator stared at her, his face blank, as if he had been so scared he lost the ability to think. Little Yuaner appeared before him, looking calm as if those dead men below had nothing to do with her. Waving her hand, she asked, "Do you need my help?" "No. No, no. I can go down by myself." Plop. The leader retracted his energy and allowed himself to fall freely to the ground, thinking it could at least save his life. As soon as he landed, the pungent smell of blood stung his nostrils and nerves like a sharp blade. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing here? For a moment, he forgot everything, but then he remembered he had accepted a lucrative task, to kidnap the entire CI family and kill anyone who came to rescue them. Muronghai finally came to his senses. He swallowed and felt as if he were dreaming. Lu Zhou walked up slowly and said, "You've done a good job." "Hee hee. Grandpa finally praised me." Little Yuaner had purposely spared one man and killed the rest, which surprised Lu Zhou. He rested his eyes on the survivor and said coldly, "Who is the mastermind?" The man looked up with difficulty at the old man in front of him and said, "I don't know." Where are the hostages? Someone had taken them away. Who? I don't know. Have you seen his face? No. It seemed no answers could be extracted from him. Little Yuan was furious at his replies, while Lu Zhou slightly furrowed his brow, staring at the leader, who lay on his hands and knees, holding his breath, and clutching the ground with his shaking fingers. Kill him, Lu Zhou said in a faint voice. What? Aren't you going to ask me a few more questions? Hold on. I'll tell you everything. Don't kill me. Lu Zhou no longer looked at him but clasped his hands and walked toward the mountain. Little Yuan chuckled and said, "Why didn't you tell us, just now?" It wasn't that the leader didn't want to tell them. As a Brahma Sea expert, he was unhurt and felt ashamed to disclose everything after being casually questioned. The whole CI family is on Blue Sun Mountain, but their family head has been taken away by my employer. I really don't know the identity of my employer. The leader hurriedly shared the key information. However, Lu Zhou did not turn back. He was thinking about how to find the group of cunning disciples. He had only 2 peak form experience cards left, so he couldn't use them to search for his disciples. Little Yuan said, "You're amazing, Grandpa. He told me everything after you scared him." Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "I didn't scare him." Grandpa? This place is indeed a trap. The mastermind deliberately left behind a message. If he didn't tell us, others would. So, what's the point of sparing his life? If the man had any value, it would be providing Lu Zhou with some merit points. Hearing this, the leader slumped to the ground, his face turning deathly pale. At the derived moon palace, dozens of female cultivators skimmed over the mountains and landed one by one. The cultivating ground looked like a wonderland, and the female cultivators were akin to fairies living there. Who would have thought that this was the derived moon palace, the dwelling place of Tianxin, who killed without hesitation and bore the title of Jadeface Shura? Master, we've received a letter. An old man and a young girl are approaching the CI family's residence. Tianxin and Zhao Yu stood up simultaneously upon hearing this. Have their identities been confirmed? They look somewhat similar to the portraits, but our people did not dare to confirm their identities. Similar? Tianxin laughed and said, with that old man's temper, he would never disguise himself. As far as I know, third senior brother has been injured, and the righteous sect has sent experts to Golden Court Mountain. Moreover, after the death of Luo Changfeng, the sect leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, no one has succeeded him. Their former sect leader, Luo Xingkong, is constantly looking for an opportunity to avenge his son. Fourth senior brother alone cannot stop a nascent divinity tribulation expert. Only Zhao Yu understood what she was trying to convey. This was the best timing to exhaust Ji Tiandao's trump cards. What if these two aren't impersonators? Tianxin chuckled. Then the old thing would fall right into our trap. Master, we've received another letter. The cultivators of the Lakeside gang on Blue Sun Mountain are all dead, and the entire CI family, except their family head, have escaped. Tianxin's eyes lit up, but she did not seem surprised. The person who can kill all the cultivators of the Lakeside gang is most likely to be little junior sister. After all, there are not many divine court experts. Those from the top 10 orthodox sects had no reason to rescue an insignificant family. Only little Yuan had the motive. Send a letter to Evil King. Inform him that the plan remains unchanged and to prepare for action. I understand. Zhao Yu smiled and said, Old Eighth is cheeky enough to call himself the Evil King with his weak cultivation base. Among Ji Tiandao's 9 disciples, Zhu Honggong was only slightly stronger than little Yuan. However, little Yuan had only joined the sect for 5 years, and it wouldn't take her long to surpass him. So, when Zhao Yu heard that their 8th junior brother, who was a little silly, called himself Evil King, she couldn't help but smile. But Tianxin said, it's not that old 8th is too weak, but that the old man is too strong, the world knew about Tianxin from all the amazing feats he had performed in those years, when he held sway over the world. However, only his disciples knew what it felt like to accompany the old villain. After the people of the CI family were rescued, they knelt and kowtowed to Lu Zhou to express their gratitude. As expected, he received merit points from the worship of over 100 people. He noticed that although many of them kowtowed several times, he didn't get extra points, which told him that additional kowtows wouldn't earn him more merit points. Little Yuan had also reunited with her mother, which excited her for quite a while. Unfortunately, before they could talk further, Lu Zhou asked her to send everyone back to the residence. They still had someone to rescue. Her father was still in the hands of that unknown but formidable cultivator. After the brief battle on Blue Sun Mountain, Moronghai had a new understanding of little Yuan. "Old man, your granddaughter is probably the youngest 8 Meridians Brahma Sea cultivator I've ever seen, and I'm certain she will step into the divine court realm in less than 3 years, he praised sincerely. Lu Zhou didn't say anything. He clasped his hands behind his back and walked away. Twisting a strand of hair with her finger, little Yuan pointed at Moronghai and said, "Bah. I remember you were scared out of your wits just now." Ugh, Moronghai looked embarrassed. "Oh, you don't think so? You should count yourself lucky that you're still useful to us. Otherwise, I would have kicked you to death by now." Moronghai felt he really couldn't handle this moody little girl. He didn't understand how he had provoked her, even though he was just praising her. Maybe it's best if I just keep quiet, he thought to himself. Then, he quickened his steps to catch up with Lu Zhou. Her grandfather is kinder and easier to talk to. After walking for a while, Moronghai's curiosity got the better of him. He asked, "Old sir, why did you send the CI family people back to their residence? Wouldn't it be a waste if they were kidnapped again?" Before Lu Zhou could answer, little Yuan snapped, "Idiot. My grandpa has the imperial token, and I've given it to them." Moronghai nearly choked on her words. Lu Zhou calmly said, "Don't worry. These cultivators' target is not the CI family." "I agree," Moronghai nodded. "If they wanted money, they would have asked for it. But they didn't, and they didn't harm any of the hostages. That means they want something else. So, why did they do this?" Right then, little Yuan pointed at the sky and said, "A carrier pigeon." Swoosh! She shot up like a bolt of lightning and caught the bird before bringing it down to the ground. "It's from 4th senior brother." Lu Zhou did not ask her to read this time, but beckoned her over. Little Yuan handed the letter to him, and after reading it, he furrowed his brows slightly. "What did the letter say, Grandpa?" "Some trifling matters." With a casual wave of his hand, the letter was pulverized and carried away by the wind. Moronghai stood to the side in silence, not daring to ask anything about the letter. Looking at the beautiful scenery ahead, Lu Zhou said, "Send a letter to Old 4th and tell him to wait for my return." Oh. From the way they addressed each other, Moronghai guessed that this pair of grandfather and granddaughter should be from some sect. The world of Great Yen was boundless, and it was perfectly normal to have 1 or 2 almighty hermits. "Old Mister, the head of the CI family doesn't have a seal, so we can't track him. Why don't we just go back?" Moronghai suggested. Lu Zhou gave him a look, and instead of answering, he asked, "Do you know anything about the imperial token?" "The token belongs to Great Yan's emperor and can be used to mobilize the imperial army of 100,000 elites," said Moronghai. "The army has 8 commanders who guard the 8 sides of the capital city. It is said that 4 of them are nascent divinity tribulation experts stationed at the north, south, east, and west of the capital, forming the strongest shield. The 8 commanders report directly to the emperor, and the only thing that can command them besides the emperor is this token. It has a unique dragon carving, making it very easy to identify." Lu Zhou nodded. What he said was basically correct. It was after hearing about its uniqueness that Tianxin had sneaked into the palace and stolen it. Since then, time had passed and circumstances had changed. No matter how foolish the imperial family was, they would not allow a lost token to continue to have the power to muster the imperial army. Nevertheless, the symbolic meaning of the token remained. Since you know about this token, why did you still dare to hold Wang Fugue captive? With a sad face, Moronghai said, I was careless and failed to notice the dragon carving. Lu Zhou did not question him further. Just then, little Yuaner pointed ahead and said, Grandpa, it should be up ahead. All right. The three of them skirted a lake and arrived at an empty field surrounded by mountains. There was no one around. After carefully studying the environment, Lu Zhou said in a deep voice, Show yourself. No one answered him, save for the sound of birds calling in the mountains and woods. For some unknown reason, Moronghai felt uncomfortable. A chill ran down his back, and he had a feeling that something bad was about to happen. So, he took a step back. Swoosh. Suddenly, the animals and birds in the woods scattered and fled in all directions, while an evil laugh echoed through the woods. Right then, a black figure flew from the mountains. He had a man held under one arm, but he landed slowly, like a feather. Moronghai stepped back even further. What a strong aura! A divine court expert. This is not good, he may be a villain from the Golden Court Mountain. Run for your life. He turned and ran. However, he had not gone far when an invisible layer of energy blocked his path. It's too late to run now, the black figure's husky voice sounded terrible. Save me, old mister. Lu Zhou stood still with his hands clasped behind his back. Judging from the fluctuation of the man's aura, he was stronger than an 8th Meridian Brahma Sea expert, he should be a divine court expert. Lu Zhou did not think this man worthy of using a peak form experience card. The man's long black hair covered his cheeks, making it difficult for anyone to see his face. The fact that you managed to escape the trap at Blue Sun Mountain proves you are quite strong. But unfortunately, that is far from enough. A 2-aperture mystic enlightening cultivator, an 8th-tier body tempering cultivator. Through the gap in his hair, the man glanced at Moronghai and Lu Zhou, then his eyes rested on little Yuaner. And an 8th Meridian Brahma Sea cultivator. TSK, this seems like a fair deal. Little Yuaner's eyes lit up, and she chuckled. This one should last a little longer. The man roared with laughter. Little Yuaner was about to rush up, but Lu Zhou raised his hand to stop her. While stroking his beard, he said, You are too impatient. He's merely a divine court cultivator. You will have your chance to fight. Oh. Moronghai was speechless. Old Mr. looks kind, but why is he so arrogant? Is it because his granddaughter has opened all 8 meridians of the Brahma Sea realm? Do you know who you're talking to, old thing? The black figure raised a hand and pointed at Lu Zhou. The 3 Yin styles of the Taoist societies? Lu Zhou's tone remained calm, giving the man a pause. He then moved his eyes from little Yuaner to Lu Zhou. His intuition told him that this old man was not an 8th-tier body-tempering cultivator, but had used some means to conceal his aura. The fact that he could identify his sect with a glance proved that he was not as simple as he appeared. Who are you? You are practicing a reverse breathing method, which absorbs the energy essence of heaven and earth through the Laogong acupoints in your arms and accumulates it in your dantian. The method is easy to master, but it has a flaw: your bones will be filled with chills, and you will be in extreme pain for at least 10 days a month. Lu Zhou paused before continuing, You only have 3 months left to live. Hearing that, the man was taken aback. There were numerous cultivators in this world, and each had their own secrets. Moreover, they regarded the flaw in their cultivation techniques as the most important secret. Over the past 2 decades, he had poured all his effort into cultivating the 3 Yin styles, which had made him a formidable expert of the divine court. However, the greater the gains, the higher the cost. The price he had to pay was the pain from the chills in his body. How did this old man know about it? He pushed away a lock of hair that fell from his forehead and stared at Lu Zhou with eyes as large as a cow's. Let me ask you again, who are you? His tone grew cold and dark. Lu Zhou and little Yuan remained standing as if nothing had happened, but Morong Hai peed in his pants again and slumped to the ground. What a terrifying voice. He must be a villain from Golden Court Mountain. Lu Zhou continued, based on what he found in his memory, when you betrayed the Dao societies, you had only learned the 3 Yin styles, but not the 6 Yang techniques. Extreme cold needs to be balanced with extreme Yang. It's a miracle that you are still alive today. The 6 Yang technique? The man asked doubtfully. Why? Haven't you heard of it? At that moment, the man suddenly burst into laughter, his voice shaking the mountains. How dare you deceive me with nonsense, old man? With that, he leaped like a savage beast, wrapped in a freezing wind, and threw a punch toward Lu Zhou's face. The sudden attack shocked Lu Zhou. Bam! The great waves lifted by the wind were blocked, as was the punch. For a moment, the world fell completely silent. When the dust settled, the man saw that his thunderous attack had not been blocked by the seemingly weak and frail old man, but by the little girl with a playful smile. Little Yuan had stopped his fist with her palm and said, "You have to ask me before attacking my grandpa." What? Isn't she an 8th Meridian Brahma Sea cultivator? He thought, a trace of surprise appearing on his face. Even Morong Hai, who was slumped on the ground, looked at the scene with a blank expression, feeling his worldview, sense of life, and values crumble. Why is she so strong? Was she pretending to be a pig to prey on the tiger? Her acting is so good. Bam! A sharp and powerful blast of energy exploded from little Yuan, driving the man back as she no longer concealed her aura. To the attacker's surprise, she was a genuine divine court cultivator. In fact, even if little Yuan had not stopped him, the man could not have hurt Lu Zhou, as he still had 7 critical block cards. Nevertheless, it was good that she did, as it saved him a card. You. A divine court cultivator at this young age? How is this possible? The man's voice was full of surprise. Little Yuan cracked her knuckles, then looked back and said, with a fierce desire to fight on her face, "Grandpa, I want to fight him." "Do as you wish," Lu Zhou replied. With her grandfather's permission, little Yuan smiled even more brightly. She beckoned to the man with a finger and said, "I haven't met such a strong opponent as you in a long time. You must hold on a little longer." Why does this sound so weird? A little girl is provoking a monster? Lu Zhou thought, shaking his head. Never mind. It's also a good idea to fight before talking. Meanwhile, little Yuan darted forward, tiptoeing over the blades of grass like a dragonfly skimming the water. In the next instant, she kicked the man from the side. Bam! 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 Just like that, they locked into a fierce fight. She's so fast. The man reflexively lifted both arms to block. Bam! 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 A series of kicks landed on his arms, and the sheer force compelled him to step back into the woods, breaking trees along the way. The power was simply amazing. Lu Zhou approached little Yuan's father, who was lying on the ground, and briefly examined him. Fortunately, he had just passed out and wasn't hurt. "She's always unable to control her temper," said Lu Zhou, seeing Morong Hai's pale face. "Is this a matter of temper? She's totally a fiend out of control." Morong Hai did not know whether to laugh or cry. He wanted to stand up, but found that his legs were weak, and he couldn't move them at all. "Old sir, since you have such a strong granddaughter, why did you pretend to be weak? The world is full of treacherous people. We have to be wary of them," said Lu Zhou. "You are a wise man, old sir. No wonder you were so confident in rescuing the Ci family. I've underestimated you." Morong Hai calmed himself down. The two of them chatted leisurely while little Yuan and the black-cloaked man fought fiercely. On the surface, it seemed they were at a deadlock, but in fact, little Yuan had the upper hand from the beginning. Anyone with a discerning eye could easily see that she was doing it on purpose. She just wanted to fight a little longer and exercise a little more. Staying on the mountain for too long had bored her. Now that she finally had an opponent to relax with, How could she miss the opportunity? The sounds of energy colliding with one another rang ceaselessly. Moronghai was greatly shocked as he watched them fight. He found it hard to believe that those powerful energy blasts were coming from a weak-looking little girl. Old mister, he cupped his fist toward Lu Zhou and said, I have a question, but I don't know if I should ask. Go ahead. Are you also hiding your strength? Moronghai had long suspected it. He didn't believe Lu Zhou could tame a little devil like this just by his personality and kinship. Lu Zhou gave him a look, neither admitting nor denying, but Moronghai took that as confirmation. Since his granddaughter is a divine court expert, he must be at least a divine court expert himself. With that thought, he hurriedly cupped his fist and said, Old mister, you are truly an all-powerful expert. I'm not an expert yet, Lu Zhou waved his hand. Moronghai was greatly impressed. He thought, I didn't expect him to be so humble, even with his granddaughter's moody and hot-tempered nature. Old mister, if I may say one more thing. What is it? The child is amazingly gifted, and with her cultivation base reaching its peak, her future is limitless. It's a pity that she hasn't fully understood the proper way to interact with others. Lu Zhou looked up at little Yuaner, who was fighting in the distance. He knew her temper and character very well. It would take more than just a few days to teach her that. You are right. I've been thinking about how to teach her to deal with people recently. He was telling the truth. Old mister is truly a wise man. The child is fortunate to have you teaching her. Boom. 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 The black-clothed man's face was covered in dust, and he kept coughing as energy blasts struck him continuously. It didn't take long for him to fall to the ground and stop moving. Let's continue, said little Yuaner with a smile. Hey, get up now. That was a good move you just made. Come on, let's fight again. Their battle had broken all the nearby trees and riddled the ground with holes of varying sizes. This is so boring, said little Yuaner when she saw the man no longer moving. Cough. Cough. The black-clothed man raised his hands and waved them as he said with difficulty, I don't want to fight anymore. That was when Lu Zhou rose to his feet while smiling. It looks like they've had enough fighting. Very good. Congratulations, old mister. Now that all the people of the CI family have been rescued, this journey is finally over, said Moronghai. Lu Zhou shook his head as he looked at the man lying on the ground. It's not over. On the contrary, this is just the beginning. Ah? What do you say, Panzhong? The black-clothed man shuddered. How do you know my name? Let's return to the topic from before. Lu Zhou walked forward slowly and said, You could have lived another 3 months. Do you want to die now? What? Panzhong's heart trembled, and he did a backward flip. Dust fell off his body, but his face was still dirty, and he had difficulty standing straight. I didn't expect this little girl's cultivation base to be so profound, but she is still not strong enough to kill me. Panzhong looked at little Yuaner warily. They had fought for a few hundred rounds, and he had been attacked like a practice target the whole time. Truth be told, he wished to turn around and run away right now. The true power of the 3 Yin styles can only be brought out with the help of the 6 Yang technique. You've only learned the 3 Yin styles, which is why you can't grasp its essence, Lu Zhou said. Why have I never heard of this so-called 6 Yang technique? Little Yuaner spat, rolling her eyes. What's so great about this 6 Yang technique? My grandpa knows countless cultivation techniques. Countless? Just then, whistles could be heard approaching from the distance. Everyone could tell that these were the sounds of flying swords. A group of unknown cultivators approached in large numbers, many with profound cultivation bases. Before they could be seen, a voice rang out, We haven't seen each other in a long time, little junior sister. A crimson flying chariot approached from the distant sky, followed by dozens of cultivators who rapidly poured down like floodwaters. Here they come, Lu Zhou said as he looked at the crimson flying chariot. Meanwhile, little Yuaner's carefree demeanor vanished when she saw the chariot, and she said timidly, "That's senior sister's flying chariot." After that, she walked to Lu Zhou's side and stood by his elbow, wrapping her hands around his arm. "Don't be afraid." Lu Zhou waved his hand. "Oh." Little Yuaner then realized he was right. "Why should I be afraid with master here?" She had brought her father back, though it was a pity he was in a coma and couldn't witness the spectacle. As for Pan Zhong, he looked more surprised than confused, and no one knew what he was thinking. On the side, Moronghai felt like he was dreaming. Hallucinations. This must be a hallucination, he thought, pinching himself hard on the cheek. There were numerous cultivators in the world, and one who had opened all 8 meridians of the Brahma Sea realm was already an expert. When a cultivator entered this realm, they could float in the air, and when they opened all 8 meridians, they could fly in the sky. Therefore, how could he not be shocked to see so many experts flying in the sky? Are Brahma Sea experts so common? Moreover, those who could control flying swords were cultivators who had opened at least 8 meridians, and many of them were actually divine court experts. Furthermore, there was a flying chariot as well. A flying chariot was a symbol of status, and only the leader of a powerful group could usually own one. As for mounts, especially legendary ones, they required strength, luck, resources, and timing to catch, making them even more prestigious than a flying chariot. When the top 10 experts besieged Golden Court Mountain with tens of thousands of cultivators, only the top 10 experts owned flying chariots. Who was the expert in the Crimson Flying Chariot? A brief moment later, the group of experts arrived on the scene and spread out into a semicircle, looking ready to attack. Meanwhile, the chariot stopped and hovered behind them. Lu Zhou, Moronghai, little Yuaner, and Pan Zhong all looked at it. Right then, a seductive voice rang out from it, "Little junior sister is getting more and more beautiful." The familiar voice and tone made little Yuaner purse her lips and run back behind Lu Zhou again. "Little junior sister?" Pan Zhong frowned. Who can frighten this unruly little girl with a formidable cultivation base? However, in the next moment, he seemed to have recognized the owner of the Crimson Flying Chariot. Realizing what was happening, he swallowed hard, and his fingers began to tremble. "Humph, traitor! I'm not your little junior sister," little Yuaner said angrily. Hearing that, a peal of laughter echoed from the chariot. "Little junior sister, you are still as innocent and lovely as ever." At that moment, a divine court cultivator floating in midair on a flying sword cupped his fist toward the chariot and said, "Palace Master Yi, you told us that the old villain had relied on a secret drug to survive the last attack, and you secretly informed us with letters that he will be here. What I see now is only a little villain. What's the meaning of this?" "Only a little villain?" Lu Zhou could not help but wonder. "I'm only about 10 years younger. Yes, my hair has grown darker, and my skin is tighter, but my facial features remain the same. Am I that hard to recognize?" The cultivator in the chariot laughed and said, "Open your eyes and take a good look." "Oh?" The chariot ascended into the air and flipped over. The cultivators couldn't help but look at it, holding their breaths. A lady in white clothes slowly descended from the sky like a fairy, her aura as calm as still water, yet containing a fierce killing intent. Despite the distance, Lu Zhou still recognized her. Yi Tianxin, nascent divinity tribulation realm, 45% hostility. She was his 6th disciple, currently the master of the derived moon palace, renowned far and wide. It was said that the derived moon palace only had female cultivators, each of them gifted, but they all despised heartless and unfaithful men. No one knew why, and Lu Zhou couldn't find the answer in his memory either. He glanced around and saw no female cultivators, indicating that she had used outsiders rather than her own people, a clever move. At that moment, the other cultivators landed but kept their distance from Yi Tianxin, for she was the feared jade-faced Shura. Lu Zhou clasped his hands behind his back and focused his gaze on Yi Tianxin. Her temperament and appearance reminded him of a poem, "The lotus grows in mud, yet remains unstained. It floats on rippling water, yet does not dance with it. Lu Zhou was not in a hurry to act, sensing that things were more complex than they seemed. They wouldn't have set a trap just to catch him. His villainous disciples were not that foolish. His eldest, second, fifth, seventh, and eighth disciples had not shown up. When he activated a peak form experience card, he only had half an hour. He must try his best to take down the group of villainous disciples at his peak. All eyes were on Tianxin. She walked forward gracefully, and the cultivators parted to let her through. After taking 10 steps, she stopped, smiled, and her gaze rested on the only old man present. "Master, you have fallen into a trap." A hush fell over the crowd. Eyes filled with surprise, shock, doubt, or disbelief shifted to Lu Zhou, the old man who appeared to be in his 60s or 70s. Is this old man the legendary and infamous evil patriarch who once slaughtered 80,000 Rongbei cultivators? Is there a mistake? No one could believe it, for he looked different from the portrait. However, Tianxin had personally identified him. As the evil old man's sixth disciple, she could not be wrong. Swoosh! 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 The cultivators drew their swords, ready to face a formidable enemy, and fixed their eyes on Lu Zhou. The atmosphere was tense and bizarre. Both sides stood face to face, but no one dared to strike first. It was unusually quiet, as if everyone could hear each other's heartbeats. At that moment, Moronghai looked at the kind-faced old man and laughed. "He is the notorious villainous patriarch? Haha. You'd better kill me. You are all liars. Liars." With his hands clasped behind his back, Lu Zhou looked at Tianxin and said calmly, "Since you have addressed me as master, I will give you another chance. Come back to Golden Court Mountain. You will still be one of my 9 disciples." His words stunned all the cultivators present. It was tantamount to admitting that he was the villainous patriarch. Tianxin smiled and said, "Master, I called you that out of respect. As for returning to Golden Court Mountain, you'll have to ask them first." The surrounding cultivators all glared furiously at Lu Zhou. "Old villain, you were lucky to win the last battle, but you won't be so lucky this time. A secret drug is, after all, a secret drug. Everyone that can boost one's cultivation base in a short time has side effects. Don't worry, everyone. No wonder this old villain could use his energy so recklessly last time. Old villain, now is the time for you to die. Surrender yourself." The cultivators were filled with indignation as they growled and snarled at Lu Zhou. However, he paid no attention to them and simply looked at the smiling Tianxin, asking, "How did you know I would be here?" Tianxin clapped her hands, and someone handed her a portrait. It's hard to believe that the once dominant villainous patriarch would disguise himself. Lu Zhou said nothing in response, so Tianxin continued, "Master, would you believe me if I said I guessed it?" Lu Zhou lifted his hand and stroked his beard. He had grown accustomed to the gesture, and it seemed to have aged him mentally as well. Looking left and right, he still did not see Zhao Yu and the others, so he could not help but shake his head. It was not cost-effective to use a peak form experience card to catch just one disciple, but he had no other choice now. Tianxin. Lu Zhou's voice was calm, like a teacher calling a student. "I taught you the blue waves technique and gave you the amorous hoop so you could protect yourself in this dangerous cultivation world, not to make you abandon the sect and betray me." Tianxin laughed, her voice so eerie that it made the hair of those who heard it stand on end. However, many cultivators were pleased to know that the old villain had produced such a treacherous disciple. "Old man, do you think you can still treat me the way you used to?" Tianxin paused, spreading her arms before continuing. "You are old and no longer the same Tiandao who could throw the world into chaos. This place is the graveyard I personally designed for you." The air in the surrounding woods began to stir. Cultivators with deep foundations seemed to notice this and quickly sent out their divine senses to probe the changes. This place was not simple. By now, little Yuaner could no longer remain silent. "How dare you scold master? You will be struck by lightning. Unfortunately, her reprimand was not strong enough. Lu Zhou waved his hand, signaling little Yuan not to interrupt, and then said, "Who leaked my whereabouts to you? Was it old 7th, old 5th, or that good-for-nothing old 8th?" Tianxin said, "I don't need them to tell me." She paused for a brief moment and then continued, "I don't mind telling you the truth. The kidnapping of the CI family was my plan, and the goal was to lure little junior sister and you out of Golden Court Mountain." Pan Zhong had a moment of enlightenment and asked with surprise, "You are the one who gave me the task?" "Yes," she replied. "What if this old villain didn't show up?" Pan Zhong asked. He did not understand why she was so sure the old villain would be there. Tianxin smiled, but her voice was cold as she said, "You have too many questions. You just need to do what you were told, and you will be paid what was promised." Pan Zhong shut his mouth, feeling a murderous aura. On the other side, Lu Zhou's expression remained unchanged as he said, "Well, I've killed many people in the past, and I don't mind killing a few more." Hearing him, all the cultivators opposite him took a step back and grew nervous. "Why are you still pretending, old thing?" Tianxin stared at Lu Zhou. The secret drug of Primal Fiend, a dose of this drug can boost a cultivator's energy for a short time, but the side effect is that the cultivation base will be reduced to half for 10 days, and it cannot be consumed again. Lu Zhou recalled the secret drug when she mentioned its name. It was invented by the Medicine King but boycotted by the orthodox sects in the world due to its overly brutal and evil effects. Over time, it disappeared. He did not expect that they would associate him with it. "I wouldn't believe if others claimed they have the Primal Fiend drug, but I'm certain that this old villain has it," one of the cultivators shouted. Tianxin laughed again and said in a dark tone, "I have another piece of bad news to tell you. I've set up an array here, which has greatly weakened energy. Even if you have the secret drug and take it in your desperation, it will be in vain." That's all I wanted to say. "Master, this is the last time I call you that. When you're dead, I'll order someone to properly bury you and deal with Golden Court Mountain." "Oh, right, the experts of the righteous sect should have arrived at Golden Court Mountain. Third senior brother is wounded, so I think fourth senior brother must have surrendered by now." When she finished, Tianxin's face relaxed, and she stepped back. It seemed she did not plan to attack herself. Her deep fear of Tiandao made her reluctant to strike first, and she did not think the secret drug was the old man's only trump card. Sometimes, letting others be cannon fodder was not a bad idea, and it was also why she did not bring her people here. "An array?" Little Yuan glanced around. She sensed the energy fluctuations in the surroundings, which worried her. "What should we do, master?" A row of cultivators was slowly approaching them. "There's no need to be afraid," Lu Zhou's voice still sounded confident. Tianxin grew suspicious. She found that one thing Zhao Yu told her was right, the old man's style of handling things seemed different from the past. He did not get angry, fly into a rage, or curse. "Master," suddenly, Wang Fugue ran out of the woods behind them with a sad face, panting. "Fugue? What are you doing here?" Little Yuan asked suspiciously. "Your mother, she is worried about your safety." When Wang Fugue saw his master, who was in a coma, he wailed again, "Master, what happened to you?" Then, he kowtowed to Lu Zhou and said, "Old mister, please save my master, please." Swoosh! Suddenly, Wang Fugue leaped toward Lu Zhou like an arrow, a glinting dagger in his hand. He was a divine court expert. It all happened so quickly and suddenly that even the cultivators who were about to attack Lu Zhou did not expect it. They all stared at the scene with wide eyes. "Master!" Little Yuaner's face turned pale with fright. It was way too close, and Lu Zhou had little chance of dodging the attack. Even a nascent divinity tribulation expert could not resist the attack without being hurt when unprepared. It worked. Tianxin's eyes lit up, and a look of anticipation crept onto her face. Bam! The dagger stabbed Lu Zhou in the back, and everything seemed to have paused in that moment. "Oh?" Surprisingly, the dagger could not move further, not even a little bit. What's going on? Thoughts flashed through Wang Fugui's mind. The dagger was a poisoned Earth-grade treasure, and he had thrust it with all his strength as a divine court expert. Why can't I feel it stabbing into his body? As an excellent assassin, he had mastered all the details of the craft, just like an excellent archer could tell if the arrow would hit the target the moment it was released. He didn't need to examine it. He slowly looked up. The dagger was blocked by an invisible force? Lu Zhou's voice rang out at that moment. Why do I need to take a drug to kill all of you? Boom. An energy blast suddenly spread in all directions like an explosion. The powerful energy formed rings of light, instantly knocking Wang Fuji flying away. At that moment, waves of energy resembling ripples continued to emanate from Lu Zhou's body. Not good. The old villain did this on purpose. Ah. It's not the old villain who fell into a trap, but us. Yi Tianxin, you are a devious woman. Bam. 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 All the Brahma Sea cultivators fell to the ground, losing their ability to fight back. Meanwhile, Yi Tianxin stared at the scene in disbelief, her heart trembling violently. He did this on purpose? Why is the array ineffective against him? Why can he still take the secret drug? What went wrong? Lu Zhou clasped his hands behind his back and took a deep breath. It would be great if I could always maintain this form. It feels wonderful to be back at the peak. His aura, cultivation base, and energy had all returned to their peak levels, as if his youthful body had returned or he had awoken after a centuries-long slumber. Yi Tianxin, did you think I didn't know you had a divine court assassin posing as a steward in the CI family? Yi Tianxin's eyes were filled with shock as she kept backing away. Yi Tianxin stepped further back as the fear in her heart gradually surfaced, swelling rapidly. She had lost the feeling of fear for many years, but it returned today, so much so that she completely forgot her plan. Lu Zhou did not even glance at the cultivators below the Brahma Sea realm. As for the struggling divine court experts, it was only a matter of time before they were defeated. Even the top 10 nascent divinity tribulation experts had fled at the sight of him, let alone this group of divine court juniors. His eyes fixed on Yi Tianxin, he lightly raised a hand. At that moment, an overwhelming force grabbed Wang Fugui like a giant hand. Ah! Wang Fugui lost control of his body, and his neck was clutched in Lu Zhou's hand in the next instant. Everyone in the world knows about the Imperial token, so how could Moronghai not identify it? You shouldn't get in the way. This man was indeed an assassin Yi Tianxin had planted in the CI family's residence. When he first saw Lu Zhou and little Yuaner, he was unsure if they were the villain and the Patriarch of Golden Court Mountain. However, when he received the token, he confirmed everything and continued to act according to Yi Tianxin's plan. He thought of assassinating Lu Zhou in the middle of the night but always felt that this old man was not the Patriarch of Golden Court Mountain. He was afraid of the latter and also feared that he would ruin Yi Tianxin's plan, so he did not act. Wang Fugui's feet dangled above the ground, and he gradually became breathless, his face turning red. You can't kill me. Every divine court expert was backed by at least one or more powers, but did that matter? Was there any power in the world that could frighten the villainous Patriarch? No. Crack, Lu Zhou wore an indifferent expression as he closed his fingers. Wang Fugui's head tilted, his eyes rolled upward, and his neck snapped. Ding! You have killed a divine court evil man and are rewarded with 200 merit points. The reward was richer. The killing hastened Yi Tianxin's steps, and the crimson flying chariot suddenly descended from the sky. She suppressed her shock, flicked her sleeve, and said, "He won't last much longer. Don't be afraid." Even as she spoke, she leaped onto the chariot, turned it around, and sped away. Lu Zhou glanced around and found about 15 divine court experts. The rest of the cultivators, around 100, were all Brahma Sea cultivators. Panzhong, I'm giving you an opportunity. Ah. Panzhong was terrified. He was shaking all over as he said, "Senior, I was following orders and had no intention of being your enemy. Please spare my life, Senior." Pan Zhong knew that it was almost impossible to escape from such a powerful expert. Begging for mercy might give him a chance to live, even though he knew this ruthless villain took lives without a second thought. "Kill all Brahma Sea cultivators, and I will give you the 6-yuan technique," Lu Zhou said lightly. "To live or to die, the choice is yours." Lu Zhou slowly raised his hand. Above him, Whitzard descended from the sky, enveloped in starlight. A legendary mount, Pan Zhong was horrified. It was said that the villainous Patriarch of Golden Court Mountain held sway over the world for nearly 1,000 years and owned countless treasures, cultivation techniques, and weapons. Now, it seemed those were not just rumors. "Yuaner, take your father away and wait for my return at Blue Sun Mountain," he said. "I understand, Master." Little Yuaner helped her father onto Whitzard's back. The mount gave a cry and stepped onto auspicious clouds, disappearing into the sky under everyone's watchful eyes. At that moment, Pan Zhong made up his mind. He dropped to his knees and cupped his fist, saying, "I am willing to serve Senior." Ding! You have obtained a subordinate and are rewarded with 100 merit points. Pan Zhong, Divine Court Realm, 5% loyalty, cultivation technique, 3 styles. Very good. Lu Zhou kicked the ground and catapulted himself into the sky, his aura exploding out like a fierce storm. The remaining Divine Court experts looked up in panic. Tianxin has run away. Damn it. Retreat. Tianxin has done us great harm. How could she do this to us? A few moments later, they saw the crimson flying chariot already far in the distance. At that moment, they quickly summoned their avatars to resist the pressure from Lu Zhou. Unfortunately, the strongest avatar that could be produced with the Divine Court Realm's cultivation base was a 10 Worlds avatar, which didn't even have the chance to open a leaf. There was no way they could resist Lu Zhou's explosive energy. Avatar, 100 Tribulations Insight. A massive avatar, standing 100 feet tall and 20 feet wide, emerged. All the animals and birds within 10 miles fled in panic when they sensed the powerful pressure. Right then, Lu Zhou pointed his fingers like a sword, and beams of sword light began to appear. He's so strong. Pan Zhong was completely overwhelmed by the sheer strength of Lu Zhou. Since there is an opportunity, why don't I grasp it? The old villain, no, Senior's cultivation base is so strong. Why would he lie to me? Pan Zhong felt a surge of confidence. When he thought of the past, he laughed wildly. Since the world is laughing at me for becoming evil, I'll become evil. After laughing, his eyes turned merciless, and energy exploded from his 3 styles. You all are going to die. As a Divine Court expert, it was very easy for him to deal with the Brahma Sea cultivators already weakened by Lu Zhou's energy blast. It was like an eagle catching chicks on the ground. For a moment, miserable cries and shrieks rang out without end. The eyes of the Brahma Sea cultivators grew wide with fear that cut into their bones. They could not understand why the Divine Court expert, who was the old villain's enemy, suddenly turned and attacked them. Flesh and blood flew in all directions, and broken limbs scattered the ground. The strong smell of blood stung Pan Zhong's nostrils and nerves. The Divine Court experts flying backward did not have the time to help their companions below, they only had one thought in their minds: I need to survive this. The imperfect divine intervention of the Divine One technique. A discerning cultivator recognized Lu Zhou's move. It was very similar to the scene when the Orthodox sects besieged Golden Court Mountain. Spread out! Spread out! Shouts and cries echoed in the surroundings. At the moment Lu Zhou unleashed the sword beams, they suddenly turned black, and dark clouds rolled in the sky. The Sword Devil's Destiny. It was the Guiyuan sword technique, the renowned ultimate skill of Yu Shongrong, one of the villains of Golden Court Mountain. Unfortunately, by the time they realized it, it was already too late. The black sword beams were too swift, shooting over like a sudden downpour. Even nascent divinity tribulation experts would not survive such an attack. There were no screams, no counterattacks, and no room to turn the situation around. The rain of black sword beams pierced their chests like arrows. Lu Zhou had perfectly demonstrated that all schemes and plots were useless in the face of absolute power. Ding! You have killed 15 Divine Court cultivators and are rewarded with 3,000 merit points. Lu Zhou's face remained calm. There was no need to verify their deaths, it would be pointless to do so. He looked ahead, his figure flickering, and in the next instant, he disappeared along with the massive avatar. It was one of his great divine abilities, the soul chase. Yi Tianxin's brow furrowed as she mustered all her energy to move the chariot. Few in the world could catch up with the chariot when it was flying at full speed, except those who knew great divine abilities. However, Yi Tianxin was no ordinary cultivator. She was the master of the derived Moon Palace, the leader of a powerful organization. A person of her status always had a backup plan. Why is the old man stronger than he was at his peak? She couldn't figure it out. The wind whistled in her ears, turning her face red. She had dismissed the energy shield to allow the chariot to fly at its maximum speed. She looked back over her shoulder, her eyes filled with worry. All she saw was the empty, blue sky. It seems the old man unleashed his 100 tribulations inside Avatar just now. Yi Tianxin's lips twisted into a smile. There's still time. She was about to make the chariot dive downward when she heard a buzzing noise, the resonance produced by the emergence of great energy. Who goes there? Yi Tianxin turned around. The chariot vanished, and waves of energy enveloped her like water. Lu Zhou's 100 tribulations inside Avatar stood right in front of her, 100 feet tall and 20 feet wide, with 8 leaves, no, with 9 leaves beneath it. Its 9th leaf had bloomed. You are an evil disciple. Lu Zhou performed an incantation gesture. Moss Master, Yi Tianxin's eyes widened in disbelief. Under the pressure of the avatar, Lu Zhou's hand seal transformed into a glowing cage and fell toward Yi Tianxin. The fiend monk's hand seal. Yi Tianxin felt a deep sense of despair. How much strength did this old man hide? He is stronger than any expert I've met. His first attack was already his strongest move. Amorous Hoop. Yi Tianxin's indomitable spirit drove her to counterattack, and a weapon that gleamed like the moon appeared. Lu Zhou said faintly, I gave you the weapon, and I can take it back anytime I want. The fiend monk's hand seal suddenly changed its course. Yi Tianxin was not its target. Come back. No. Yi Tianxin screamed. One of the greatest assets that Yi Tianxin relied on to reach her current position was the amorous hoop, a heaven-grade weapon. As its name suggests, the amorous hoop is a hoop with sharp edges. When a cultivator infuses it with energy, its power becomes even more terrifying. The term amorous in its name doesn't symbolize love, but hatred, indicating that it never lets go of whatever it tangles with. Yi Tianxin watched as the amorous hoop, which had been her companion for 10 years, was trapped by Lu Zhou's powerful fiend monk's hand seal and lost its luster. Boom! She wanted to stop it and reclaim her weapon. If she lost it, her strength would be significantly reduced, even if she managed to escape today. The power of the blue waves technique exploded from her, surging toward Lu Zhou like waves. Unfortunately, she was facing her former master, an opponent who knew the blue waves technique better than she did. Break! Stronger waves erupted from Lu Zhou's body and rushed toward her. In comparison, Yi Tianxin's waves were as insignificant as a tiny stream. In the next instant, she was engulfed by the massive waves that blotted out the sky. Bam! One of the waves struck her in the chest. Blood rushed to her throat and spewed from her mouth, and she fell from the sky. Soul chase. Lu Zhou's figure flickered, and he reached the ground in an instant. Yi Tianxin's entire body ached, and her mind went blank. The moment the stronger waves crashed down on her, she knew she was defeated. However, she couldn't understand why the old man still used soul chase after her defeat. Was he trying to show off his prowess? In the face of Lu Zhou, whose every move was an ultimate skill, her heart was filled with despair. This old thing just doesn't give me any hope. Lu Zhou fixed his eyes on the falling Tianxin, his senses sharp. He needed to be sure if any other villainous disciples were hiding nearby. His avatar provided him with powerful perception, but he found none. Nonetheless, he found it strange. Tianxin should not have the courage to act alone. He slowly raised his hand, and energy poured out, surrounding Tianxin's body and tightly binding her. Soon, she slowly landed in front of him, supported from below by the special energy. Ding! You have captured a villainous disciple, the sixth disciple, Tianxin. You are rewarded with 1,000 reward points. Their eyes met, there was only a 2-meter gap between them. Tianxin's eyes were filled with fear and shock. She had never been so afraid before, not even when she first arrived at Golden Court Mountain to learn from Tiandao. They were too close, and her heart began to beat violently, her breathing rapid and suppressed. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou's expression remained unchanged. The feeling of being at his peak made his heart as calm as still water. With strength came confidence and vigor. Tianxin, he said lightly, the words striking her heart like thunder, you have deserted the sect and betrayed me. What do you want, old thing? I'll take back everything I gave you. Ah? Tianxin trembled all over, her eyes widened, and her slightly blushing face turned deathly pale. She wanted to beg for mercy, but she found that the old villain in front of her had raised a hand, indicating there was no room for discussion. The old hand held a ball of powerful energy. With a light wave, he threw the ball at her, which shot straight into her dantian. She was stunned as she heard the wall of her dantian, which she had spent years cultivating, crack and shatter like glass. In the next instant, it burst like a balloon, and all the energy inside leaked into the surroundings. This meant she had become an ordinary person now, having lost all her cultivation base. For a cultivator, there was nothing more cruel in this world than destroying one's cultivation base. To become stronger, Tianxin willingly joined Golden Court Mountain without fear. After enduring hardships and making great efforts, she finally reached her current status and achievements. But now, all of that was gone with the destruction of her dantian. She was completely stunned, so much so that she forgot the pain in her body and how to think. After a brief moment of paralysis, a severe and excruciating pain swept through her, filling her with misery. In just an instant, her forehead was covered with beads of sweat. Tianxin smiled sadly and raised her head with difficulty. At this moment, all the fear in her vanished. Her face looked like she was about to cry, but at the same time, it also looked like she was laughing. Old thing, kill me now. Haha. Lu Zhou noticed her hostility had surged to 60%, and doubts arose in his mind. Although Tiandao was short-tempered, had done numerous evil deeds, and often scolded and beat his disciples, he had never done anything that could provoke such intense hatred. Why did Tianxin hate Tiandao so much? Anyhow, it was meaningless to know that now. Everything Lu Zhou did, he did to protect himself. You are too stubborn. Lu Zhou lifted a hand and slapped her face, leaving a red handprint on her pale cheek. You're welcome to torture or kill me. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Tianxin laughed shrilly, staring at the ground. Poor fourth senior brother and third senior brother. They could have escaped the disaster. Why? It's all your fault. You've killed them. From today on, there will be no Golden Court Mountain in this world. When she finished, she laughed again, hoping to infuriate Lu Zhou. However, Lu Zhou remained impassive. He glanced at the remaining time of the peak form card on the system panel. He had only 5 minutes left. Even if he used Soul Chase, he would not make it in time. However, the system did not inform him of any danger to his third and fourth disciples, which meant they were not in peril. His fourth disciple was not foolish, he would not risk his life. Lu Zhou simply said one word, fool. Are you scolding me? Tianxin paused. This was not how the old villain used to scold her. No one will dare to bully Golden Court Mountain as long as I'm still alive. Yi Tianxin swallowed, looking at Lu Zhou's confident expression. She recalled her fifth senior sister's words, "Master has become different from before." However, she did not expect him to become so unpredictable and unfathomable. Lu Zhou put one hand on her shoulder. She cried out and closed her eyes in fear, thinking, "I'm still alive?" When she opened her eyes again, she saw they were flying in the sky, protected by a layer of invisible energy shield that blocked the strong wind. Swoosh! Ah! It was her master's great divine ability, the soul chase. Why? Why can this old man keep using soul chase? Does he not need to gather energy? How does he do it? It was not the secret drug of Primal Fiend or any other secret drug. Although she had lost all her cultivation base, her experience told her that there were no traces of energy gathering around Lu Zhou, and his behavior was completely different from someone who had taken an explosive secret drug. This meant that all the energy came from within himself. However, it was clear that he was old and his body could no longer contain additional energy. This was a very strange phenomenon. Although cultivators could live longer than common people, their cultivation base would decline in the decades or centuries before their death. Starting from the body-tempering realm, the body was the key to a cultivator's achievement. The realms of mystic enlightening, sense condensing, and Brahma Sea were all related to the body. When the body aged, meridians, dantian, and Sea of Qi would lose their vitality and potential to continue expanding, leading to the stagnation of the cultivation base. At that point, combat experience, life experience, schemes, and external forces became the keys for a cultivator to maintain their strength. The problem was that Ji Tiandao was already very old, yet he was stronger than before. No matter how hard she tried, Yi Tianxin could not figure out the reason. Why? She lifted her head and summoned the courage to stare firmly at Lu Zhou, who looked confident and calm. "I admit that I've misjudged you, but you'll have a hard time after capturing me." Just like that, they flew past mountains, rivers, and forests. "Have you said enough?" "Ah?" Lu Zhou retracted the energy shield, save for the part in front of him. Swoosh! The wind immediately blew in Yi Tianxin's face, making her unable to open her eyes. It cut at her skin like sharp blades, filling her with pain. Meanwhile, in a corner of an unknown patch of woods, the eighth disciple, Zhu Honggong, was slumped on the ground, wiping sweat from his face. A man stood in front of him, with sharp eyes and a feather fan in hand. "It's a good thing you came just in time, seventh senior brother. Otherwise, I would have become cannon fodder," the eighth disciple said, still trembling with fear. The handsome and graceful man was Ji Tiandao's seventh disciple, Si Wuya. "Old eighth, you've always listened to my advice. Why did you suddenly collude with sixth senior sister?" Si Wuya asked, shaking his head. Zhu Honggong sighed and said, "I've been having nightmares about Master hitting me lately. I'm scared." "Why are you so cowardly? How about I merge my Tiger Ridge gang with your Crouching Dragon Darknet?" The eighth disciple slapped his thigh. Si Wuya did not look at him but waved his feather fan and said, "Forget it. You'd better keep your little gang." "Why?" "You saw Master's avatar. Sixth senior sister will certainly sell me out, and I will be finished." Zhu Honggong showed a sad face. Yi Tianxin thought she could find out Master's trump cards with this group of divine court experts. It's simply a pipe dream. If Master really got weaker, she wouldn't have gotten her turn to attack him. She was not the only one in the world who had her eye on Golden Court Mountain. "Seventh senior brother, did you see how many moves Master used to kill 15 divine court cultivators?" The eighth disciple swallowed and asked, curiously. "I don't know." "Why? You are so clever." "Stop it. You call yourself the evil king, and you don't know either, do you?" To be honest, no one dared to approach when the nine-leaf avatar loomed in the sky. "Well, I can scare others with my title, but I'll never dare to show off in front of my senior brothers," said Zhu Honggong. Si Wuya shook his head helplessly. He began to feel a bit regretful for persuading Zhu Honggong to leave Golden Court Mountain. This fool was such a burden. When he realized it was getting late, he said, "From now on, you must sever ties with the derived Moon Palace." Ah? Why? Yi Tianxin led the orthodox cultivators to attack Master. She failed miserably, but she didn't bring anyone from the derived Moon Palace. What will the powers behind those cultivators think of this? Zhu Honggong nodded and said, "I understand now." Si Wuya sighed and continued, "When Master was pursuing 6th senior sister, I briefly inspected the array she placed. I found something wrong with the array's pattern." What's wrong with the pattern? If my guess is correct, senior sister Zhaoyu got cold feet, Si Wuya said. Senior sister Zhaoyu was there as well? Si Wuya nodded and said, "When she left Golden Court Mountain, I had already received the information. She went to the derived Moon Palace. With 6th senior sister's temper, she must have drawn 5th senior sister to her side. Senior sister Zhaoyu is the best candidate to control the array." The 8th disciple was struck dumb when he heard this. Also, Panzhong is a deserter from the Clarity sect. He had only learned the 3 Yin styles and is suffering from the bitter cold that fills his body. 6th senior sister used him as bait to lure little junior sister, which will likely displease the Clarity sect. What about that Wang Fugue? Asked Zhu Honggong. Si Wuya laughed. This is a clever move by 6th senior sister. Wang Fugui's real name is Xin Yuan. He is an expert under Lady Jade, the consort of the Emperor of Great Yin. Lady Jade is also the younger sister of the Princess of the West, whom the Emperor married. This, the 8th disciple recalled everything now. The Princess of the West was killed by their 2nd senior brother, but everyone pinned the blame on their master. What Master did may displease the Emperor of Great Yin, and it may even stir up a dispute between 2 states, resulting in war. The people will suffer just because of the grudge between a few individuals, said Si Wuya. Moreover, the 15 divine court cultivators came from 3 different sects in the southern region of Great Yin. Many years ago, the 3 sects Earthgrade and below weapons were all destroyed by Master's Heavengrade weapon. They never got their revenge, and now, with their experts killed, there is a whole new enmity. What do you think the 3 sects will do? Is all of this part of 6th senior sister's plan? Zhu Honggong found it hard to believe that even he was part of the plan. Si Wuya shook his head helplessly and smiled, saying, "Unfortunately, no matter how good the scheme is, it is meaningless in the face of absolute power." Yi Tianxin could not have expected that Master could keep using Soul Chase. It is said that her crimson flying chariot is faster than a nascent divinity tribulation expert flying at full speed. I wonder if this is true. The way Lu Zhou kept using Soul Chase had turned his perception upside down. What puzzled him even more was that his fighting style was so fast that it gave Yi Tianxin little chance to lay out her plans. The 8th disciple suddenly said, "No, I don't want to be the gang leader anymore. I want to go back to my hometown. I'm not a good player like you all, but I can always hide." When Lu Zhou saw Blue Sun Mountain and sensed Whitzard's aura, he made a nosedive. As soon as he landed, he saw little Yuaner fly over, riding on Whitzard. "Master!" Little Yuaner called out. She was shocked to see Yi Tianxin beside her master and said, "Senior sister?" "Bah! You're not my senior sister. You're a traitor." Yi Tianxin opened her eyes with difficulty. With her dantian broken, it was hard for her to be in good shape. She looked withered, as if her soul had been lost. "Keep an eye on her," Lu Zhou said, pushing Yi Tianxin toward little Yuaner. "I understand, master." Little Yuaner replied. The timing was just right. The instant he pushed her out, the effect of the peak form experience card vanished. Lu Zhou calmed down and quickly adjusted to his current state. Perhaps that had given her some indication, as Yi Tianxin sneered, "I never thought the mighty old villain would have such a sorry moment." Little Yuaner refuted her, "You know nothing. Master is getting old. Can't he take a break?" In the next instant, she realized she shouldn't have said that and pursed her lips. Master, I didn't mean to. Lu Zhou waved a hand and said, it doesn't matter. Yi Tianxin laughed. If I were you, I would rush back to Golden Court Mountain at once. Didn't you say that no one will dare to bully Golden Court Mountain as long as you are still alive? Haha. Unfortunately, Golden Court Mountain will change owners today. You're talking nonsense. Little Yuan said angrily. Also, that Wang Fugue you killed is an expert under Lady Jade, and the 15 divine court cultivators are disciples of the 3 sects in the southern part of Great Yin. Master, do you regret attacking me now? Don't forget that I still have 1,000 sisters in the derived Moon Palace. If I don't return, they will definitely join forces with the Imperial household and the 3 sects to attack Golden Court Mountain. After telling Lu Zhou everything, Yi Tianxin felt much better. Her voice became lighter, but the determination in her eyes grew stronger. If you regret it, then let me go. At the very least, I am still the owner of the derived Moon Palace. Little Yuan jumped off Whitzard and came in front of Yi Tianxin, only to find her senior sister seemed a bit strange. She looked her up and down, before speaking with surprise, where is your cultivation base? Destroyed, Yi Tianxin said miserably. Destroyed? Then why are you still so fierce? Little junior sister, this is the work of your respected master. Listen to me, if he continues like this, he will push all of you into the abyss sooner or later. He is old. How much longer can he protect you? Yi Tianxin kept fanning the flames. I won't believe you. You're a traitor. Serves you right to have your cultivation base destroyed. Humph. Little Yuan made a face. Seeing this, Yi Tianxin's brows furrowed slightly. Since when has little junior sister been so submissive to the old man? What drugs did he give her? Look at him now, little junior sister. He's just like an ordinary old man. Trust me and slap him. Although Yi Tianxin had lost her cultivation base, she could feel that Lu Zhou's current state was completely different from before. In other words, a secret drug unknown to her had lost its effect. Little Yuan was taken aback. She snorted and said furiously, Bah! I won't listen to a traitor. She dared not attack her master, even for training. On the other side, Lu Zhou looked up at the sky and realized it was almost time. Master, I've sent my father back to his residence with Whitzard. We can leave now, little Yuan said with a smile. It was better this way, because an extra person would be a burden. Lu Zhou was glad that little Yuan had given up the chance to reunite with her parents and came back to support him. She was the most conscientious of his 9 disciples. Let's go, he said, waving as if he had forgotten about Yi Tianxin. At that moment, Whitzard roared loudly. A legendary mount was like the king in the jungle. When it appeared, all birds and animals had to crawl and give way. However, it knelt obediently beside Lu Zhou, letting him mount its back. It was only then that Yi Tianxin realized the beast was a legendary mount. When did his mount change to a Whitzard? Before she could figure it out, little Yuan had grabbed her and jumped onto Whitzard's back. Next, the mount trod lightly in the air and soared into the sky. Cultivators had unrestricted access to Golden Court Mountain because the shield was not yet fixed. They were everywhere, at the foot of the mountain, in the gazebo halfway up, and on the steps leading to Evil Sky Pavilion. No one is here. The east is clear. The west is the same. This is strange. Where are the villains of Golden Court Mountain hiding? Keep searching. Elder Lord said we must find Ji Tiandao and Mingshi today. In the woods and sky, cultivators searched for the 2 men, swords in hand. Besides the righteous sect, many cultivators from the Heavenly Sword sect were also helping. The whole mountain was in chaos. Inside Evil Sky Pavilion, Fang Jinshan, the elder of the righteous sect, sat in a chair, his bright eyes fixed on Duan Muxing, who was bound with a chain. To his left and right stood 3 divine court cultivators, glaring at Duan Muxing as well. This was the 3rd disciple of the old villain everyone feared. They would not have caught him if he hadn't been hurt. Duan Muxing, as long as you tell me the old villain's whereabouts, I'll spare your life, Fang Jinshan said in a deep voice. Duan Muxing replied disapprovingly, Fang Jinshan, you claim to be a righteous cultivator, yet you take advantage of my precarious situation. If you have the courage, release me, and we will fight 300 rounds fairly. Fang Jinshan snorted coldly and said, I can't believe you are still so arrogant while wounded. Do you think you are qualified to fight me? Even the old villain had to hide in some hole like a rat when I arrived, not to mention you. Duan Muxing laughed derisively. He seemed to remember something suddenly and said, even your brother Dida Feng has to bow his head respectfully when he sees me. Bam! He raised both hands to block a blow. His blood and qi boiled, and pain washed over him. Fang Jinshan laughed as he looked at the bedraggled Duan Muxing. Who do you think you are? To me, you are just a dog without a master. Tell me the whereabouts of the old villain and Mingshi. Otherwise, this day next year will be your death memorial. The cultivators beside him drew their sabers. Duan Muxing, though injured and tied up, could not be suppressed. The pride in his bones remained unyielding. He laughed cheerfully and said, you may try and attack me. You are too arrogant. Fang Jinshan crushed the armrest of the chair with his hand. He was about to attack when one of the men beside him hurriedly said, you can't do this, Lord Elder. We can't kill this villain. Our targets are the evil Sky Pavilion and the old villain. The sect leader said he wants them alive. Please think twice, Elder Fang. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Fang Jinshan was trying to avenge his brother by killing Duan Muxing. He rolled his eyes and said, you won't be happy for long. Since the sect leader doesn't let me kill you. Fine. Surely you haven't tasted the feeling of being imprisoned in a dungeon with no hope of seeing tomorrow's sunlight, have you? Swish! A cultivator flew into the evil Sky Pavilion on a flying sword. Elder Zhou. The cultivators to the left and right of Fang Jinshan cupped their fists at him. Fang Jinshan only gave him a sideways look and said, Zhou Jifeng, it's good you've come now. Have you found out where Mingshi is? Zhou Jifeng bowed and said, Second Elder, I have ordered the whole mountain to be searched, yet nothing has been found so far. Nothing? You and I saw with our own eyes that Mingshi was severely wounded. I don't believe he can escape too far with his injuries. I want you to find him. I also hope to find him as soon as possible. I almost forgot. The old villain killed Luo Changfeng, the sect leader of the Heavenly Sword sect and your respected teacher. Zhou Jifeng forced a smile as he nodded and said, with second elder around, they can't escape. Fang Jinshan patted Zhou Jifeng on the shoulder and said, although you come from the Heavenly Sword sect, you are very obedient. You are more sensible than them. You're flattering me, second elder. Very good. Now, I order you to interrogate Duan Muxing using torture. Fang Jinshan pointed at Duan Muxing. This, Fang Jinshan laughed when he saw Zhou Jifeng hesitate. No wonder Heavenly Sword sect doesn't want you. You're just a dog who has lost its master. I don't know what the sect leader sees in you or why he made you an elder. Get out of here. He shoved Zhou Jifeng away, lifted a leg, and kicked out. Duan Muxing blocked the kick with both hands and took a few more steps back. You can still resist? Fang Jinshan was puzzled as he slowly raised a hand, summoning his energy this time. As a peak divine court expert, he possessed a mighty strength like his brother Dida Feng. Right then, a clump of auspicious aura appeared over the clouds to the north of Golden Court Mountain. Cultivators searching the mountain and flying in the air on flying swords all looked up. What's that? It's a legendary mount. An almighty expert is here. Inform the elders. It should be a righteous expert who has come to support us. Elders and disciples of the righteous sect stopped searching and looked up at the sky. The creature let out a deep roar that echoed throughout the mountain, followed immediately by an old but powerful voice. Who gave you the courage to come to my Golden Court Mountain?